caveat that this race and Virginia appeared to be, solidly trending toward the Democrats as recently as August, and things turned on a dime from now. But certainly it's hard to separate national politics from state-level politics entirely in this hyper-partisan era. The former president and the current president likely weighed in on some voters' decisions.
All right, Adam Brewster reporting from Asbury Park, New Jersey. Adam, thank you so much.
Let's go, Brandon.
Thanks, Elaine.
We want to head back now to the closely watched
Brandon.
Virginia gubernatorial race. Elena Schneider joins us now. She's a national political reporter for Politico. Hi there, Elena. So polls closed a little over an hour ago. What is standing out to you about some of these?
What's up, Pro-Law? Welcome.
Well, what's standing out to me is that this election looks like it's on track to once again break records. So back in 2017, when Governor Ralph Northam, a Democrat, was elected, they broke records. 2.6 million Virginians voted that year. Off elections are often really hard to animate people to participate, and it looks like this year is no different. Part of that is because the Virginia state legislature greatly expanded access to early voting and no excuse absentee voting. This sort of access to the ballot that Democrats have been pushing nationally, although failed to get anything done in Congress on it, but certainly have achieved in Virginia because they control the state legislature there. So we've seen an enormous jump in participation in early voting, and we're on track potentially.
Wow, dude. This is absolutely crazy, dude. Almost 50% reporting, and Glenn Youngkin has 56% of the vote to 44%. Wow, dude. Freaking wow. Yo, dinosaurs, what up? Bahunt to me, what up? Hell, I'm having the closing from hell right now. These guys on the other side are a-holes. Looking forward to watching election coverage. Nice, Pro-Law. Sorry to hear that, man. I'm having the cases. I've got cases from hell, too, so I'm with you on that, Pro-Law. But, yeah, let's get this election results going, dude. Let's do it.
In Virginia, smaller counties. And for him to do well, that's where he has to start. And we're seeing early signs of his success being able to do that.
And to that point, the exit poll data suggests that those in Virginia who strongly disapprove of President Biden's performance in office
have been nervous,
vastly outnumber those who strongly approve. And intensity on that axis is very important when it comes to a day like today, when people are counting votes and casting votes. So how is President Biden and his recent political difficulties factored in for Terry McAuliffe?
Well, look, I think it's unavoidable that Biden and his performance and his sort of, sagging approval ratings across the country, but in particular in Virginia, are being felt right now. And Democrats know that. There's sort of it's inevitable in that part of what happens in the White House, the party in power gets tied
Look
to
at Drudge, dude. Look at
D
that.
or R next to their name. Republicans felt it during the Trump era. There was enormous backlash to Republicans in 2018. Democrats retook the House that year. And Democrats are in a lot of ways feeling that. And
You still have to, Pro-Law.
Biden has sort of slipped here.
You still have to play nice with opposing counsel, because anything you do then, Pro-Law, anything you do with opposing counsel could end up in front of the judge. You know what I mean? Like, you got to play nice. Any letter you write to opposing counsel or email you write could end up as an exhibit in front of the judge.
Deep impact even on the state, and particularly in a state that is obviously, part of sort of the DC, part of the.
Dude,
Depressing point, but a very good point. John, let me ask you this. Donald Trump has been.
I feel a little achy, maybe a slight fever, but.
I have is just over 10.
About 10
so
points, yep.
That's a huge improvement in a really tough area. And it is a little tough to make out trends because of the timing of the dropping of early ballots, which we expect to be a little more Democrat than Election Day ballots.
Right.
And they'll probably come in as about 20% turnout versus about 30%. And I'm talking of the whole electorate that'll vote on Election Day. If I could, though, I do want to take issue with some of the discussion you all had going on earlier. I've paid very close attention to the election integrity aspect of this race. We have more lawyers and more activists that are engaged in Election Day operations.
Wow, Guess. That's crazy, Guess. Wow.
Have we ever had. And as Seb said, a lot of the credit for that, especially on the activist side, goes to just
Dude, this is crazy, though. The results with Youngkin at 55 to Mcauliffe 45 with almost 50% of the votes. And I mean, that's crazy. That's a huge lead. Why does it always happen this way, dude? If Mcauliffe comes back and pulls this off, that's going to be so suspicious. This is so ridiculous, the way the Republicans come out 55% to 45%. Wow, Hydra. Wow, Hydra.
See it in other swing states and districts next year as well, and that has made an enormous difference in the amount of manpower paying attention.
And Bob,
we did have problems pop up today that they were on top of very quickly.
That's crazy, Prola.
Let me go to Bob here just for a second. You know Virginia extraordinarily well. I just want to let's stay on Loudoun County for a second. Now, according to our service here, Decision Desk has it at about over 99% in at 151,000 votes. I'm assuming that's accurate, that it's almost all in Loudoun County. They're doing a lot faster than a lot of other counties. We've got Terry Mcauliffe at 55%, Glenn Youngkin at 44%. Is that about the kind of numbers you would expect to see in Loudoun County for a Republican to actually take the state? Does that indicate a win to you?
I mean, I was hoping for better, especially because the closing argument in this campaign was made about the rights of parents to be involved in their kids' education in Loudoun County. The parents came out in such huge numbers. I was there last night at 11 p.m. There were 2,500 people out there in our fly around with Glenn leading the charge last night. Very high energy. 10 points spread is more. That's about what, let's see, that's about what Ed Gillespie lost. But Biden won that with 61% of the vote over Trump. So it's obviously better than a presidential year. It really depends on what you're talking about, what part of Loudoun you're talking about, as Ken attested to. I think this has still got a long way to go. The suburban counties is where we expect Glenn to do well because he's focused on kitchen table issues. That's what the suburban voters vote on crime, education, parental choice, and standing up for the rights of individual citizens and low taxes. So,
and Bob, one more county.
Millsy, legendary,
quick,
what up?
Not to cut you off here, but we don't have a lot of time. I want to talk Chesterfield County for a second as well. Glenn Youngkin with about a 10-point lead in Chesterfield County. What does that tell you?
Good son.
Oh, okay, Prola.
Yeah, that's the one we've lost the last couple cycles in a row. For him to win Chesterfield, I expect a repeat in Virginia Beach and some of the Beltway counties around Richmond and the Hampton Roads area. That's a great sign for us.
Okay, all right. Bringing it back. Gentlemen, thank you so much. We'll leave it there. We're going to bring it back out to the desk. Sorry, I know we don't have a lot of time, Ken. I see you all the time on my show. We will talk again, I promise. Coming back out, Chesterfield, the Richmond area, you see 10-point win for a Republican. You like that?
That's a very encouraging sign. Like I said before, we lost that county last gubernatorial race. Loudoun County again. Loudoun and Fairfax are a disappointment. Better than what it was 4 years ago. Much better than Trump. But a disappointment because I think everyone was thinking, well, you know, this issue was going to carry. But I think it certainly keeps Youngkin very much in the game to win this thing.
But we'll get to you next time. Okay. We'll get to you next time. We have to take a break though. A lot's going on tonight. Much more. Back with.
Dude, what is going on? So we've got some counties where Youngkin's doing really well. And some counties where he's getting wiped out? Like what? Let's see what MSNBC is saying.
Has dominated our headlines, especially since the protests that swept the country last year. And rather than a national dialogue that honestly reckons with our...
Oh, wouldn't that have been great, Hydra, if Santorum would have been the nominee instead of Mitt Romney? Oh, he could have beat Obama.
When you look at this sham debate over critical race theory, or CRT, it's become a GOP talking point, a Fox News talking point used as a...
Let's hope so, Gus.
...to galvanize.
Guess it's going to be interesting to see if the Democrats try to take this to court and try to contest this election. Boy, that'll show a lot about where Democrats really are. Holy cow.
In 2013, a woman named Laura Murphy, a Republican, fought hard to...
Like, what I don't get is, look at Drudge, dude. Drudge has this up. Dems down in Virginia. Landslide results. Youngkin 55, Mcauliffe 44. Why does national implications of Virginia's gubernatorial election? Both candidates in Virginia's gubernatorial race have nationalized the stakes. I don't understand why everybody's saying, dude, Youngkin lost Loudoun County 55 by 10 points. Like if Youngkin lost Loudoun County by 55 to 45, then like how is this a good result? I mean, how can Youngkin still turn around and win it if he's losing out in Loudoun County by 10%? That other guy just said he wished it would have been better there.
Today, saying that this would not happen though until charges are formally filed against him.
All right, Issa, we thank you for that.
He wasn't actually referring to critical race theory there. He was referring to laws in 2016 and 17 that he vetoed that wanted to keep explicit materials out of schools. But it's a line that may haunt him. Doubling down on education. Was that an approach that helped Glenn Youngkin make it this far tonight? How do Democrats neutralize this stuff going forward in other battleground states where race and education seem to be key issues for voters? Joining me now to talk more about this is political analyst and academic Larry Sabato. He's a renowned professor of politics at the University of Virginia, where he also runs the Center for Politics and edits Sabato's Crystal Ball. Larry, thanks for coming back to talk more about this big night in Virginia. Was it surprising to you to see education as one of the top issues for voters in Virginia, according to the exit poll?
Well, education has traditionally been an important issue. It's rarely at the top. Usually.
By the way, guys, I've got a new sound alert, for subs and bits. I think you guys might like it.
Surprising.
Bionic Stoner, welcome.
That Democrats failed to engage.
Of course, of course. Joe is going to vote Murphy.
They didn't bring it up. They wanted to emphasize other issues. And so one of the lessons going forward for Democrats as they go into 2022 is they have to engage. They have to have...
Wow, dude. Now we're at 51%, and Youngkin is now at 56%, dude. He's actually picked up, dude. 53%. 53% reporting. Glenn Youngkin at 55.7%, dude. Wait, Richmond hasn't reported. That looks like a big Democrat county, probably. Has Fairfax... Wait, Fairfax has reported some, huh? Dude, of course... Roanoke. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. Like, how can Glenn Youngkin be up 50? Wow, dude. We just got another 1%, and now it's 54%. 54% reported Glenn Youngkin at 56% to 44%. How can Glenn Youngkin be destroying him this bad, and then they're not calling it? Meanwhile, Drudge has got a freaking landslide question mark. Youngkin, I mean, what, dude? What? NBC News, Youngkin, 55.5% to Mcaulife's 43%. Come on, we need somebody. We need somebody to get up, get the state map out and start telling us. Somebody who's an expert on counties in Virginia and start telling us where these votes are coming in. So this happens. Why is it like this every time? It's always the Republicans are way, way ahead. The Republicans are dominating. The Republicans up by 10 points, 15 points, 20 points with 50%, 60%, 70%, and 50, 60, 70% of the vote in. Republicans way, way up, way, way up. And then boom, late night, overnight ballot dumps, and the Democrat wins.
Race.
If that happens again, here, that is going to destroy people's confidence in these results.
Despite being a professor in Virginia. Still don't know. I mean, I don't think Glenn Youngkin knows. And some of the interviews of voters on the stump, they don't seem to know either. But it doesn't matter.
If it was Terry, MSNBC would call it, CNN would call it. Exactly.
If it's a new administration.
Exactly, Guess. With these numbers, dude, with Youngkin up 56%, with over 53% of the vote in, you know that these networks would call it if it was if it was Terry.
Have Glenn Youngkin of the Republican Party leading Terry McAuliffe by 11 percentage points there. We've got, over 1.5 million votes in, 51% of the votes in. NBC News still saying too close to call. But it's looking good for Glenn Youngkin. What are the trends that you're seeing, Larry?
Well, I know you have very specific rules about calling races, and I have pledged with my life not to call a race on air, not just for you, but for others. But let's just say it's not just looking good for Glenn Youngkin. It's looking good for the entire Republican ticket, and that includes the House of Delegates. So,
Boom, baby.
in other words,
Boom.
the one remaining check that Democrats will have, if all this comes to pass, not calling anything, if it comes to pass, the one remaining check is the Democratic State Senate, Democratic by 21-19, potentially with a Republican lieutenant governor to break ties, and at least one Democrat who frequently votes with Republicans. Yes. I think you can put those pieces together, and you can see that a lot of things are going to pass in Virginia that Democrats in Virginia thought, frankly, were ancient history.
An issue like abortion, perhaps, which in states like Texas have become very, very volatile political issues again, thanks to the behavior of state attorney generals and state legislatures. And in a state like Virginia, which was supposed to be a blue state, let's remind our viewers, Joe Biden won by 10 points. You're rightly now pointing out that the Republicans could be taking...
Drudge just updated their link. Dems down in Virginia, all in blue. Republican landslide ? Results, Youngkin 56% to 44%. This is incredible. How is Glenn Youngkin doing this good and they're not calling anything?
Coattail, and we live in a partisan.
Dude, the way that Larry Sabato is talking, it sounds like it's over, dude. It sounds like Glenn Youngkin has won. How Larry Sabato is talking
for the party they've chosen, and they stay right in that.
Exactly, Haggis. That's what I'm so nervous about. Is the blue counties are going to wait until the middle of the night to drop their votes, and then after that, all the Republican counties will already have reported, so they'll know exactly where the race stands before they drop their votes. Sheer Ponage, what up?
Would be the biggest victory for Republicans certainly since 2009, and we'll compare it to others once we have the final numbers.
And briefly, last question: if they do win in Virginia, you mentioned coattails from governor to state legislature. How about the impact on the midterms?
Well, I would think that by midnight, Democrats all over the country, including the ones...
Dude, look at that map of Virginia. Look at that map of Virginia. It's all freaking red. Makers Dave is in the house. What up, Makers Dave? Let's go, Brandon. By the way, folks, we do have a new sound alert for bits and subs. I think you guys are going to like it.
It's a year away. Who knows what's going to happen? A million things will happen between now and then. But let's just say starting out, it doesn't look real good for them.
Don't look real good for them. Larry Sabato, thank you for your insights tonight. I appreciate it. When Joe Biden gets back early this morning from...
How did that not work, dude? What the heck? Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Brandon. Bits. Wait, what? How did that not work, dude? What is going on? I thought I had bits. Sound. What the heck? Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, man. But for some reason... it worked. It said, let's go, Brandon. It worked. It said, let's go, Brandon. Okay, but was it... did it make the... That was weird because I heard the original one. I heard like the original notification sound. And then I heard, let's go, Brandon. The second time when I did a test, it was delayed, it seems. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That was really weird. See, it's still saying the original. It's still doing the original sound, dude. Thank you, Makers Dave. I don't get it, man. I've got it all changed to where it should say... Okay, test bits. Let's go, Brandon. See, when I do a test, it says the Let's Go Brandon one. But I don't understand why it's not working. When I test it, it says Let's Go Brandon. When somebody else does it... Oh, maybe this... Okay, maybe I had to turn off these special alerts. Give your viewers something fancy every time they cheer for you. Close alert variations. Okay, these are all disabled then. Okay, no, cool. I can do. Okay, I think I fixed it. Let me see. Let me save this. What's up?
Which one? Happy Home or this one?
The second one. Thank you.
Really?
Yeah, why?
He's been underwater in each of the 5 major polls, including one by NBC News. It is a problem he was compelled to address.
Okay, I think I fixed it. I think I fixed it, folks. I think I fixed it. I had variations on that were still the default.
And up and down. They were high early, then they got medium, then went back up, and now they're low. Well, look, this is look at every other president. The same thing has happened, but that's not why I ran. I ran to make sure that I followed through on what I said I would do as president of the United States.
Biden is also still waiting for congressional Democrats to vote on 2 of his big priorities, a bipartisan infrastructure bill and the Build Back Better social spending plan. Tonight's elections have been cast as a referendum on the president. So how will he fare? How is he doing?
I did get checked by Minnie. I don't know. Do you guys like that, or do you guys like the original notification? That could be better. I think that notification could be better. I don't know. Maybe I'll have to work on it some more. What do you guys think? Or should I keep it, or should I go back to the default?
MSNBC. So, Michael, thank you for joining me this evening. On a scale from one-term Jimmy Carter to first-term Barack Obama, how much trouble is Joe Biden in? Because Obama was in trouble. Polling.
See what these guys are talking about.
They are. So there's nobody staying home. And there's been zero discussion of that other than anything other than encouraging our voters to vote. Second of all, on election integrity, I've heard nothing about that either. I think that there's just no conversation about that whatsoever. I might tell you just anecdotally, my wife went.
Maybe I'll record it, and maybe I'll just record myself saying like, "Boom, let's go, Brandon," or something like that instead of "Let's go, Brandon," because the way it sounds now, it's like it's not like catchy. It doesn't like catch you. You know what I mean? Play it when you have a liberal caller as a soundboard. I like that.
The issue about election integrity, and we know that all the Republicans have been urged to vote and are voting.
Governor Gilmore, I remember when I first moved to the greater Washington area, you were running for governor, and if I remember correctly, you ran on a campaign of abolishing the car tax. Do I have that right? You did? Okay,
exactly
well, Glenn Youngkin has identified the grocery tax in Virginia as an issue that he wants to repeal. In addition to education.
Wow, dude, look at this. Now we're at, dude, we're at 60%. Oh, Maker's Dave with another 100 bits. Let's go, Brandon. Thank you, Maker's Dave. Holy cow, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 100 bits. Lots of 100 bits. Actually, 4 sets of 100 bits. Thank you so much, Maker's Dave. Appreciate it. Do you like it, Maker's Dave, or do you think I should go back to the original, or should I try to make it even better? Should I record it doing better? 60%, dude. 60% in. Glenn Youngkin up 55%, dude. How are they not calling this? How are they not calling this for the Republicans? This is a blowout for them. This is the Republican blowout victory. Make it better. Okay, thank you, Makers Dave. I will. I'll try to make it better instead of going back to the original.
Working people of modest means, every time that the prices go up, then that becomes an issue. And right now, the Democrats are in charge, both in Richmond and in Washington. They're responsible for this. And if they pass the spending bills in Washington now, it's going to get a lot worse, and I think voters know that.
Governor, former President Trump, as you know, held a tele-rally for Glenn Youngkin. Is that kind of declaration of support helpful from the former president in a place like Virginia?
You know, I think the major point to make is that Glenn Youngkin has not relied on any outside people. He's focused on Virginians and running in Virginia, and that's what we've done. So none of that is any kind of issue in this race. I haven't seen it or heard it. And I think that the fact that we've been talking about the principal issues concerning Virginians is what's making the difference in this race.
And Governor Gilmore, before I let you go, is it true for Republicans that you basically have one of two choices? If you want a surrogate to come in, it better be former President Trump, because if it isn't, you're going to get crossways somehow with the former president. And if you don't have him come in, then you have no surrogates and you just run your own race. Is that the practical reality for most Republicans?
You know, I just don't think it's an issue at all. Glenn Youngkin hasn't relied on surrogates, other than the fact that all the former Republican governors have been out campaigning for him. Myself, Governor Allen, Governor McDonald, all of us have been out speaking on his behalf and attending things on his behalf. But usually he's there, too, speaking for himself. So he hasn't really relied on surrogates or out-of-state people the way that Terry Mcauliffe has, trying to get his vote up when it's really not coming out for him. Well, we're just not doing that in the Youngkin race, and I think Glenn Youngkin's speaking for himself.
Former Virginia Governor Jim Gilmore. Governor, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. We appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And we're going to take a quick break. Our colleague Lana Zach will be right back with the rest of the day's news. You're streaming.
Yeah, exactly, dude. If they start reporting that they're done counting votes and that everybody should go to bed because they're done counting votes and it's too early, they're not calling it, then yeah, then it's
to figure out exactly what is the truth here. Are they holding it?
Guys, so I'm getting this from our desk here. Listening to Chris Piper, the Virginia election commissioner, on a live stream right now. He confirms that Fairfax has not met its 8 p.m. deadline for early vote, but does not know why. Piper says he hasn't had any reports that any other counties Fairfax is running late and missing deadlines. There are some reports here that the data was wiped clean now. Now, we've got to get that report confirmed. But how does this happen?
The data was
wiped.
Like
2020 all over again.
The data was wiped when they tried to upload it from another machine. So basically, they're trying to figure out what
it is American Patriot. Yeah, water main break.
Drives from some of the early voting machines to put them in the other machine to do the tally, they were either emptied or wiped.
That's exactly what I was saying, American Patriot. Yep, all red.
It makes my stomach churn because I know what they are capable of, and you just want a fair election. That's all anybody wants. Count the legal votes. Let's get it done. Let's move on. You win, you
Granddad
lose, whatever,
Christmas,
you come
welcome.
back and fight another day. But when you start hearing stuff like this, boy, oh boy, it makes your blood boil.
Well, let's not. I mean, again, this is a lot of stuff.
MSNBC is in meltdown mode. Let's go back to MSNBC.
It's the bond between the people and the polling place.
Yeah, dude. MSNBC is not even talking about the results, dude. They haven't even mentioned the results once. This is the MSNBC live stream. They haven't talked about the results once. They're freaking out.
Point about state legislatures. Larry Sabato just earlier was talking about the Democratic House of Representatives. House of Delegates is up tonight. And they could be doing all sorts of things with a Republican governor and a Republican majority there when it comes to voting laws. You also have Glenn Youngkin, this guy we've been discussing all night long, who's presented himself in a very different way to Donald Trump and some of the other Republicans. But we shouldn't forget that he is not the average Republican leader right now. You still have a Republican body dominated by a fair few crazies. Marjorie Taylor Greene,
look at that
the
picture
Georgia
that Drudge has up,
who has been out and about this week saying that she's not vaccinated, that no one should get vaccinated.
Right,
she's talking about vaccine Nazis rather offensively, having told us just a few weeks ago that she would stop making Nazi comparisons. You have QAnon, still a crucial part of the...
Oh, wow, dude. Huffington Post changed it. Huffington Post went from Virginia close to GOP strong surge in Virginia, dude.
Return of both assassinated President John F. Kennedy and his deceased son, JFK Jr. Hundreds of people, including QAnon supporters, turned up in Dealey Plaza, only to be...
What is this guy talking about?
Disappointed that President John F. Kennedy Jr. and his son did not return from the dead to greet with them. Yet this is some central part of QAnon conspiracism. It's bonkers, but on a serious note, it is part of the GOP base now. Donald Trump has indulged QAnon, even if Glenn
What in
Youngkin
the hell,
hasn't.
dude? Yeah, they're talking about the most irrelevant crap to try to make themselves feel better about getting wiped out.
It's like QAnon or paranoids or bizarre conspiracy theories like the one that you mentioned, which is so obscene I'm not going to even repeat it. But what we've depended on is upstanding public figures to stand up to these people and say, this is not America. And if you look at the Youngkin campaign, it doesn't give us very much hope that Glenn Youngkin is one of those who's going to do that.
Yes, a reminder to our viewers that Glenn Youngkin early on in his campaign did suggest that Joe Biden hadn't won the election, and he backed away from that, but he was indulging the big lie too early on. Michael Beschloss, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you so much for your time as ever. We're looking forward to the new episode of Fireside History on Joe Biden's trip abroad coming this Friday on The Choice. When we come back, are Democrats learning the hard way that when it comes to culture wars and education in Virginia,
yes,
you have
they
to
are.
have a strong message. You have to have a strong rebuttal. We'll be back after a short break here on The Choice.
Are Democrats learning the hard way? Are Democrats learning the hard way? Yes, they are. You guys are toast.
I mean, you know, we've got to stop this with elections. Elections start at a certain time in the morning. They end at a certain time in the evening, depending from state to state. We also have to realize that they have to be run in an accurate and fair and even-handed way. You know, we never had problems with elections in America. And now we have this new phase in our history where everybody worries, literally, if the elections are being done right. You were just speaking about Fairfax. I don't know what's happening there, and I imagine that Glenn Youngkin is going to win, and I sure hope that he does, and that's going to mean a lot. But we need to have integrity with our elections. We have strayed too far away, and, you know, sometimes those in the Democratic Party and the big shots wonder why people are concerned that their vote
only
really
poll
count.
maybe
There's a reason for that. Just make sure we always have a paper ballot.
Tonight at the rally that we were attending, and that was
wow, dude. Yeah, RSBN just called it for Youngkin. Holy crap.
Oh, here we go. Let's see if we have any major update here from this camp. So we're getting word here that Republicans are outpouring a lot of support in the and a lot of obviously Trump supporters.
Okay, come on, man. Come on, man. Wow, this is crazy, dude. Who would have ever have thought that this? Huffington Post went from GOP close to GOP surging. We're at 61% of the vote in. Actually, 62% of the vote in on New York Times. Glenn Youngkin at 55% to 44%. An absolute blowout is looking like we're seeing an absolute blowout is what it appears to be happening right now, folks.
Boos and screaming matches took center stage at contentious school board meetings this
Dude, listen to how bitter this MSNBC guy is. Listen how bitter he is.
Transgender students and which facilities they could use on campus, and critical race theory, which turned the teaching of history and race into a partisan parenting war. But to be clear, most of the people attacking CRT don't even...
True, Hydra. True, Hydra. Yep, absolutely. That's what we got to be worried about here, is if they tell us they're done counting votes and they're not going to report the rest of the votes until tomorrow, you'll know. You'll know at that point.
Use exit poll results.
Knots, what up, Knots?
53% of Virginia governor voters today think that parents should have a lot of say in what their school teaches, in what their child's school teaches, and 31% think they should have some say. That includes a whopping...
He's British and angry since 1776. Nice.
Candidate for governor has pledged to ban CRT in schools, even though it's not even taught in Virginia's K-12 schools. But will that win him the votes from independents and white suburban voters who are on the fence about it? Here to discuss is Democratic Virginia State Senator Ghazala Hashmi. Senator, thank you for joining me on the show tonight. Before I get into the critical race...
Blah, blah. Before I get into the critical race theory, they're just so mad that their critical race theory is that they're so mad that Americans are not racist. They're so mad that Americans don't buy into this crap. They're so mad that people are sick about hearing about Latinx and birthing people and all this other lunatic left stuff, literally changing the English language to fit radical left progressive politics, and people are sick of it. People are sick of having transgenderism issues constantly shoved down their throats. People are sick of the radical left forcing their religion on the American people. Maybe the Democrats should wake up and realize that the American people don't like it when then leftists try to force their religion on everybody else.
Is best for America? What is going to keep our country on the right track, thriving and being the leader of the free world?
And we have seen the turnout of these rallies, and I was just saying earlier, they're massive.
I thought it was a Trump rally.
Well, I think probably everybody at the Trump team thought it was.
I live 5 minutes from here. I thought yesterday was a Trump rally in Loudoun.
Yeah, maybe Democrats should stop trying to force their leftist religion on Americans, and they wouldn't lose elections so bad.
It seems like, at the time Joe Biden had three people standing in hula hoops during his rally, and Trump would put 50,000 people in the field.
Absolutely. So
Jordan Schachtel tweeted out, "Tonight's energy feels like the end of the Trump era." Cernovich trying to push that this means it's the end of the Trump era. I don't know about that, but I can kind of see the point.
And on the issues, and then you had Terry McAuliffe.
There's no crying in baseball, only politics. True. How would he know what is taught in public schools? You need something?
Yeah, do you have that thing of like nails and stuff, or is out there?
That's probably out there, yeah. The Dems have, Audi Glaze, what's up, Audi Glaze? Welcome. The Dems have pushed way too many buttons and not in a good way. Exactly, Audi Glaze. The Democrats have been pushing the Americans' buttons left and right, and people are sick of it, and it's finally coming through.
Other machine. Basically, we're still trying to figure it out ourselves, but what we're hearing is that they pulled the thumb drives from some of the early voting machines, put them in the other machine to do the tally. They were empty or wiped, so now they're going back and doing it.
No,
So
American Patriot.
I love that we called it. But man, I'm like, it's never over till the fat lady sings, especially when you get
Oh, Newsmax called it.
But let's
Newsmax called it for Youngkin. Wow.
60% of the votes in. It's only 8:49. The poll's been closed for an hour and 50 minutes, and we have projections that Youngkin is going to win. I mean, that is,
Wow.
in a state that Joe Biden just won.
That's
He
absolutely
just won the state
mind-boggling.
by 10 points as we come back out here.
The amazing
Go ahead,
thing
Rick.
is here, we're calling it with still almost a third of the vote.
We're projecting it.
Well, I mean, excuse me, we're projecting
Yes.
it with a third of the vote to go. I don't think anyone sitting out here with Mark, you and I were talking in the back, that this is a big moment for not just for Glenn Youngkin, and congratulations to him. He ran a great and disciplined campaign, but this tells you that the barometer has hit a low pressure for the Democrats. They're in a big world of hurt if Youngkin wins, and obviously it's going to be close, but not that close if you're calling it with this amount of vote left.
What's happening behind the scenes? What are Democrats
Calling
doing
it.
right now?
Just
Calling
as
it, boys.
success has 1,000 fathers, a political upset like this has 1,000 reasons. But I think the three things people are going to read into this. Number one, there's a coalition the Republicans can see now based on an issue agenda that really resonates with people, that inspires the MAGA base and suburban voters. That is a powerful coalition, and Democrats are worried about that. Number two, education and the economy are two issues Democrats are counting on next year to run on. This result suggests they got a lot of work to do. And then finally, the president's really unpopular. Terry McAuliffe, the White House will blame Terry McAuliffe, he made mistakes. But the president, unpopularity turned a deep blue state into a narrow red state.
In addition, I should add, I mean, we're following the House of Delegates race so far that
Wow, really legendary. Decision Desk called it for Youngkin. Oh, my word. Wow, dude.
majority. So
wow.
And there's still a lot of races that are very much in play. So again, to the point that Mark was making, this isn't just about Terry McAuliffe being a bad candidate. This is about a bigger wave than that you're seeing down ballot races. You know, one other thing I want to talk about is Loudoun County. You know, we looked at Loudoun and you're saying, gosh, you only got 55, McAuliffe got 55%. But if you look at the election day vote, actually, it was, I think, Youngkin won it by 1. Mm-hmm. So the early vote...
There's a lot changed in the last 2 weeks.
As you know,
dude, this is insane, man. This is absolutely crazy.
Late. Early voting started 3 weeks ago in Virginia. So a lot of the early vote was cast in Loudoun before this happened. So you can see, as Mark said, this education issue is very powerful to take suburban voters from what you saw was probably a 60-40 win for McAuliffe and turned it into a 55-45.
Look at every state where there's a competitive Senate race next year. Georgia, Arizona, North Carolina, Ohio, maybe Wisconsin. In every one of those states, if you can follow the Youngkin blueprint to say, I can appeal to Donald Trump supporters and suburban voters, Republicans will have an extraordinary.
My $1 million question is: do they learn? Did the Democrats learn anything tonight, or do that? Because I mean, you look at their polling right now. You look at what they've done with immigration, and they're losing so badly on it. They don't learn. They don't change anything. Do they see this tonight? Do they say, you know what? Let's stop talking about racism all the time.
Right.
Let's start just talking about stuff that actually matters to people. Let's learn a lesson and change this party a little bit, or do they just continue down the same path?
This is the same party that passes trillion-dollar spending packages that don't work, and their answer is,
dude, people are absolutely freaking out about this.
Learn anything from this.
This is a
they are
political
continue to push
earthquake.
their agenda. They believe they're right.
Wow.
They will blame it on Terry McAuliffe. They will blame it on some stupid people at the Loudoun County
SDW, what's up?
But it's not
Yo,
us.
Num is in the house. Num with the tier 1 sub. I voted Youngkin. Let's go. Hell yeah, Num. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, man. I'm gonna turn my bits thing back. I don't like this notification sound. It's not as good as I had hoped. And sub here. Let me do my sub. Shoot. Wow. Thank you, Num, though. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Frick, now I don't know how to get it back to the original one. We'll just choose one. I'll have to work on my alert sounds. Thank you though. Appreciate that, Num. Thank you so much, Num.
Not Donald Trump. And segregate and talk about election reform going forward, not looking back.
Yep.
So
But McAuliffe did the opposite. McAuliffe had Biden come in, he had Harris come in, all of
Didn't
that.
have the Clintons
state.
come in.
Yeah.
If you see a turtle on a fence,
General
post, just
Gimli,
go home,
what's
like,
up?
Say,
This is it. This is it.
Donald Trump's finesse in this race was not an accident.
No.
One of the behind-the-scenes realities here is the Youngkin campaign didn't just sit there every day and wait, what's Mar-a-Lago going to say? They can ruin this. They were in constant contact, coordinating between the staff, giving President Trump room to do what he wanted to do so he can take credit, which he will for this, but not having him set foot on Virginia soil. If he had, I think both candidates thought it would affect the race in a pretty dramatic way for the Democrats.
Yeah, it is a big win. Let's go back
The
to
Delta
Grant
variant of
Stichtsville quickly.
Trumpism.
And,
Wow.
Grant, some more thoughts?
Wow.
You know, two thoughts on this. One is McAuliffe didn't run a route over Youngkin, which to me leaves me with a lot of faith in the American people. I've said for a long time, the blind liberal zombies cannot win. America is too good for that. We are much better than that. We see through this nonsense. We see through the division. We see through the hate. We see through critical race theory and an economy moving towards communism. And so this tells me in a state like Virginia, if they have woken up to this now, think about what's going to happen across this country in 2022. It's no coincidence that all the blue counties in Virginia are right next to Washington, D.C., because they all work there. But I will say this. I'm still really worried about Fairfax. They're recounting this stuff. This is insanity what's happening there. This never should have happened. I don't always think things are just a coincidence. Let's see how that plays out, because I know the Democrats are working very hard to pull whatever scheme that...
General Gimli, princess ladies. What's that? What's that?
Grant, thank you so much. Thanks for letting
Dude, I'm nervous about this Fairfax County thing too. What the hell's really going on there?
Robinson, who I believe is at the Glenn Youngkin campaign headquarters, if she can hear us. Emerald, I'm sure some of this news is swimming through that room. Go ahead, Emerald.
They are. Some of the campaign officials are in their war room right now. Clearly, they're seeing some of these projections like Newsmax, like the Kirk Political Report. The vibe of the room is excitement, clearly hesitantly hopeful with some of these early projections. But look, from what we're hearing, the rural areas came out in a big way for Glenn Youngkin, even more than expected. And while McAuliffe picked up the areas you expected him to do, he didn't quite, looking at what we see now, pick up in the numbers that he needed to. So you have us projecting Glenn Youngkin
Boom!
as
Hydra's in the
of
house.
Gubernatorial race in
With
Virginia.
500 bits. Thank you, man.
That's a huge upset. It is going to be very telling for
Thank you, Hydra. We'll see.
Joe Biden,
We'll see.
who
Thank you
came
so
out
much,
in a
Hydra.
big way for Terry McAuliffe. There's a lot of pontificating already on what really hurt McAuliffe the most. And look, what I hear in this room and what we see from the exit polling is that the statements he made about education, particularly about the role of the parents in education, is being attributed to his poor performance on this election night, with the majority of people polled by NBC on their exit polls saying that they believe that the parents have a big role in education, with 53% saying that they should have a lot of say in their children's education. So that could be, at the end of the day, a gaffe that really, really hurt Mcauliffe and pulled Glenn Youngkin over the
Darko,
line.
what's up?
Economy also is polled really well.
Yeah, alienating the suburban moms and playing the race.
Dude, it is the progressives, Darko. It is the progressives' fault. The only reason Democrats are losing is because they're insane, radical, leftist, Marxist scumbags. If Democrats were actually normal Americans, they wouldn't be getting wiped out.
So there was it narrowed there, and that's where it makes a difference. I mean, these are very big populated blue counties near Washington, D.C. They make up a lot of the people that live in the state of Virginia. Emerald, thank you so much. She's live there at the Youngkin campaign headquarters. Again, this is a projection at this point. Yeah. This race has not been called, but Decision Desk HQ, as well as Newsmax, projecting. It's all about the
Let's watch the MSNBC meltdown.
So I mean, it's just a matter of what's still out there to be counted, and there have been some delays, or it's coming in a little slower than some of the other parts of the state. And you've got a graphic up there. I guess 53% now in, but that means there are a lot of votes still outstanding there. I'm doing a little simple math in my head, but maybe another 110,000 votes to come in, and in a race where you have a 2.2 million total turnout, 100,000 votes is, it should be another 220,000 votes. That's a significant number, and that's why you're not seeing, the network call it yet.
The network has not called it yet, but it's not looking good for the Democratic Party. If you're Joe Biden on Air Force One tonight, he's supposed to be landing back at 1 a.m. I wonder if he'll divert the plane to Jamaica or the Bahamas, or take a vacation somewhere after his European trip, because he doesn't want to return back to Virginia that he won by 10 points, heading what looks like to the Republican Party, but it's still too close to call. John Allen, thank you for joining me tonight for the last 2 hours.
Dude, this feels like 2020. This does feel like 2020, where it looked like Trump was going to win, and everybody was like, we won, Trump won. Trump was ahead in every single swing state by a good margin, and nobody was calling it, nobody's calling it. So I am still a little bit nervous about this. I think we hold off until we know for sure what's going on here.
I'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
Okay. Top of the hour, folks. Top of the hour. Let's see what RB's.
Yeah, and of course, things are about to change
RSBN
big time in the
doing.
state come January 1st here. I want to also remind everybody to make sure that you like and support us on all social media platforms as we continue to evolve.
Really? Dave Wasserman called it? I didn't realize Dave Wasserman called it. "36 seconds ago, Dave Wasserman tweeted, just about the only places we're seeing Mcauliffe exceed his vote targets are inside the Beltway. It's not enough to win, but it is enough to keep Youngkin's eventual margin quite narrow, maybe 2 to 3%. I've seen enough. Jason Mayeras defeats Mark Herring. I've seen enough. Winsome Sears defeats Al I in the Virginia lieutenant governor's race." Wait, do they not do a thing? In Virginia where, like, the Republican or the governor and the lieutenant governor run in the same thing? To my eye, we're on track for a 2 to 5 point Youngkin win. Terry Mcauliffe is now 1 for 3 in Virginia gubernatorial races. I've seen enough. Glenn Youngkin defeats Terry Mcauliffe in the Virginia governor's race. Ouch. Ouch. This one has to sting for Democrats. Maybe stop forcing your religion on others. Wow, dude. Wow. Dave Wasserman calling the race for Youngkin. Oh, my goodness, dude. I'm still nervous about it, but this is looking good. This is looking great. At what point do we start rubbing it in? Yeah, are any of those people live, guess? Are any of those people live?
Putting out there an agenda.
No, BP Callahan. Of course it's not looking good in New Jersey. Absolutely pathetic that New Jersey would still vote for Democrats. Unbelievable.
State like Virginia.
Steve, let me just say this.
Adams,
in
what
my
up?
lifetime, I've never seen a state race have such importance for the overall national situation. And for me, if this projection holds and Youngkin is the governor of Virginia tomorrow, that will send a shot heard round Capitol Hill to every single Democrat that is in a seat that is even remotely contestable by the Republicans. And what this should signal is the effective end both of the Biden regime as a force, as well as the effort to push forward these $1 trillion packages to nowhere, whether it's the $3.5 trillion red ink deal to nowhere or the fake infrastructure bill. And I would say that what's driving this is the MAGA movement, the war room type posses around around the nation now that are gathering steam and storming the barriers here. I remember during this last campaign with the president, the soccer moms were sitting on the sidelines, and many of them were expressing discontent with President Trump. But boy, you take a soccer mom and a mama bear and you try to jam critical race theory down their throats and stick masks on their kids filled with carbon dioxide, and you get what you get. So this, for me, Steve, if this result indeed holds, will be literally the shot heard around the macro world, and it can make a big difference in the trajectory of our national economy.
Peter, what do you make of what's happening right now within the Democratic Party?
Yeah, good point. Poppy Chulo won for sure.
In Virginia recently, their parents, some of whom voted for Biden, and they said, we're voting for Glenn Youngkin because of CRT and what's being taught in our schools. They're switching over in this election. And you see that the Democrats have gone so far to the left that they're really losing a lot of voters right now. What do you think is going on?
Yeah. Absolutely
well,
right.
I remember when Bernie Sanders was the presumptive nominee.
Oh gosh, I can only imagine. I'd like to watch some of these leftist Twitch streamers freaking out about this. Holy cow!
Got behind Joe Biden and turned everything around for Biden. I've always seen Biden as a stalking horse for the progressive woke left. They figured he would be a guy that they could use as their puppet. They would be their puppet master. But look, the center.
Okay, these guys are going over the map. Let's go, baby.
Represent more people, and what you can see from that perspective.
Look at how red the map is. All red.
You've got
all
a lot
red.
Of votes. I'll point out Northern Virginia in particular. Probably about 1 in 3, maybe just under 30% of the statewide vote, all comes from there, and it's blue. So that's typical of what Democrats do. You get an urban or a densely populated suburban area where they kind of run up the score there. And they try anyway to get it to carry over all these more rural counties and exurban counties where Republicans do better.
So there's this concept of the independent voter.
Dude, in other words, Democrats can't win other than in big cities, other than the people that live in big cities that are mentally ill and literally struggling with mental health problems because they live in these big cities. That's the only people that are voting for Democrats.
With them now.
Yeah.
What does that tell us?
It tells us a lot in a short answer, which is if you are going to take one number from this and forget all the counties and all the math that I'm going to go through, it might be this one. And that is that Glenn Youngkin has been up among independents in the exit polls. And that's for two reasons. One is, yes, some independents are going to be people who routinely vote for the same party but like to call themselves independents. Okay? That's fine. And we see that a lot.
Did they really, Legendary? They actually put money on Mcauliffe? That was stupid. Ariel, what's up? Yeah, the Fairfax County thing is what's got me nervous here.
Biden, but this time they're going to vote for Youngkin. He needs at least some of those, and that's where you start.
All right, CBS News Director of Elections.
I disagree, Darko. Republicans and MAGA and Tea Party 2.0 and Trump supporters won this race for Youngkin. And Democrats that realize that the Democrat Party is insane socialist. Independence is too cliche. That's something that's easy to say that's often wrong.
CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. So, Joel, let us start with...
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, Peter Navarro's great.
This guy, Mark Elias, from law firm with Perkins Coie. And that is literally the sleaziest outfit
Peter
imaginable.
Navarro would love to talk more about this. Unfortunately, we have to head over. Well, hold on to you for just
Oh.
a moment. We're going to head over to Emerald Robinson. She is in Chantilly, Virginia. She's at Youngkin campaign headquarters. Emerald, tell us, what is the scene like there right now?
Well, clearly people are getting very excited with some of these early projections like Newsmax or the Cook Political Report. Actually, we moved out of the main room. It just got a little too noisy. And I don't know if you can hear it, but over my shoulder there's been some cheering. People are moving into the main room, kind of pouring in from other rooms, other areas, the VIP, signaling that they're getting excited. They're expecting to hear something. But look, some of the main campaign officials are still in the war room. It's still a bit early in the night. We've heard some reporting out of Fairfax County and the delay in their counting that they say they're resolving. But that still causes just a little bit of concern. But the air is getting a little more excited by the moment. A little more exciting, Jen.
Wow. Wow.
Oh, sorry.
Emerald, thank you so much for your
Steve, I thought you-
reporting. Now we're going to go back to Peter Navarro. Peter, thank you for being patient and taking the break there. You know, I want to continue with you along this line of the protective parents, because I think that Dr. Fauci, somebody that you've been very critical of, although his name was not mentioned much, if at all, during this campaign, I think he played a stealth role. And what I mean by that is it wasn't just the anti-white bigotry, the toxic CRT.
Oh, dude. Oh my gosh, they've got Chuck Todd.
You've seen in these red counties, turnout is up. Look, at the end of the day, though, we're seeing the Northern Virginia numbers came in, again, good for Terry McAuliffe. He's doing good. But the problem is he needs to do great here to overcome here. He's matching Northam here. Okay, that's fine. But we got more of it to come in. We know it's more Election Day vote. We think we've already gotten much of the early vote in Fairfax. So this number is likely going to dwindle down. McAuliffe's likely going to underperform Northam here a little bit. You know, so again, turnout good, not quite good enough. And again, we've underestimated Fairfax County before. I'm having flashbacks to the 2006 Senate race. George Allen had this thing won, and by overnight, 20,000 votes suddenly in one precinct in Fairfax, and it flipped the race. So there certainly is a history here of Northern Virginia delivering for Democrats,
with the
but
sub.
right now,
thank you, man.
it looks like to me he's going to come up somewhere
FJB and
between 25 and
LFG.
50,000
Hell
votes
yeah,
short.
thank you, man.
Andrea,
For 3
respond, if
months.
you
Thank
will,
you
to
so
what we're
much,
seeing,
Papi
particularly
Chulo
what we're
1.
seeing
Thank
in
you.
critical Loudoun County.
Well, I was going to say in Loudoun County, this is where critical race theory, this conspiracy theory that is really made up, is not taught anywhere in Virginia schools. It was promoted.
Literally, they're just literally pushing Democrat talking points on NBC.
Train of people who were involved in setting this up, but Youngkin has used this issue, and in the debate that Chuck was moderating, Terry McAuliffe kind of walked into it by saying a clip which he says was out of context.
These idiots, they're literally pushing critical race theory on their TV shows. These people believe in critical race theory. They use critical race theory in their media reporting. The Democrat Party pushes critical race theory. That's what all of this language changes. Democrats are putting out these insane new words and all of these freaking they're obsessed with critical race theory. They're obsessed with unconscious bias and diversity and equity and all. And then they're going to tell us that, oh, no, there's no critical race theory. It's not taught anywhere. It's like, you're the ones that are pushing it. Or what do you think? People are stupid?
What I just showed you is a little bit of the 2016 phenomenon that we saw in some of the swing states. You'd sit there and say, Hillary Clinton hit her numbers. They hit their targets. Terry McAuliffe's hit their targets. The problem that they're running into is it's the smaller counties, it's the rural areas that are just turning out more vote. You know, whether it was the inside counties of Florida that don't touch salt water, or it's the Southwest Virginia counties that I just pointed out. I mean, this is an interesting combination of essentially massive rural turnout, incremental improvement in the suburbs, and a depressed Democratic electorate. You put those three ingredients together, Mark Murray, and what do you have?
You don't win if you're a Democrat. Let's just look at the electorate. And again, just the exit polls, and these actually...
So in other words, hey, Democrats, you can't win elections by just going to your big cities and get a bunch of mentally ill people in huge cities who have mental health problems because they live in concrete jungles and get them to vote Democrats. You have to do more than just have urbanites vote for you.
white. That's down from 60.
Josh Soldier, what's up, Josh Soldier?
In 2020, you end up having where the African American percentage is 16%. It was 20% in 2020. The youth vote.
Yeah, too close to call. Isn't that absurd?
This is not the standard parts of the Democratic base. This isn't how you win, not only nationwide, but even in a place like Virginia.
The black turnout really depressed. And, you know, Terry McAuliffe in that primary defeated 2 black women. And there was still, in some areas around Richmond, real resentment against that.
Well, they cannibalized each other. You know, those two campaigns did, you know, I've always wondered what would have happened if it had been a one-on-one.
Right.
Right, with one of them. Would we have seen which Democratic Party, which Democrat would have Virginia Democrats have picked? We don't know. He took advantage of the fact
You have to ask about what's been happening in Washington.
Dude, I bet a lot of these places are refusing to call it because they want the ratings for people to keep watching tonight. Dem down, Republican landslide. 68% of the vote in now. 68% of the vote in. 54 to 45%. New York Times, 69% of the vote in. 54% to 44%, or 55% to 45%. Almost 70% of the report in, and Glenn Youngkin absolutely blowing him out by over 225,000 votes. A 10-point lead right now. Democrats are absolutely in freak-out mode.
But did not campaign with him, Mark Murray, and at this point, it seems like that may be successful for him.
And it was this tightrope in the advertisements, particularly in the Northern Virginia area, where Glenn Youngkin is wearing a fleece, talking about grocery taxes and talking later about education, but then also, you know, still being able to have the former president's help in some respects. And so to have what Trump, you know, to end up inheriting that legacy of that rural turnout that Donald Trump created and Glenn Youngkin was able to capitalize on, but also to kind of chip away into the Northern Virginia suburbs, into some of the swing counties like Chesterfield. In some ways, he was able to pull it off, but as we've talked about, not every Republican nominee is going to be able to have a convention and also $400 million of personal wealth to be able to pull off that feat.
Hey, Joshua Johnson, I'm already violating a rule that I swore. I know what it's like not to be the lone guy not on set. And you're like, what are you doing? I have been in your position, and I'm like, come on, Brian.
We're not
over
even
here.
15 minutes through the first hour, and look how you're doing already. I see how this goes.
Mr. Johnson, you heard me conflate my Florida, a little bit of my Florida
cow.
roots. You've got Florida roots.
Boom.
And there is...
Hydra in the house with 1,000 bits. Thank you, Hydra. I'm so tired of hearing about CRT. Let's ask any of the self-righteous, self-hating white elites how they feel about Margaret Sanger supporting eugenics and seeing if they will renounce Planned Parenthood or if they will totally ignore it and claim we're somehow racist for bringing that up. Wow, good point, Hydra. Right? Thank you so much, Hydra. Massive 1,000-bit cheer from the Dark Lord, Hydra. Thank you, man. Thank you so much, Hydra. That's huge. Appreciate that so much. CRT is not honest. Exactly, Gen 10. That's what I always talk about. It's like, dude, I don't believe in banning like speech from schools. I don't think that we should quote unquote ban critical race theory. But what I do think is I think we should teach the truth, and I think we should teach honestly. And if you're going to teach honestly and you're going to teach truth, that automatically means no CRT. Right? Because I don't believe in censorship. I don't believe in government censorship and government saying people can't say certain things. I do think, though, it's important that our schools teach the truth. I do think it's important that our schools tell honest history. And if you're going to have the schools be honest and tell honest history and tell the truth, then that automatically means there will be no CRT. Period.
ABC News exit poll.
Vike is in the house. Awesome, Vike.
To deal with COVID better, Youngkin or Mcauliffe? Most people said Mcauliffe. Crime? Most people said Youngkin. And a lot of the races tonight, particularly in New York, Atlanta, Boston, Seattle, they're dealing with issues of criminal justice. Minneapolis is voting tonight on whether to disband the police department. Like, these are the kinds of practical executive issues that might end up being more of a bellwether with the rest of the country, especially as
Hold on, who is voting today on whether to ban the police department? Dude, these Democrats are insane. They actually think they can win elections like this outside of a couple of mentally ill urbanites.
especially with hundreds, sometimes thousands of law enforcement officers resigning because they don't like the way the conversation
Dude, MSNBC cut their feed, dude. MSNBC cut their stream. MSNBC cut their stream, dude. They can't handle it. MSNBC literally had to cut their live stream. Oh, that is hilarious, dude. MSNBC had to get out. They couldn't take it. Minneapolis. Wow, that's absurd.
And a debate really more inside the Democratic Party about how should we govern, how should cities be governed. In some ways, it seems like all of these races are a little bit more reflective on the D side because these are essentially Democratic states or lean Democratic states, Democratic cities where the debate is about, okay, how do you plan on enacting your philosophy?
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, if you look at some of the races, like, say, in Boston between Michelle Wu and Anissa Essaybi-George, or in Seattle, the top two candidates there, it's kind of a debate between progressive Democrats or more progressive Democrats and moderate Democrats. The race in Buffalo with India Walton, a self-described Democratic socialist who beat the four-term Democratic mayor, Byron Brown.
Wow,
and he's running anyway as a write-in.
Ridiculous.
That's very much a debate over kind of center-left versus further-left Democrats. In our exit poll, you know, we asked Virginia Democrats, how do you feel about the direction of the party? The majority of them said that it's going to liberal. And the plurality of voters in Virginia that we talked to in the exit poll describe themselves as moderates. So there's a real debate as to what the Democratic Party needs to look like if it's going to continue to govern not just for the public in general, but for Democrats themselves.
I think we are landing on this agreement zone here, Mr. Johnson.
And I think it plays out in Washington as well as we see the battle between.
So what? The mainstream Democrat, the establishment media now is basically blaming this all on the progressive nutjob leftists, right? And I think they're right, actually, about that. This is the fault of the insane left, or the fault of the insane left.
Just on the ground, and the good old check of the mood in the room. And this year, as we've been pointing out, our election night coverage is a multi-screen experience. So here we're playing the role of Peyton and Eli, obviously, Kristen and I. But you could point your smartphone camera right now.
Yeah, so, dude, everybody's coming. They're all going to blame this on the progressives. And I think they're right. I mean, I think a lot of the reasons that the Democrats are in deep, deep trouble is because the Democrat Party has given into the literal American Marxists, and like they've just gone so far left. It's just so absurd. They're not going to win elections like that.
Right. We want to go to Logan Raddick now. He's with. Who's he with? Mcauliffe? I think he's with Mcauliffe. Terry McAuliffe's campaign. I hear a lot of noise, but I don't see a lot of people. It seems like a Democrat rally, Logan.
Well, that's the case here in McLean, Virginia, which is actually the hometown of Terry McAuliffe, right on the border of Tyson's Corner. We actually have not seen Terry McAuliffe. I'll get to that in a second.
Yeah, maybe Joe Biden shouldn't have turned his agenda over to the squad.
The latest results are, we know that we've called the race already for Glenn Youngkin, but Terry McAuliffe is not here. Neither is his family. They're watching it at their house in McLean, Virginia, and McAuliffe sent out a letter to supporters around 7:30 tonight, and he said, quote, when the results of this election come in, win or lose, we can rest assured that we did everything we can to create the future that we want. But we have not heard from McAuliffe since, and of course, we're calling the race for Youngkin. We have not heard about McAuliffe's response to that, and we'll let you know when he comes out with one and if he even shows up to his own party.
Dude, that does not sound like McAuliffe is confident at all.
But as we said, a lot could still change as we continue through the night. I believe that we have Mark Meadows, who is going to join us now, who can talk a little bit about what we see happening and how we see things shaping up. Mark, great to have you with us. So you're surprised about Virginia. Let's start with that.
Well, listen, we've seen it happening over the last couple of weeks, and when we look at Youngkin winning, candidly, it was a battle that Terry McAuliffe picked against parents and against their input with their children's education. And ultimately, it was an embrace by the Youngkin campaign of the Trump agenda that actually is resonating well. We still have some votes
right,
that come
like
in
10
Fairfax
months, yep.
County. But as you look at the lead right now, Youngkin is outperforming in each of those counties where McAuliffe had to do well. The other news that is perhaps not as earth-shattering, but is very important. I believe the House of Delegates is going to switch from blue to red, and so that you'll actually see just a great tsunami. You know, the only thing uglier for the Biden team tonight is Hunter Biden's artwork. This was just a terrible night for the Biden team.
So Mark, I want to ask that is actually very clever, and it is some pretty bad artwork. I would say that. I would agree with you there. Let's talk about something that we haven't talked about yet, which is COVID. Everybody talked about in this election how it was going to be very, very important for a Democrat to take Virginia, to keep Virginia, I should say. The black vote was going to be very important. COVID mandates, people losing their jobs over COVID, that's not a popular policy in the black community. Do you think that might have had some impact on the ability and the desire?
71% in, 71% reported in Virginia. Glenn Youngkin up 55% to 45%, blowing them out.
Freedoms, and regardless of your particular race, it does not set
True,
well.
Haggis. Yep, Haggis. Yep.
Obama, Kamala Harris, you name it. They brought in anybody they possibly could to try to up the turnout for the Democrats, and it just didn't bode well. But the other thing that was a key component was let's not look beyond the critical race theory really debate that is still going on in many school districts. Mcauliffe kept saying, oh, well, they don't teach critical race theory in Virginia. And that's just not the case. Actually, they may not that, but they teach it. And so it was a real mandate tonight where you've got Glenn Youngkin, who not only ran a good race, but he connected with those. And it's a bad polling numbers for both Terry McAuliffe and Joe Biden. And really his 10 months of Joe Biden being in the White House, that Virginians said they didn't want to have any part of that.
10 months,
What do you think about the projection that Newsmax said?
No, so I was reading that it was actually a Virginia special election going into the 2010 midterms that predicted the Tea Party takeover of 2010 when the Republicans took back 60 seats in the House. It was the biggest wave election since like 1920 or something like that. So this is a predictor of what happens in next year in 2022, big time.
You still have about 40% of the vote that's outstanding in Fairfax County. They were supposed to report early.
True, Hydra.
With the lead that we have, I think
I agree, Jensen. I like Mark Meadows.
It may have been a gutsy call, but
that's amazing, Vike.
Day, what we're seeing is I've been in contact with a number of people in Virginia, with Todd Gilbert, who's done an outstanding job in the House of Delegates running there. We're hopeful that he ends up in a majority position when the night is finished. But I can tell you, everybody's excited. I just left, to give a little bit of color, I just left Jim Jordan and Scott Perry and 4 or 5 other members of Congress. We were watching it very close, and there were a lot of high fives going on because when you see the kind of mandate that's coming out, it's going to affect legislation on Capitol Hill.
Yep.
Yeah, and Mark, let's look at just...
of course it's going to affect legislation on Capitol Hill. Why would the Democrats and Joe Biden continue to push this garbage that they've been pushing for the last 10 months when it literally lost them election after election, some of the biggest, most important elections?
2-35 for Biden. And in this election, just now, with about 66% in, 56% in, you're at 52-46. The ability of Glenn Youngkin to close that gap, to start winning back suburbs, which is, as we all know, looking at the last election, that is where Trump suffered, I think, arguably the most, was in the suburbs, especially around these big cities. You know, Youngkin has something here that I think could prove to be a good model for the Republicans going forward.
Yeah, I mean, certainly he's performing well in the suburbs, so not just that county, but Loudoun County as well. Those northern Virginia counties, which obviously in and around Washington, D.C.
Which you're never going to, obviously the Republicans never going to win those counties, but just to close that gap with all those people there, just to get closer is how you can win, right?
Yeah, don't you love that? Dems exactly. For Glenn. Let's go, baby.
Close the gap there, and so the gaps are much closer than anybody anticipated.
Awesome.
Also down in Virginia Beach, you've got to close those gaps. But when you look county by county, precinct by precinct, it is a huge historic mandate that will serve the Commonwealth of Virginia very well.
Yep.
But it's also going to really start to tell people Biden's leftist policies do not resonate with those suburban voters, and hopefully that they will take notice of that, both in the House and the Senate here in Washington, D.C. This is a huge victory tonight.
What happens to the Build Back Better $1.75 trillion plan now? What happens to that?
I call it the Build Back Bankrupt. Hopefully what we'll start to see is that some of these moderate Democrats, you got Abigail Spanberg there in Richmond, Virginia. She's got to be taking notice of this, and all of a sudden a moderate Democrat going to say, I am not going to walk the plank and vote for something that, quite frankly, may send me home. So it's a huge wake-up call.
You bring up Richmond.
Dude,
Let me just point
this
out
should
one
be a
thing, one other
huge
little
wake-up
interesting nugget.
call.
Richmond has flipped tonight.
Red Wave,
or at
Gundam,
least
what's
it's,
up?
50% in, it is
Yep,
flipped.
let's go.
From just a year ago, when
Build Back
53% of
bankrupt.
Chesterfield
Right.
County, which is where Richmond is, right outside Richmond, and part of Richmond.
Nice, Jen
Chesterfield
10.
County in the
I did
last
hear some
election
news
was
about Bitcoin.
53 Biden to, I think, 46 Trump. And in this election, with 50% reporting Glenn Youngkin has 55%, Terry Mcauliffe at 44%. I mean, that is a pivotal flip right there. You're turning a county a different color. Mark.
Well, you are, and you're starting to see that in and around whether it's Richmond or outside of Washington, D.C. I love the fact that you're going in for your viewers and sharing those numbers that are critical. We still have some absentee ballots that we're having some problems with in terms of Virginia, and so we need to keep that close. But I think those flips are indicative
We do need
of
the
a
Republicans to
message
take
resonates.
everything.
Mark, we've talked about this being a bellwether state as to how other races will turn out moving forward, specifically 2022. You're from my home state of North Carolina, a purple state, you could say. 2022, we're talking about what? Republican Richard Burr, who's retiring. Democrats hope to pick up his seat. Also, the new 14th congressional seat as well, cutting further into the Republican majorities in both the House and the Senate, the state House and Senate. I'm talking
Dude,
about.
I'm enjoying this Chuck Todd freakout so much.
Is not taught that we have found in Virginia.
And it's a signal.
Oh, critical race theory is not taught in Virginia. CRT is not taught in Virginia. It's like, dude, yes, it is. Quit lying. Democrats are pushing CRT every chance they get in the corporate boardrooms, in employee training, in the media. It's like, you guys push CRT. All they're doing every time I clip over, every single time I clip over to NBC, CRT is not taught. CRT is not taught in schools. Oh my goodness, it's insane. It's like, do you think people are stupid?
Adams, I'm still sort of having that flashback when he said, I am the face of the of the current version of the Democratic Party.
It's going to be fascinating to watch him.
Yeah.
Just a quick note about Curtis Sliwa, whom we've seen in New York politics and activism for decades. But the fact that he had all of those
Knight,
cats
what up?
in that one-room apartment, I still
Mayo
can't get over
Monkey,
that.
what's up, Mayo?
I still remember him from the Guardian Angel days. I didn't think
The
that
Red
guy's
Beret
like,
is still
is he the son of that guy, or is that still that
That
guy?
is the guy.
And I
But
think Eric Adams, Andrew,
No, I'm just-
I think he's interesting. He's the second African-American mayor to be elected in New York. And he really had a law and order message at a time when we are debating this discussion, defund the police. And of course, there are various versions of that. But
He comes from that
as he
community.
says, is
Joshua Johnson, Eric Adams.
Yeah.
The role he's going to play. What do you expect? I think he is.
Okay, dude, they're moving to talk about New York City mayoral results because that's what they want to talk about because Democrats actually won for once there in that. Come on. Who cares about New York City mayor?
Schools. She will be a great partner with Glenn Youngkin in bringing parents
Oh, I'm so happy,
into
M.
the
Night.
schools,
I'm so happy.
recapturing the control of the schools, and she is nothing like her Democratic competitor.
It's interesting.
Yeah,
That's a part of the race.
I would agree with that totally. I would agree with that.
Dude, now what we have to do is we have to go back and we have to find every single instance when Democrats in the media for the last week and a half or 2 weeks said that this was a bellwether election, that this was a mandate election, that this would tell us about where the country's at, that this is a referendum on Biden. Yup, and it is, and it was, and the Republicans won.
It, but I
Boom.
think that's one you can call as well. We're seeing just a tsunami of voter turnout in high volumes in Republican areas.
Yeah. What about the Attorney General? Because the last numbers I saw that there was possibly the Republican there as well.
I think it's a clean sweep tonight. I think what
Wow,
you'll see is
dude.
the
A
governor's
total
race,
clean
lieutenant
sweep.
governor, attorney general, and ending with the House of Delegates actually flipping from Democrat to Republican control. And so again, it is maybe a little too early.
Right
to
on,
tell
Hydra.
because of some of
Thank
those,
you, Hydra. Thank you, man.
absentee votes
Have a good one.
in Fairfax County and in and around Richmond. But based on the numbers that you have and based on the trends that we're seeing, it's going to be a very, very good night for Republicans.
Yeah, I'm seeing some massive flips here. Montgomery County, Virginia.
Dude, look at this. 74% reporting now. 75% on this one. 54 to 45. 75% reported Glenn Youngkin up 54 to 45, dude. I mean, this is insane. This is a blowout. This is an actual landslide. His Drudge Report is calling it a landslide. Exits. Virginia winner Youngkin viewed more favorably than Trump. Oh, big deal.
Back on in a different chair now. And, obviously we've called this since you've been on. It's a big moment.
This is the difference between Fox News and Newsmax. Fox News called Arizona prematurely for Biden, when in fact I believe Trump won. You've called this race maybe prematurely, but accurately.
We're projecting it. We're projecting it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I think that beneath.
As if there's some massive difference between projecting it and calling it. It's like, what? There's no difference between that.
Virginia is moving away from the Democrats, although Mcauliffe still carried it. But when you give me that Richmond data that you were talking about the other moment and
nice,
other
Adams.
stuff in these counties, I think that the vaccine mandate, coupled with layoffs, is killing the Democrats.
For sure, the vax mandates are killing them.
Like whites do as a civil liberties issue. To them, it's a jobs issue.
Right.
You're taking away my job, my livelihood, my ability to feed my family, all because I won't.
Dude,
take
that's
this
awesome,
stupid
Gimli.
shot.
Congratulations,
I even
Gimli.
willing to pass a test that says that I'm negative.
I'm fine. And at a time when you're starting to see indications that the vaccinated and the unvaccinated are spreading this virus the same, which makes it even less sense.
And then the other element here is the thing Scott Walker, my predecessor in this chair, was talking about and really led the way with in Wisconsin, is the parental revolt. That to me is the story of Virginia, the parental revolt. I have an idea I floated to Scott in the green room, which is that all school boards should have to have a majority parents on the board. And that they should be selected in a separate election by their fellow parents. So it isn't just a pawn of the teachers union. And I think just as the Tea Party was the movement of taxpayers, this is the movement of parents. And it strikes at the college-educated, suburban, white vote that was the basis of the Democratic appeal. That came over to
That's awesome, legendary.
abortion and other issues.
Yeah, dude, McAuliffe is not even at his own party.
Requirements, CRT teaching, critical race theory.
Dude, when is Youngkin going to come out and speak? We got to hear from Youngkin. We want Youngkin. We want Youngkin. Let's hear the Youngkin speech.
Range of anti-female policies by this administration that are alienating a very key element of their
and
base.
just to say, we're waiting for Glenn Youngkin or someone there at the campaign headquarters, and we'll take that live as soon as someone shows up. I did want to ask you, do you think that it was strategic on the part of the? Actually, I think we're going to take a break first of all.
We'll ask you when we come back.
All right, let's go back to the freak out on NBC.
Good news for you. We didn't just win tonight.
Fire has grown.
Well, we got CBS, fake news CBS.
And Apple Watches. According to the Wall Street Journal, the feature will be
Not covering the election. Let's see what RSBN is doing.
5% of the vote reporting. So you still have a large percentage of vote reported. Okay, here we go. A winner is declared in the NYC race for mayor, and Adams is declared the winner there at 73.1% of the vote, with Silva getting.
Yeah, this is Red Bung's in the house. What's up, Red Bung? Welcome to the Lecture Fan stream. This is just such a good sign. Just makes me so happy. I mean, Virginia, I I honestly thought of Virginia as a lost state. I mean, I thought of Virginia as it's totally too far gone. It's a East Coast, West Coast type radical leftist type state. And I've listened to Youngkin before. I've listened to Youngkin. He actually is a conservative. He's not. I don't think he's an establishment rhino type Republican. I think I'm not an expert on Youngkin. I've listened to like one of his speeches or something. But like based on what he was saying, he actually campaigned as a conservative. He actually campaigned as a conservative. He's not a moderate rhino, you know. That's what's so freaking funny about this too, is that all of the establishment and the rhinos and the media, they always tell Republicans, if you want to win elections, you have to pick out a moderate, ishy squishy like a John McCain or a Mitt Romney type Republican. You can't get a real conservative nominee because that'll scare away independents. It's like, well, that turned out to be false, right? Because Youngkin is an actual conservative and campaigned as a conservative and won the independents and just took out Terry McAuliffe. Dude, these Democrats are so bad. Terry McAuliffe is just like Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton. He's just like one of these classic politicians. It represents everything that's wrong with being a politician. Terry McAuliffe, what a scumbag. M. Knight says, I'd love your thoughts. I think the actual best candidate Dems could run in 24-28 is Gavin Newsom. I just don't see any other likable person in their candidacy in the future. He checks most of the boxes. I don't know, M. Knight. I think Gavin Newsom is a scumbag. I think he's sleazy. I think he comes off as a creep. I don't know. No, I think the Democrats have probably better choices. That's not a radical leftist. But this is the thing, dude. The Democrats don't have candidates. They don't have good candidates. I mean, if you're looking at Gavin Newsom and Terry McAuliffe and Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, I mean, they don't have good candidates. Their candidates are not exciting. Their candidates are corrupt politicians. Why is it that every Democrat that gets into a high-level position or a high-level place is one of these career politicians? They're one of these people that they don't have any freaking principles. They don't have any strong beliefs. They'll say anything, do anything to win elections. This is how Democrats are. I mean, they're all this way. Look at their, or you've got literal radical leftist, progressive American Marxist style socialist, communist, whatevers like Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren and look at their candidates from 2020. I mean, the only reason Joe Biden won, he was the only candidate that's down an actual communist, pretty much. So that the Democrats have no bench because the Democrat Party got wiped out. Their backbenches, their up-and-comers, their young people got wiped out in the Tea Party wave of 2010 when the Republicans had a once-in-a-century historic landslide to wipe out the Democrat Party in 2020 or in 2010, and that's just how it is. That's just how it goes. And so you're going to see the same thing here. You're going to see the Democrat Party get completely wiped out. The Democrats are going to have nobody. Dude, the Democrats are going to have nobody to run for president in 2024 or 2028 because all of their people are going to have lost races. Like, what are you going to run, Terry McAuliffe? After he can't even win New Jersey, you're going to run Terry McAuliffe and for president? Now Youngkin's actually a presidential, it's just crazy when you actually compare these Republican candidates to the Democrat candidates. It's like, it's not even close. I mean, these Democrats, they're all career politicians, scumbags, say anything, do anything types. I mean, Terry McAuliffe reminds me so much of Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton. You can just tell he doesn't give a crap. You can tell he's not genuine. None of these Democrats are genuine. That's the real issue. These Democrats are not genuine. They're just saying stuff because they think it makes them popular. They think it makes them pop. So it's like, you guys don't believe, like, at least with Republicans, we actually are genuine. We actually are genuinely believe in our beliefs. We actually believe in our principles. I mean, the Democrat Party is such a joke.
But even in the coming days on Capitol Hill, I really think that...
True, Vike. I was kind of falling in love with Manchin and Sinema last night. This is a bad day for Democrats. First Manchin and now this, dude. Think about that. First Manchin takes a giant dump on the Democrats' agenda, and then tonight happens.
Because it's dealing with inflation that we haven't seen in over a generation in this country. The worst thing that could happen to that inflation would be success for the Biden agenda on the Hill. I think that is very much in doubt, if not a foregone.
Oh, hold on.
conclusion that
What's
it is
this?
dead.
What's this? What's this? Cernovich tweeted something, and then Aaron Flint. Oh my gosh! Look at giving the white power symbol. No, I was going to tweet out like, dude, think about the Democrats' first mansion and then this.
Terrible the closing argument was. I really do want to. Well, hold on. We're going to actually go for that that declaration. We're going to go to the decision desk right now. Let's have a look.
All right, welcome back. We're going to give you the least shocking news of the night, hands down. The New York City mayoral race, the Democrat has won. So what do you expect? It's always going to be that way. Eric Adams cruising to victory, former NYPD cop, plays a moderate, although we have a lot of people.
Who cares? Who cares about New York City? Nobody cares about New York City. All the people that live there are struggling in life because they live in a concrete jungle. They are not in touch with their roots as humans. They don't ever get outside and experience nature. With all due respect for all you New York City folks watching the Lecture Fan stream, and I know you're there. Granddad Christmas, Lecture Fan has some of the best tweets on the planet. Boom! Thank you, baby. Opulence. Opulence in the house with the tier 1 sub. Thank you, Opulence. Appreciate that, Opulence. Thank you so much, man. Thank you, Granddad. I think that I have good tweets as well. I put a lot of time and effort and thought into my tweets, and they're all original. My tweets are all original content, original thoughts. I really appreciate that, Granddad Christmas, because I like my tweets as well. Or I think that they're good because I'm sitting there trying. I think, holy cow, Boston sports fan, dropping 5. Thank you, Boston sports fan. Thank you so much, man. I gotta change this don't thing. I had a. All right, let me change. Let me change this back to. Let me change this back to my Let's Go Brandon one. All right, I changed it back to Let's Go Brandon. That's because that's better than this garbage.
Let's go, Brandon.
There we go. There we go. Holy cow! Opulence with another 5. Let's go, baby. Hype train.
Brandon.
Hype train, baby. Hype train's in the house. Thank you, Opulence.
Let's go, Brandon.
Thank you, Opulence in Boston, and another Opulence. Wait, no, is that a hype train? No, it's not a hype train. We need one more person.
Brandon.
Oh, we need one more person. Who wants to get in on the hype train? Who wants to get in on the hype train?
Let's go, Brandon.
Gift subs for Brandon. Let's go.
Let's go, Brandon.
I love it. I love it. It's a great night, folks. It's a great night. All right, folks. 3.5 minutes left to try to start a hype train. Thank you, Opulence. Really appreciate it. Boston sports fan, thank you so much.
Let's go.
There it is. Numb gifting the tier 1 sub. Thank you, Numb. Appreciate that, Numb. There it is, folks. Hype train. Let's go, folks. Who wants to get in on the hype train? Gen 10 gifting 5 tier 1s. Boom. Thank you, Gen 10. Woohoo. Holy cow, you guys. Thank you, guys.
Let's go, Brandon.
I don't know. Now it's actually growing on me.
Let's go, Brandon.
Now the notification is actually growing on me. Now I actually kind of like it.
Let's go, Brandon.
Level 5 hype train. Too easy for Lecture Fan. Well, yeah, Gondam. Didn't you see the leak? There's a reason. The reason I'm the most profitable Twitch streamer on Twitch, because guess what? I'm genuine. I stand by my principles and beliefs, and I speak the truth, and people appreciate it. And I have highly successful people that watch my stream. Wow, thank you guys. Holy cow. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate it. Saw it, best community on Twitch. By a long shot. Shut up, Brent, with the 100 bits. Holy cow. Makers Dave with 300 bits getting in. Holy cow. Boom. Thank you, guys. Wow. Thank you, guys. Level 4 hype train complete. Pushing to level 5. Pushing to level 5. Let's go. Thank you, guys.
Last year, just barely won it. Monmouth is a Republican stronghold. So if that is a trend that continues with the Republican areas,
right, Crockett.
And we continue to hear that turnout in places like Newark,
Holy
Hampton,
cow.
Trenton continue
Brett,
to be
thank
down,
you.
which is what we're hearing from the Board of Elections and our sources there, that this could go Chitterelli's way. They're chanting, "Let's go, Jack," and even a little bit of "Let's go, Brandon," too, here in New Jersey.
Wow, dude. Wait, so New Jersey's actually still up in the air? Wow.
I mean, you make some good points.
Dude, it shouldn't even be close, man. The fact that it's even this close.
On the Jersey Shore.
No freaking way is New Jersey do we have a chance in New Jersey?
For Chitterelli, with about 99% in, 68% for Jack Chitterelli. Now, to be fair, that's a county that went for Trump and did go pretty heavy for Trump, but it's even heavier now, and that's what it's going to take to do this.
Yeah. I think we're going to go to Mike Carter now, who
Okay.
is standing by, and Mike was down in
Thank you guys for the
Asbury
hype
Park
train.
in Jersey Shore.
3 minutes
Mike,
left.
what's happening
3
there?
minutes left.
Kind of the complete opposite of what's happening with Tom Basile here in Asbury Park tonight. We heard a lot of screams.
Wait, hold on. Is the Republican now winning? Holy cow. Gen 10 with tier 1, 10 tier 1s. Holy cow. Thank you, Gen 10. Man, that's amazing. Thank you so much, Gen 10. There it is, folks. Level 5 hype train complete. This is crazy. J-Freak's in the house. What up, J-Freak? Man, Gen 10, thank you so much. Really appreciate that, Gen 10. Thanks for putting us over the top to a level 5 hype train. Dude, Republicans are actually winning in New Jersey right now? Are you kidding me? I have no idea, Hydra. I have no idea who Chitterelli is. I don't know. I have no idea who Chitterelli is. Thank you, Gen 10. 2 minutes left to try to get above 207%. 207%.
The campaign.
Thank you, Gen 10.
So as you said, the
Really
direct
appreciate it,
opposite
man.
of what Tom Basile is dealing with.
We can say
Yeah.
Gloucester County. Gloucester County went Biden in the last election. It at least at this point with 99% reporting, it has flipped Republican in this election.
Dude,
Jack
awesome,
Chitterelli.
Gen 10.
So
Good,
it's
Gen
flipped
10. Glad to
pretty
hear that.
dramatically. That's a county down kind of close to Philadelphia.
Happy for you.
Kind of south of Philadelphia. It's weird how these states all intertwine,
Yeah.
but it's
Still a couple counties though with nothing in. I mean, at least 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 counties.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Dick, go ahead.
Dude, this is giving me so much hope. If we live in, if the Republicans can actually win in freaking East Coast states, then, dude, I have so much hope for the country. I have so much hope going into 2022 and 2024.
And feed your children because you're not taking a vaccine that really isn't working, is really chilling him. And when you look at the reduced turnouts in Newark and Patterson and the other black
A
areas,
vaccine that really isn't working.
You're really looking here at a revolt against
Who
Biden
wants a
by
sub?
the black voters. By the way,
McDough,
don't
you need a sub.
forget that when Biden has abandoned the left aspects of
30 seconds left. 30 seconds left to try to push above 207%. Yeah, dude. Can you imagine, Gen 10? Can you imagine if this holds and Republicans actually win in New Jersey and Virginia? This is almost as big of a political earthquake as 2016 and Trump winning. Holy cow. There it is. Audi Glaze putting us up to 210%. Thank you, Audi Glaze. McDough gifting a tears. McDough gifting a tier 1 sub. Thank you, guys. Holy cow. Level 5 hype train complete. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Robert Ford's in the house with 500 bits. Holy cow. Thank you, Robert Ford. Wow. Thank you so much, you guys. 28 subs and 600 bits. Wait, it had to be more than that. I don't know if it counted the last bit there. Yeah, 18 subs. No, 28 subs, 600 bits. Thank you, guys. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate the support. What a great day for America. What a great day for the country. What a great day for the Lecture Fan Stream. What a great day for all of you guys and me. Thank you, guys.
Let me I got to cut in, guys. We got to bring on somebody. Carrie Sheffield is going to join us now. She's with the Youngkin campaign.
Hype train,
in
baby.
the state of Virginia. Senior policy analyst at the Independent Women's Forum. Carrie, good to see you. Just your reaction to the evening so far.
Sure. Well, and to be clear, I'm just a volunteer, so I'm a big fan and been a volunteer. I'm not on staff for the campaign. But here at the headquarters, it is jubilant. I have to say, Winsome Sears.
Dude, I've got to see these NBC people freaking out. This lady looks like she's about to lose it.
Teachers tried to bring in new books with diverse perspectives. Some administrators
Dude,
tried
they're still talking about how they don't teach CRT in schools.
who say didn't have much experience with populations of color in school. And then you saw parents
still
launch a
talking about this.
backlash and start to use the phrase critical race theory to describe all of that programming. And to me, that just
They're
tells
still
me that
crying
George
about
Floyd's
this.
murder and
Them Republicans are talking about critical race theory and we don't teach it. I've been watching for an hour. Every single time I flip over to this, they're talking about it. There's no CRT. This is right. Republicans are. Get over it.
conservatives and moderates who are being animated right
That's
now
all
by
they
racial
can talk
tensions
about
and how to talk
for an
about all
hour.
these issues in school. Progressives are too, and what I'm hearing is really the opposite. As we
This
see
is
one community want
mind-boggling.
to pull away and keep these conversations out of the public sphere, we see another group of voters say, I want candidates who are going to talk openly about racial inequality. I want candidates who are diverse and are going to fight for criminal justice.
Nice,
and
Adams.
These students here on this campus,
I did
while they
not
may
see that,
be
Jay Freak.
experiencing the same school board
Nice
fights
shoes,
that we've
what up?
seen in communities like Loudoun County, Virginia, they are paying attention to them, and it's factoring into their voting decisions and to the candidates that they plan to support as well, Kristen.
I swear, I've been streaming for almost 2 hours now. Every single time I come over here to NBC, they're talking about how schools and critical race theory and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, dude, hey, Democrats, wake up. People don't like your far left crap you're pushing in schools.
Oh, it's more of an explanation here of among, we talked about Terry McAuliffe. He's gotten a good turnout, but not a great turnout. Let me show you a couple of examples. I'm going to take you to a rural county. This is Greenville County, Virginia. It's on the border of North Carolina and Virginia. This is a county, 60% African-American, rural, a little more rural. Terry McAuliffe's winning. Okay. Let me show you what Joe Biden did here. Joe Biden won this county by 16 points. As you can see here, McAuliffe's winning it by 5. And just so you understand what Ralph Northam did, in 2017, just 4 years ago, he won this county by 14
McDowell,
points
thank you,
here.
McDowell.
So,
Boom.
this,
Thank you
I
so
mean,
much,
first of all,
McDowell.
Youngkin is
Hell yeah,
doing
welcome
much better
back.
than Gillespie here, just in the raw vote.
Thank you,
That's number
McDowell.
one. But that margin there, that tells you something. But this is not just, I'm not just picking on one area. Let me take you to Hampton County, Virginia. This is another place where you're going to see a very similar finding. In the 2017 governor's race, we got most of it in here. McAuliffe up here, it looks pretty good, 34 points. But look at this. Northam won it by over 40. I can show you where Joe Biden did. Joe Biden also did it by over 40. So I think we're seeing another explanation of why McAuliffe may be coming up short. The full coalition, particularly African Americans in Virginia, did not come out.
African Americans were going to.
Yeah, why would African Americans come out and vote for Democrats when Democrats haven't done jack crap for anybody in the 10 months they've been in office, and the Democrats are pushing racist crap? Why would African Americans support a racist party? And why would African Americans support a party that's doing vaccine mandates that are making African Americans lose their jobs? I mean, duh.
All important areas, African American voters just not turning out.
They are blaming. Yeah, now they're blaming black people. Democrats totally blaming black people for their loss. This is terrible.
You know, places like Emporia County, Greenville County, those are some of the counties, as you mentioned, or Emporia City. Some of the places in Virginia that have among the highest black populations in the state. But there's a difference between appealing to black voters in general and affluent black voters, and college-educated black voters, and likely voters who are African American. So that may be part of what breaks down differently. I'll be interested to see what happens in the Hampton Roads area. Hampton University is a historically black university. One of our executives here is a Hampton graduate, Rashida Jones. And so there's a difference between the appeal that you make to educated black voters, college-educated black voters, and poorer, more rural black voters. Maybe there was a message that resonated with one that didn't quite.
Dude, all they're doing is trying to justify to themselves why they lost.
What happens in the days ahead, as well as in looking towards 2022 election and so on. But a big night, obviously, and the Democrats, they try to say this was all about Trump, and obviously they couldn't bring out the numbers of people that were against former President Trump. So a very interesting outcome this evening.
For sure. You know, and by the way, speaking of those other networks, I did notice that some of the corporate media, what they're already trying to do is say that the Republicans made up
Audio
a lie
Jack.
that
Yes,
Glenn
you can
Youngkin
post
was
links.
inventing the idea that this anti-white curriculum, this propaganda is being taught in Virginia schools. Well, it is not a lie.
Right.
It is indeed being taught in schools in Virginia and all over this country. And you know who's done fantastic work at providing the receipts for that is Christopher Rufo, somebody who's been a guest on this show quite a bit, who's done a lot of writing, a lot of battling, frankly, against this anti-white propaganda of critical race theory. So he has made it very clear and with citations, if you just go to his Twitter feed or his social media, about how it very much was a reality.
I don't know,
is a
Brahms.
reality in the
I don't know, Brahms. I don't know what's going on with Fairfax County. Let's check.
Is the governor-elect there. But, you know, it's a very, very real issue.
86% in.
Jen,
86% in.
Mcauliffe literally telling, if there was one
Wow.
moment where he lost the race, I believe it was during the debate when he literally...
Wow. Okay. So we've got 82% reported, actually 83% reported, with 87% of Fairfax County in. And we've got 83% reporting and Glenn Youngkin winning 53% to 46%. With 83% reporting. And this is showing Fairfax County as having most of its votes in. Dude, there's 83% of the vote in. How are they not calling this yet? How have they not called it? Oh wow, look at the Drudge headlines. Dem goes down. Drudge calling it for Youngkin. Biden bruised. Out. Youngkin called it. Drudge has got the call for Youngkin now. Okay, what does it say? Republicans take Virginia. Fresh start for party. Independents who backed Biden by 19 points turn away. Exits. Winner Youngkin viewed more favorable. So yeah, they totally lost the independents, but they lost Democrats too. I mean, wow, what a blowout!
Big night tonight. We've been following for.
What's going on in New Jersey? Let me find the New Jersey results
And
here.
a couple of big surprises. One being Virginia and the race for governor there.
It's insane.
Yeah.
This is a very, very interesting night. You're watching what happens when one party takes things too far, the other one corrects it for them.
Yeah.
And we saw that absolutely in the state of Virginia, a blue state turning red. Glenn Youngkin taking that election, and it only took about an hour and 50 minutes to call it. And then in New Jersey, you've got this race with Jack Ciattarelli and Phil Murphy, which wasn't even really on the radar for most of you watching. We've talked to Ciattarelli a couple times on this network. He's had some moderate attention from the media. They paid a little bit of attention to it, but most people thought New Jersey was safe no matter what, that Murphy was going to take it by 10, 15 points. And right now we're looking at an election with something like 50% in New Jersey, and you have got a very close race. It is nearly neck and neck with the Republican having a slight advantage.
Okay, there we go.
52% of the precincts reporting.
Okay, thanks, Crockett.
New Jersey. That is a very blue state, so it's something wild to see.
Yeah.
But let's start with Virginia, because that's where the biggest news came out of tonight.
Wow, yeah. So let's see. According to Politico, we've got 40% of the vote, and he just said 50%. Jack Ciattarelli leading. Wow, dude, the freaking Republican is leading in Virginia. New Jersey? What is going on?
I should hear from Glenn Youngkin very soon. We were told about half an hour ago that we could see him, within a matter of minutes, but he's still in there with his team. They're still deciding what he's going to say. They're still watching results come in, and though, there have been early projections and even some calling it. Look, it's interesting, I'll tell you. While I'm going around, I've been just kind of mingling, talking to people. They're so excited. But there is a little bit of PTSD here from the 2020 election night, November 3rd. Some people almost hesitant to get too excited or too hopeful.
True.
But right now, they're getting there. And there's been some cheers. I've seen a lot of women for Glenn around celebrating. And so, it's a celebratory feeling right here, right now, and I think we should hear from
this lady's not that great.
Relatively soon, it seems like.
Yeah, let's get some more crying from Chuck Todd. How much you want to bet? I turned this on. How much you want to bet they're talking about how we don't teach CRT in schools?
Results of the Joe Biden presidency.
Oh nope, they're going to
and
a break.
The first big clues about where voters stand in the lead up to next year's midterms.
Look, the results are continuing to come in, but the big story of the night is what's going on in Virginia, where it looks like the Republicans may pull an upset. This is a state that has been trending Democratic, not just been blue for a while, but things do not look good for the Democrats in the state across the board in the governor's race. NBC News has technically characterized this race as too close to call, but we can report that Republican Glenn Youngkin is leading. It means unless we see something we haven't seen yet, We expect a very, very narrow potential lead for him. In the race for lieutenant governor, same thing. Too close to call, but the Republican leading. In this case,
Dude, what is going on? I'm sick of hearing this too close to call stuff. How?
Race, same story, too close to call, with the Republican leading. In that race, you had an incumbent attorney general seeking re-election there.
All right, and Chuck, with that, I want to send you over to the big board. Let's get some more.
Of course, Mick, though. That's all they talk about is Trump, Trump, Trump.
All night is heavy turnout in rural areas and not as big a turnout as Terry.
See, there it is. That's what I'm talking about, dude. Republicans win elections when our voters turn out. It's rural turnout. It's got nothing to do with, winning over independents or moderates.
Washington County here, and you can see it's essentially a 60-point victory. But just to show you, he's actually by percentage points overperforming Trump, Youngkin is. But look at the raw vote. If you compare it to Gillespie, Gillespie also won this. But here's just look at these raw
look
vote
at that
totals and
turnout.
Explain why
Look at that
Youngkin is leading
turnout.
by nearly 200,000 votes.
17,000 to 12,000.
More votes out of here than Gillespie did.
No, Boston.
McAuliffe
I didn't.
netted 400 more votes than Northam. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think 4,000 is better than 400. That is one part of the story. As Mark Murray put it, this is for Terry McAuliffe, death by 1,000 cuts, because Youngkin basically did this across the board. You look at these Republican counties, and I'll just show you here with the 2017 race, and you can just see for yourself here.
Dude, this proves my point. The way that Republicans win elections, even in East Coast blue states, is you get a real conservative and you get the Republican Party base to get out and vote. The Republicans are a majority in this country. Conservatives are a majority in this country. We just have to get out and vote. You realize that 33% of the country didn't even vote in 2020, right? 33% of people didn't vote. How much you want to bet that 90% of that 33% that didn't vote, they're all good Americans who believe in the Constitution and freedom and liberty? The Republicans should be dominating the politics of this country with how insane the left is. If people would get out and vote, we've got to get people to get out and vote. The Republicans have to start caring about getting people out to vote and doing voter drives and voter turnout drives like the Democrats have been doing for decades. This is insane.
Sort of an A-plus category. You put that together, and you've got this narrow lead for Youngkin.
And what's so interesting about that is when you talk to voters on the ground in Virginia over this past week, they said that they felt frustrated about what they were witnessing and not witnessing in Washington, the inaction there. We do want to go out and dip into Eric Adams, the mayor-elect in New York, who's giving his acceptance speech.
Oh, who cares? Who cares?
In the Korean community, if you're in Sunset Park in the Chinese community, if you're in Rockaway, if you're out in Queens, in the Dominican community, Washington Heights, all of you have that power.
I'm not going to listen to some New York City nobody.
Well, we heard that Glenn Youngkin was going to show up in about 5 minutes, so we're waiting for that. And
Oh,
we'll
nice.
see if,
We're going to get
McCall
Youngkin
shows up
soon.
At all.
He could pull a
Sounds
Hillary
like.
and just not,
Yeah.
just not talk and just say, I think I'm going to go home.
Right.
Which, from what I've heard about him, might kind of fit the bill.
Do it, McDowell. It's not easy, though. Where are you coming from?
President Trump
Yep.
weighing in on the Virginia governor's race, releasing this statement just
Ooh,
a short
Trump.
time
Hell
ago.
yeah.
Reading, it says, it is looking like Terry McAuliffe's campaign against a certain person named Trump has very much helped Glenn Youngkin. All McAuliffe did was talk Trump, 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 and he lost. What does that tell you? Fake news? I guess people running for office as Democrats won't be doing that too much longer. I didn't even have to go rally for Youngkin because McAuliffe did it for me. Thank you to the MAGA voters for turning out.
That's a great point by Trump. The Democrats have been talking about nothing but Trump, 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 Trump. Even nationally and in Virginia, nonstop Trump. It's like, dude, Trump hasn't been president for freaking 10 months, and he's not running for the office, and yet that's all the Democrats could talk about. They made this a referendum on Trump, and guess what? Trump won. This was a referendum on Trump, and Trump won.
I said in a previous show we were on, I think that's a much tougher reach. But look, the fact that this race is even competitive at this point in time with the vote being counted is just more evidence that this is that Joe Biden is an anchor, and that the Democratic policies are not popular, even in state.
What a tweet, dude. Here's my tweet. Democrats made Virginia a referendum on Trump, and Trump just won Virginia. Incredible tweet. Seriously, though, the Democrats seriously made this a referendum on Trump. That's so true.
He was saying, well, if taxes, if you care about
Fubar,
taxes,
what's up,
New
Fubar?
Jersey isn't for you. It's sort of similar to Mcauliffe saying, we don't teach CRT in the school. Look, people in New Jersey,
Omni,
people in
what's up,
Virginia
Omni?
realize what's going on in their own communities, and they had two Democratic candidates telling them that don't believe your lying eyes.
I know, SDW. That's what I've been saying all night. It was a referendum on leftist policies. I agree. But the Democrats did try to make it a referendum on Trump. But you're right. It was this was absolutely a repudiation of the far left racist CRT stuff. I totally agree with that.
And they're paying a price for it.
Terry McAuliffe's loss in Virginia.
Plastic Gangster, what up, Plastic Gangster? Virginia's a blue state. Deep blue Democrat state.
Forest fire.
Yeah.
Well, but let me give you one more number real quick. Morris County, nice area, northern New Jersey, went by 5 points to Biden a year ago. Right now, with 53% of the precincts reporting, Jack Ciattarelli has 64 to 35.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I have not taken this as seriously because of all the factors we've talked about. There's a difference between these two states. But the reality is the out party, the in-power party of the Democrats, have not had a good year, and it is setting up to be even if it's just close and the Democrat holds on, it's setting up to remind people that performance matters and candidates matter, and an unpopular president who has got his agenda stalled in Washington is going to be a dead weight.
Here's another really important thing about what these two races are going to do, just on a pure political level. If you're a Republican who has any aspirations of running for office, and you think you're going to run. I mean, you're going to get the best and the brightest, if you will, Republican candidates coming out of the woodwork and running for governor and running for House and running for the Senate, as opposed to the Democrats. I ran for re-election in 2006, and it was a bloodbath year, and I can tell you, the other side was better funded, had great candidates all across the board, and our people had a lot of my colleagues retire, a lot of House members retired. You're going to see retirements start coming very soon after this. Democrats in the House and maybe even in the Senate are going to start to retire. I mean, if I'm Chris Sununu and governor of New Hampshire, I'm thinking, can't think of a better time to run for the Senate than in 2022. And you can go on down the list with a lot of states like that.
Let me bring up one more just piece of common sense that's some breaking news coming in tonight. The ballot measure in Minneapolis, which was to defund the police, they shot it down. That's official. So they're not going to, I guess, change the police into a public safety department that can have cops.
This is a huge.
This
night is a huge defeat for the squad.
I
mean, it's just a huge defeat for them. I mean, you think about what Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema are now thinking, but I'm thinking, what does Mark Kelly, who's the senator from Arizona, who's up for re-election, who's voted like Chuck Schumer for the last year, what's he thinking now? I mean, he's got to think, I've got to protect my seat. I can't be voting for this kind of stuff.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. Who's still with me?
That Kristen Sinema had come to an agreement with what they were proposing.
Unity in politics is better than disunity, and the Democrats are going to now fight about how to deal with this result. Look at the Republicans. Donald Trump and Larry Hogan, governor of Maryland, who couldn't be a more anti-Trump Republican, they both are delighted tonight. They both endorse Youngkin. They both are so happy about his win, and they agree probably about why he won.
But do Democrats learn from this because we just had that statement from President Trump, and will they learn to not just campaign against Trump and be the anti-Trumper?
Given the balance of power within the party that has Trump derangement syndrome, that has learned that they win elections by running against Donald Trump, and where the progressive part of the party is dominant, I would be stunned if anything productive comes out of this in time for the midterm.
I'm going to disagree a little bit, because what you talked about unity, and one of the things the Democrats could do, I'm not saying they would do, one of the things they could do is recognize that we didn't make the claim, we didn't win because we didn't pass this stuff. And so we're willing to now compromise to pass it, because we saw what happened because we didn't pass it. Now, again, that's their logic, that somehow or other the policies are so popular that if they actually passed them, this would be a good thing. And so I do think that
Plastic Gangster,
there's an increased likelihood that the left might back down a little bit and their claims and actually pass a watered down, pass the infrastructure bill, and actually a much watered.
I agree with Rick Santorum here. By the way, Plastic Gangster, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime for 7 months, man. Really appreciate it. PM is in the house. PM, welcome to the stream. Are you serious, Audi Glaze? Is it seriously looking like there's going to be 65 GOP, 35 Dem in the Virginia House of Delegates? If so, that's insane. Good to see you, PM. Good to see you, Plastic Gangsta. No, but I think Rick Santorum's right. I think these Democrats, they never learn. They will never, ever admit that the far left radical insanity is not popular. So they will blame this on not getting anything done. They'll blame this on They'll blame this on Manchin. They'll blame this on Manchin and say, look, we lost because Manchin wouldn't let us get stuff done. It's the exact opposite of the real lesson. The real lesson is that they lost because they've been pushing insane left stuff. They're going to think that they lost because they didn't pass enough insane left stuff. They're going to take the exact opposite and even push harder on this insane left stuff, which means we're going to get an even bigger victory in the midterms coming up. Let's go, baby.
Bag in Virginia, Republican sweep. They're going to take the House.
Great point, Vike. Great point, Vike.
Lost last year. I mean, this flip is huge. Everybody knows that. I would note we're going to win in Virginia like this, playing by Democrat election rules. They completely rewrote election rules in the last 2 years, and Republicans are winning this anyway. We can do that anywhere. But to watch us not just win in Virginia, but to have a shot here still, after 10 o'clock in New Jersey, let's go Brandon is rolling up the votes.
Let's go,
tonight.
Brandon.
So,
let's go.
What election rules specifically
Wow, that's a
are you
good point.
talking about there in Virginia that
That's a good
Republicans
point.
had to play by?
Oh my gosh. Well, first of all, we have a 45-day election now. This election started September 17th. We have an election season. We're one of those states now. So 20% of the electorate approximately voted early or by mail.
I haven't seen that Tucker clips, Omni. I did hear about that Lindsey Graham thing, though. Terrible.
20% before Election Day, 30% on Election Day for a 50% voter turnout. That is a complete sea change in how things are done. And from an election...
Wow, dude, New Jersey. The New Jersey guy is actually up more. New Jersey's now up. Citarelli is now up 50% to 49%, dude, with 40%. This is insane. The Republicans actually winning in New Jersey. Wow. This is absolutely... I'm shocked. I'm absolutely surprised that the Republicans are dominating the Democrats like this. This is such a good sign for America. And this is a really good point that this guy's making, that, wow, the Democrats even destroyed their election integrity in Virginia and the Republicans still won. Wow.
It's a Virginia trend.
Yeah.
Look back in 2000.
Oh, they'll for sure contest this election opulence. Yeah, I bet Terry Mcauliffe is getting ready to file lawsuits right now.
It was a blowback against the Obama administration in 1990, and of course, what happened
What do you got,
in
Hydra?
2010.
Oh,
And then you
good,
go back to
Hydra.
1993, George Allen.
Wow, thank you, Hydra. Minneapolis voters reject measure to replace police department. Wow, voters in Minnesota's largest city rejected abolishing the police. Wow, dude. Even Minneapolis is not going to abolish the police. Dude, everything Democrats stand for is getting defeated. The measure asked voters if they favored amending the city's charters to replace the Minneapolis Police Department with the Department of Public Safety. The initiative would have removed language from the charter related to the agency, including minimum funding requirements, and would have divided control of public safety between the mayor and city council. Wow. Good, dude. Good.
Density factor with suburban families, not
For
just
sure,
moms,
Omni.
but dads too, over the education issue was amazing. And of course, there are always differences between Republicans and Democrats on education, but the intensity of it with Terry Mcauliffe saying things like parents have no business telling school boards how to teach their children or what to teach their children, all while you have sexual assaults going on and being hidden.
Dude, how can they not call this? We are now at 87 reported, dude. We're now at 87% in, and Youngkin up 52% to 47%. Wow. How can they not call it?
And they're going to take the House of Delegates back in addition, which is actually even tougher.
Oh, awesome, Vike. Awesome, Vike. Yeah, let's get that clip. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, let's get this. I want clip after clip after clip of Democrats talking about how this Virginia election is tells us exactly where the country is.
Because you see, what happens in Virginia will in large part determine what happens in 2022, 2024, and on.
Yes.
Telling the truth.
I hope not, Omni. I hope
I
not.
mean, the agenda now for the Biden White House, and we broaden this out so that our entire audience, not just the people in Virginia and New Jersey, can enjoy for a second. What happens to this agenda? I mean, I don't want to say that this is going to be a lame duck White House, 1 year in with 3 years to go. But
Papi Chulo, are you serious? Are you serious, Papi Chulo? Is Fairfax County 100% in? Okay, let me see. Fairfax County, 95% reporting in Fairfax County. 95% of, wow, so Fairfax is 95% in, and Glenn Youngkin is still dominating it. This is absurd, dude. If they don't call this, and if Mcauliffe comes, if they continue to refuse to call this, and Mcauliffe comes back and wins, dude, nobody's going to trust these results. I mean, this is insane. If Fairfax County is 95% in and Glenn Youngkin is still dominating 52% to 48%, like, I'm sorry.
Districts. In fact, the biggest problem most Democrats in the House have is winning their primaries. Yeah. And winning their primaries, you have to be as far to the left as possible. Right. And so there isn't reason, and this is why Mark is disagreeing with me, there isn't reason for Democrats to compromise, the squad to compromise, because they could get primaried and lose their seat if they do it.
And I think
Oh, okay. Here's Terry McAuliffe. He's about to speak. This is a guy that just lost the election in Virginia.
Oh, wow.
And boy, is he having a rough night. Let's listen.
Everybody. What an honor to be here with you tonight. Let me first of all thank you for coming out here tonight. And
Look at this scumbag.
I want to thank our great Governor Ralph Northam and Pam Northam.
Wow, these guys are the only ones that are carrying it. Wow.
So we still got a lot of votes to count. We got about 18% of the vote out, so we're going to continue to count the votes because every single Virginian deserves to have their vote counted.
Okay, so he's not, like, yeah, what is wrong with him? What is wrong with his mouth?
I want to thank everybody here with us tonight. It has been a great campaign. I started this campaign 328 days ago. I have done an average of 7 to 10 events a day for the last 328 days. And it was great to be out here. And we opened up this campaign. When I kicked off this campaign down in Richmond with my great co-chairs, LeVar Stoney and Louise Lucas and Charnel Herring, to talk about how we needed to rebuild all of our schools here in the Commonwealth of Virginia and raise teacher pay and get every child access to a pre-K education and to get everybody access to broadband here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And we have continued to take
free
that
stuff.
fight throughout this
Free stuff. That's all they've got.
First of all,
Free
I
stuff.
want to thank my family. I want to start by thanking. I want to thank my wife Dorothy.
Yeah, I can't tell if he's actually admitting he lost or if he's really trying to say that he's still going to try to fight it and win it. Okay, now everybody else is carrying it now.
Policy expert, and through her efforts, as you know, 13 million more meals served to needy children here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And I want to thank my family. You know, you don't get to pick your parents, as you know. You're born into family, and they have survived campaign after campaign. And I want to thank Dory, who is here with me tonight, with her fiance Nick, who's here with us.
Yeah, true. The girls behind him are definitely sad. You're right. That's a good point. Look at that girl that was right.
Who is here with his fiance Shannon tonight. Sally McAuliffe.
Yeah, he's thanking everybody. This is a concession speech. This is a concession speech. That's why he's thanking everybody.
And Peter McAuliffe. So let's go, let's count all these votes. But let me thank each and every one of you over the course of the last 11 months for the doors that you've knocked on, the phone calls that you made. Just last weekend, 450,000 doors knocked on, 2 million during the course of this campaign. I want to thank you. The Mcauliffe family loves each and every one of you. Thank you for what you've done for this campaign. And I want to thank my campaign staff. It was the greatest campaign staff ever assembled, and give them a great round of applause for all the great work they have done.
Yeah, this is he
But
knows
folks,
he's done.
As I said long ago, this is a different state. When Ralph and I were elected 8 years ago, we have made our state open and welcoming, but the fight continues. We got to make sure we protect women's right to choose here in the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Abortion, yeah. Let's talk about abortion.
Healthcare here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Everybody's entitled to a world-class education here in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and we are going to continue that fight tonight and every day going forward. So I just want to thank all of you for what you have meant to us. I look around this room and I see so many friends we've worked with for many years. This is a different state. We are the greatest state in the United States of America, and it's because of you. Thank you. God bless you. And let's go on and forward. Thank you.
Wow. That to me sounds like a concession
There you have it.
speech.
That to me was exactly what's wrong with politics. That's just a typical political speech that you hear
Yeah,
a million
I agree with
times
that.
every time
Yep.
you turn on the news.
Just
There was
talking
nothing to
points.
that.
There was nothing to it.
It wasn't a concession. He didn't concede, but it just was, here's my talking points. You got to do this, healthcare, this. It doesn't connect with anybody. Rick?
I agree with that.
I don't
I
think
agree
it
with
connects
that.
with anybody.
Well, he is a politician. I mean, he was a party chair. I mean, he's been a political hack forever, and he ran once for governor and got elected. But he's a politician, and he gives politicians a bad name because
He's
when you lose
everything.
an election,
Dude, he's just like these other Democrats. He's everything that's wrong with it being a politician. He's exactly why people don't like career politicians. He's an absolute scumbag. Obviously has no values. Obviously not genuine. Doesn't genuinely care about what he says he's talking about.
winner is Bush League. I mean, it's just completely Bush League.
So he's not coming back tonight.
He's not coming back. No, he won't come back
so
tonight.
strategic, so he doesn't need to concede.
He doesn't need to concede.
Yeah.
This is
Hillary Clinton.
This is
it's exactly
really-
what Hillary Clinton did.
Yeah, this is not a good look.
Yeah.
Not a good look.
Betsy, go ahead.
Boy, I tell
Nice.
you, I'm watching
Agree with
this,
that.
but I'm at the same time, I'm watching the numbers in New Jersey, and I'm even more surprised about what's happening in New Jersey, a state where 51% of the voters are registered Democrats, and it appears
Wow.
that Chittarelli could win this.
Chitty-
I just looked at the
Chittarelli's
returns
ahead with
coming out of
51%
Bergen
vote
County,
in.
which is a solidly Democratic
Wow.
county, and
Wow.
Chittarelli's ahead.
Amazing.
And
That's
you attribute
amazing.
that
This is
mainly to the
insane.
economy? I mean, we talked about COVID and the lockdowns, but
The
obviously
lockdowns
COVID
had a huge
direct
impact because
result.
This is
1/3
insane.
Of the businesses, 1/3 of the small businesses in New Jersey are shut. 1/3 went out of business. Imagine all the lives affected, the people who lost their jobs, people who lost businesses that they had worked their entire lives to build.
Right.
It's such a tragedy.
We've got 70% of the vote in the state of New Jersey at this point. 70% is in, and the Republican has a 25,000 vote lead at this point. Now I want to
Amazing.
say you've got 4 counties
No,
that have
Jack Burton.
have nothing in yet. 0% in. That's Cumberland, Salem, Mercer, and Sussex. And it looks like, I believe, Mercer. Is it Mercer or Salem? Is the one of the biggest ones. You got 2 that are generally kind of red, 2 that are kind of blue.
Let's see if NBC is still talking about how they don't teach critical race theory in schools.
Is going to be energizing that room. I fully expect him to.
In an odd way, Terry did Youngkin a favor. He basically invited him to come out now and give his version of events. And in speaking of that, let's go down to headquarters. Let's go to Chris Jansing first. So Chris,
Now criticizing Mcauliffe because Mcauliffe came out and spoke first so that Youngkin can then give his victory speech.
what do you hear? Is it a people are now going to go home?
I almost heard what you said. They pumped up the music here, Chuck, but let me set the scene for you a little bit. Look, the crowd was starting to thin a bit, and then I got the word from a couple of people very close to Mcauliffe, a senior Democratic official, somebody who was in the room and privy to the discussions, saying that they had been talking about, his small inner circle had been talking about, do they wait until most of the votes are counted, until they really have what they consider to be a call on this race? Or do they bring him out while the crowd is still here? Do they send the message, we haven't given up yet, we still have votes to count? They say, even the people who have described the mood in the room, not just as glum, but they said people are very dispirited. Another person told me that. Those folks said, look,
I'd be dispirited too.
We're going to wait and make sure that these places, some of the urban areas, places where we think we may be outperforming, are all counted. One source also revealed to me that it really wasn't until the last couple of weeks that anybody ever raised the possibility of a recount, and that for the last couple of weeks they've been really looking.
Wow. I don't want to get a DMCA takedown with that crap. Holy cow, dude. This is so amazing. This is such good news.
You can call the race here for Youngkin because there aren't that many outstanding votes. But, Betsy, the question is a great one. So if you figure 50% voter turnout this year and over 70% in the presidential, we have tons more election security folks, lawyers on duty, working around the state in the war room, who've been there all day and who are going to be there through Friday, because votes can come in Virginia until Friday, and there are 97,000 outstanding absentee ballots.
Well, that's right. And that's why I was asking, because we just noticed that Mcauliffe did not concede. He gave kind of a political speech and may not appear again tonight. And he's probably thinking, well, there are a lot of ways to make this turn out differently.
Right?
He's already hired
Mark
Mark Elias's firm. You know, Americans have been cheated out of what they used to have, which was finality on election night.
There's 90,000 votes separating these two right now, with 86% reporting in Virginia. You've got a 90,000 vote lead for Glenn Youngkin. That is a fairly healthy lead.
Yes.
I mean, that's a healthy lead. It's going to be hard to surmount that.
And if Fairfax is in, which is what Ken just reported, and you can double check that.
Fairfax is 90% in.
Okay.
And Terry McAuliffe has got 64%.
Yeah, I have it at 99. Yeah. My data is 99.
Okay.
But do you anticipate that Democrats, since they're so close, though, do you anticipate Democrats coming back and questioning both of these elections, especially since, the McAuliffe campaign already before tonight hired that Clinton attorney, Mark Elias?
Yeah, again,
were they already anticipating
90,000 votes is a big margin, and if it was within 1%, then maybe. But I think once you get much beyond that, it's a tough thing.
It's over 3%.
Yeah, there's just
and
there's
if
no,
I could just add, in this election, after last year, one of the things that happened this year was thousands, and I literally mean thousands of Virginians got up off the couch, trained themselves up to be election officials. And I don't mean working in campaigns. I mean going and working for the local registrar. And they went inside, and those people helped run this election.
Yeah.
And that can happen everywhere in the country. So, Rob, you were talking about messages for people outside New Jersey and Virginia. Here's one that applies everywhere in America. Every single adult American voter can go help run the election.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure, Bleezers. No, Ken Cuccinelli's right. I think people do need to get involved in running their elections. I like the way Ken Cuccinelli is thinking tonight.
All the security efforts made by the Republican Party and by the campaigns. These Virginians are doing it to secure this election.
I need to underscore that because, I did a fair amount of campaigning, not nearly as much as you, but I did a fair amount for some delegate candidates. And every event I did, people come up to me and said, but does my vote count? Will it matter? Right. And I know there's a lot of viewers out there who are saying, the elections are rigged and we can control this. I mean, we can take on the responsibility. You, as mom and dad sitting at home, or someone who's concerned about your vote, do something about it. And Ken just highlighted exactly what you can do. You don't have to get involved in a campaign. You can get involved in your precinct. You can get involved in your county, and you can get involved by making sure that election integrity is real. And we need to do that. It's not just their job. It's not just the legislator or the governor passing a law. It's your job as a citizen to make sure that there's election integrity.
Not just the backroom clubhouse politicians.
Well said. Stand by just 1 second. We're going to check in with Tom Basile, who is at the Jack Ciattarelli headquarters, state of New Jersey. 71% reporting.
Wow.
I know it's loud. 71%
Holy cow, they're fired up in New Jersey.
At about 33,000 votes at this hour.
Wow.
Yeah, and you know, one of the things that you can hear these guys, they are excited, and they have a right to be. Jack Ciattarelli is still very much in this race and even a little bit ahead. I want to talk to you about Bergen County, something you brought up a few minutes ago. Rob, I know you love to crunch the numbers. Last year, Donald Trump lost that county by 17 points. And right now, Jack Ciattarelli is up by 10. This is a key suburban New York City county. I was there yesterday with Jack Ciattarelli, and he was taking his message to Main Street. And as the panel has been discussing, it is very much about taxes and the economy, stupid. That's what people are talking about. Over the last couple of weeks, you've really seen how the issues have shifted here pretty dramatically back to taxes, the economy, and jobs. New Jersey has the second highest.
Dude, Montana's Governor Greg Gianforte tweets out. Governor Greg Gianforte tweets out, congratulations, Glenn Youngkin, Virginia's next governor. You weren't running a campaign. You've been leading a movement, one dedicated to supporting parents, standing with law enforcement, providing tax relief to hardworking families. Look forward to working with you. Boom! Montana's governor congratulating Glenn Youngkin.
Have you heard anything about Ciattarelli showing up there? Do you have a time frame as to what's happening?
Yeah, we have asked, and they're in their war room and they're crunching all of the numbers.
Oh, dude, Terry McAuliffe was drunk, dude. Terry McAuliffe was drunk from drinking wine, and that's why his lips were like that. Terry McAuliffe was literally wine drunk. That's what I'm seeing on Twitter. Everybody's commenting on Twitter that Terry McAuliffe was wine drunk, and that's why his freaking lips were all red and he was acting all drunk and stuff. Wow. Your governor's a beast. He is. Opulence, he is.
And was crazy blue in the last election. I mean, huge Biden. It's at about 53 to 45, Murphy to Ciattarelli. Ciattarelli has really narrowed that gap in an extraordinarily dark.
Oh, here's a good tweet. Virginia voters just elected a black woman as lieutenant governor, and Joy Reid thinks it's white supremacy. Yeah, that's where the Democrats and the leftists are at. We just elected a Republican black woman as lieutenant governor, and they're going to call it white supremacy.
All over the place. I know Mellencamp's not playing tonight. Is Diane the wife, or is that the lieutenant governor? I don't know.
No, Diane Allen, his lieutenant governor candidate. She was she came out to rev up the crowd just a little while ago. So yes, they were playing Jack and Diane.
But just not live. I know Mellencamp's a liberal. All right, Tom Basile, thank you so much. We'll come back to you. Hopefully we're going to hear from Ciattarelli here before the end of the hour. We'll see.
But now I think we're going to go to Mike Carter, who is standing by in Asbury Park, and you are with the Murphy campaign.
That's right, Heather. We're here on the Jersey Shore, and Phil Murphy probably rethinking having his party here on the Jersey Shore tonight. Right now, Jack Ciattarelli, the Republican, leading every county along the Jersey Shore here in New Jersey, from Monmouth to Ocean, Atlantic County, where Atlantic City is. Even in the last half an hour, we saw Cape May flip from blue to red. And as Rob was saying last hour, we're seeing different counties here in New Jersey flip that voted for Joe Biden, now flipping to red, at least for now. Cumberland County, another one of those Philadelphia suburbs, and we're still holding out to see what Sussex County and Salem counties, both of those counties voted for Donald Trump in 2020. We're still waiting on votes to come in from there. Right now, looking good for Jack Ciattarelli, in a very quiet here in Asbury Park. I think a lot of folks were planning to celebrate here on the Jersey Shore tonight for Phil Murphy. They haven't been able to so far.
We do have some of those Sussex County numbers and that we can talk about. I mean, it's only 9%, but Jack Ciattarelli 60%, Phil Murphy 37%, obviously, and still waiting for Salem, as you mentioned, and Cumberland. Mike Carter, thank you very much. So let's bring it back out here to the table.
Yeah.
Rob, what do you have for Essex County?
Well, yeah,
Essex.
yeah. Well, I mean, it's not pretty to watch election TV, but we're trying to get some information out here. Essex County is dark blue, but it's only 20.
Wow, dude. New Jersey now up to 55% in. New Jersey with 55% in. Jack Citarelli leading 51% to 47%. Or rather, 51.4% to 47.9%. We're literally winning New Jersey, dude. When Democrats are losing New Jersey, you know it's bad. Holy cow, dude.
You have the Murphy's number from the last election.
Fairfax County's already reported, Omni. Fairfax, here, let me show you the latest. All right, here's the latest. New York Times is showing 89% reporting. 89% reporting, and Glenn Youngkin up 51.7 to 47.6. According to PBS, you've got Fairfax County with 99.6% reporting, 89% total reporting, 51% to 47%. NBC News is showing 89% of the vote in, including 95% of Fairfax County, with Glenn Youngkin up by a substantial majority. I mean, dude, it's over. As far as I can tell, this shit's over. Oh, Decision Desk has got more than Politico? Oh, it won't let me look at it. I'd have to sign up.
Where he needs to be. And I'm looking at a place, where I live in
Let's
Bergen
go,
County,
baby.
New Jersey. It's a place where last time Phil Murphy won by 15 points. Right now with
Plastic Gangsta said, a good night for you, the lecture fan. I bet you're over the moon. I'm pleased for you, bro. I just hope the next U.S. president is a little more pro-British. We've had two that did not believe in the special relationship, and as Britain, Australia, Canada, the Anglo-Saxon world needs to stick together. Believe me, mate, the Euros do not like Americans like the Brits do. I'm with you on that, 100%, Plastic Gangsta, 100% agree. You know I'm all about the English-speaking world. I think it's very important that the English-speaking world stick together, and that's how I refer to it. I refer to it as the English-speaking world. But yeah, dude, I am over the moon. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'm filled with hope and inspiration for the country. I'm filled with hope for the midterms and for 2024. The fact that Republicans are winning in East Coast Democrat states, and you've got Republicans winning, it's honestly shocking to me. I'm so beat down after all those elections recently where we've had all this horrible stuff done. To have this happen is just so positive and so uplifting. It's such a big deal. This is a shockwave. This is dropping a nuclear bomb on our politics. I'm really happy about this.
And then you have
Vike. I got to give credit to Vike. Vike has been coming into my chat. For the last 3 or 4 months saying that we're winning, pushing back against the black pill, pushing back against everybody saying that we're losing and it's over and nothing matters. And Vike, you've been right. Vike has been in here saying that the Republicans are winning, the Americans are winning, the people that support freedom and liberty, we're winning. And you're right, Vike. You were right all along. This proves it. This 100% proves it. We are winning.
New Jersey is Essex County, and
Right.
so that's only 27% in. So I don't know New Jersey politics well, but maybe they do what Fairfax does and hold back the votes until they see what they need.
Yeah. It's very disappointing to deal with the fact, and we heard it just a moment ago, that we may not have a final count tonight.
Right.
Throughout American history, until very recently, people would go to bed, maybe once in a while, like in the Truman year, they didn't know what the actual result was, but they always knew by the next morning.
Right.
That's election night. Now we have election season.
And we do.
Yeah, like they were saying in Virginia, it's 45 days.
Yes.
Should we do something about that?
We should.
Well, all of this is the Democrats' attempt to increase their voter turnout. Is to give them as much time as possible to reach their voters who are not motivated.
Yeah, it's partisan.
They're low propensity voters.
It's partisan
and they're
politics.
Not necessarily Democratic voters, but they believe they can reach these voters and get them to turn out if we give them enough time for their armies to go out there, and then up until Election Day, because if you just gave them to a couple days before the election, then the votes that were cast, maybe if they didn't get received, the absentee ballots didn't get received, they wouldn't be counted. So we now count after the election day, so they can work up until election day to get all these votes in. So this is all about Democrats trying to empower them to, beat the Bushes and get their votes out.
And ballot harvesting.
Good,
Yes,
opulence,
in some
good.
states that's legal, not in any of these two states.
Let's
but
go,
in
Youngkin.
some states that
I'm looking forward to Youngkin's speech. Let's get Youngkin up here live, baby.
Uncertainty.
Dude, look at these results from New Jersey Governor Citarelli, 52% to a Republican winning in New Jersey and Virginia. Honestly, I'm staggered. I'm actually surprised. I didn't let myself. I try not to get my hopes up too much on these things because I know what it feels like to get your hopes up on elections and then lose. Very 2016 vibes. This feels like 2016. This 100% feels like 2016. Because I didn't have my hopes up, but to actually see this, I'm actually staggered. Why isn't Politico calling Virginia yet? Are they still waiting for the fraud votes to come in? That's the only explanation, right? If Dems don't accept this, will they be insurrectionists? Yes, Brahms. You know it, Brahms. That's how it works, man. No, Dems get to contest elections. Dems get to try to overturn elections. Dems get to not accept results of elections. It's only bad when Republicans do it. That's how the rules work.
Map. There are a lot of votes
For sure,
still out
Mike.
in Mercer County, and Mercer County is blue. Now, it's only about 10 points blue, but when you're only up by,
Well, I'm showing there's 61% in.
61% in, but there's a lot of people there.
Right.
He's got about a 50,000 vote lead. It's going to get tighter. I don't know if it flips
Nobody's
back,
calling
but
it.
nobody's calling anything in New
Nobody's
Jersey.
calling this race.
But again, the fact that it's even going to be, it's going to be within 5 points. I think that's a big
whisper.
victory.
If Murphy wins, it's going to be a whisper. I mean, that's this is,
That's a big deal.
as Mark Halpern said earlier, this is not just a tsunami. This is an earthquake. This is a hurricane. This is, forest fires, you name it. Democrats have really gotten a message tonight.
Right. We're going to go to Emerald Robinson now just for a second, checking in. We understand Glenn Youngkin is going to speak here at any time. And for most of you at home, you probably haven't heard Glenn Youngkin talk too much except for choice sound bites on the news. So you're going to hear him tonight. And he's done.
If that happens, if they actually show up with more votes overnight and we wake up tomorrow when Mcauliffe has won, nobody will ever trust the elections again, ever.
They know everyone's excited, but they sort of have said to, just wait. And we saw a lot of people just exiting the main room. They're still waiting for votes to come in, according to someone who spoke with the press just now, but also gave a kind of general gist of things for the spectators here. They seem hesitantly hopeful. Again, I think.
All right, now we got 91% in, according to New York Times in Virginia. Glenn Youngkin still up by well over 100,000 votes, 51.7% to 47.7%. Did we just get another set of votes in? 91% reported, though. 51.6 to 47. I mean, this seems like almost insurmountable to me.
Like counties like Fairfax. Look, we had some indication going into this in Virginia. They had already said, headed into this, Fairfax County, that they might not be able to get all the votes counted on election night. So they had sort of previewed the situation we're seeing right now. And the Youngkin campaign is just waiting to get a little bit more for him to come out and give his message.
What about a response, though? What was their response as they were watching Terry McAuliffe?
Well, yeah, Mcauliffe saying that it's still kind of too early to count. He thinks people, the mood there was much more somber, right? And watching it, clearly I'm watching it.
What is 5 blue counties, Jensen? Is that what they have left in Virginia, is 5 blue counties, or what?
With people more excited and feeling like they're on their way to victory. But again, Mcauliffe indicated he wasn't conceding. And you had this sense that they still think there's a chance. So I think that they're watching that from the Youngkin campaign and, deciding how they will respond. And if they can get more of the vote in and he maintains that.
Dude, what is this?
If boys can be elected mayor of Boston.
Dude, NBC is paying more attention to like mayor races. They're literally obsessing with mayor races because that's all they can win. The only thing Democrats won tonight was literally mayoral races in the freaking cities, just the cities. And so now they're playing all these like mayoral races because that's what they won. What a joke. No, the map they show had an R. Oh, okay.
Well, but let me just talk Mercer for 1 second. Okay. That's a big one you're trending. There's only about, I would say, let me see here, maybe 40,000 outstanding votes in Mercer County, of which at this margin, you know, Murphy could maybe pick up 10,000 votes, maybe only 5,000 votes there. If you go up to Essex, which is where Newark is, which is the big city, it's a terrible city. It's where the airport is. That's much more dramatic. But you've got 20. See, that's the scary one. 32,000.
That's where the votes were coming in slow. There was a low turnout. They were saying a low turnout.
It's a dump. It's a terrible city. They can't do anything right. Phil Murphy is 32,000.
Sorry to everyone who lives there.
I mean, Newark. Let's be honest about Newark, New Jersey.
Newark.
Well, I actually do like the airport because it's closer to the city. But yeah, you got Murphy. I mean, they have a huge thing there, 82 to 17. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to do these numbers real quick because it's only 27% in, so I got to multiply by 4 on everything.
There's a lot of votes there. It's the bottom line, and that's why no one's calling it. That's why it's like I said.
Well, hold on. Now we got 59%. Politico is saying 59% in New Jersey, and Citarelli up 51.4% to 47.9%. I mean, that's 50,000 votes. Now 60%. 60% of the vote in, and Citarelli leading. I mean, that's mind-boggling.
I would argue that one of the things I'd love to look at, and I'm sure we will.
I think so too, Gen 10. I think the spread is too wide on both of these races.
How the vaccine mandates affected the minority community. Mm-hmm. Because the minority community, if you look at the people who are not being vaccinated, it is Hispanics and African Americans overwhelmingly.
Yes.
And so vaccine mandates don't affect Fairfax County, right?
Yes.
But they do affect poor urban areas, and either by low turnout or by people saying, I don't want this governor in there because I'm going to lose my job.
That's right.
If you're mandating me to get a vaccine and I don't want to get one. So
and that's true whether you're a bus driver or a practical nurse.
What de Blasio's doing in New York has to have an impact in North Jersey with a lot of minorities, and so some of those numbers you're seeing with turnouts being off, the margins being closer.
Right.
I'm not sure the taxes are driving that issue.
Yeah, but the vaccine mandates had a direct impact on the economy.
Yes.
I would also
say
that it's in part a repudiation of the very divisive rhetoric of Governor Murphy. He really tried to tag his opponent unjustly as a racist, a white supremacist. There was just no reason for that. There was nothing in Jack Citarelli's past or rhetoric that would suggest that.
Doesn't matter.
That's their blanket statement, right? They don't care about it.
If Barack Obama could call John McCain an ultra conservative, then they just whoever the Republican candidate is, you're the worst possible human being in the world, and you're against everything that is good and true and beautiful, and that's the way they run races. And for a long time, they've been successful because they had an echo chamber in the media that would reinforce that. Now, thanks to alternative media, digital and social media, now they're getting the real message out, and so it's not working.
Stand by. We're going to go to Tom Basile. He is at the Citarelli headquarters, still standing by. I think, Tom, this is all going to come down to Essex County, which is where Newark, New Jersey is. That's what's looking like tonight.
You could be right, and I've talked to folks at the State Board of Elections on the Republican side, and they say
I don't get it, Omni. I don't get it, Omni.
In terms of turnout there,
I don't get why they haven't
Bill
called
Murphy
this.
Spent the last day of campaigning in these urban areas, trying to push out minority voters, talking about protections for illegal immigrants. Jack Citarelli was on Main Street in diners talking to small business people and talking about taxes and jobs. Again, you're seeing a bit of a disconnect, and they're excited here. They believe that they can win. It's going to take some more time.
Look at these guys. Wow.
But you're seeing Citarelli overperform in areas where Republicans lost last year and lost in 2017. And if those, as I said before, if those areas, those urban areas like Trenton and Camden and Newark underperform for Murphy, and you get the suburban counties like Bergen where Citarelli is overperforming, it's over. and Chitterelli will be the next governor of the state of New Jersey. Still too close to call, but a lot of enthusiasm here in Bridgewater.
To Tom's point, this is, I mean, think about what Tom just said about what Murphy was campaigning on.
Cool down complete, baby. Hype train ready to leave the station. We could go for another hype train, folks.
They're voting in this.
I got to tweet out about how the Democrats are obsessing about mayor races because that's the only thing they can win.
Liberal woke folks, right?
Yeah.
But to working people, for working people who, by the way, illegal immigrants are taking their jobs, right? Or coming into the community and willing to work for less and taking their jobs, to go there and say, we're going to support people and make sure that they can come here so they can lower your wages and take your jobs, vote for me.
Yeah. And we're gonna give you
Stop the count. Stop counting. Stop the count.
Administration, $450,000
That's right.
each.
Where do they get these ideas? Where do they? I mean,
I agree, Omni.
This will work. Where do they get this from?
If this flips overnight, then nobody ever again will trust elections. Period.
They believe that America is woke,
Yeah.
and that because they have Hollywood behind, they have the universities behind, they have all these institutions, Major League
Who collectively
Baseball,
make up a very small population of the country.
Very small,
Oh, speaking of
by the way, very wealthy, very wealthy white people by and large, and they
who hate themselves.
And they are the ones who are guiding the Democratic Party at this point, and they're guiding them into record defeats.
Let's go to Matt Schlapp quickly, who is standing by. You know, Matt, we're talking about all of this, and there was this recent poll that came out that said, you know, the Republican Party would do significantly better in.
Dude, if I could go on and give my take on Newsmax, I think people would appreciate it.
Immigration. Does this surprise you? What's going on specifically in New Jersey?
I mean, all I would do is basically say all the stuff I've said over the last 2 or 3 hours and just pack it into a little 3 or 4 minute segment.
Really thought they had the upper hand on Chinese corona and the lockdowns and the shutdowns. And what happened as they shut down our schools and our economy is a lot of families hung out together. And unfortunately for some parents, they listened in on Zoom and Skype and saw they talked to their kids. And they saw all this CRT. They saw this craziness of gender ideologies that create confusion in the minds of young kids who they're trying to sexualize. And then they saw the cover-up and the corruption of crimes and abuses to their kids. So I would say tonight is about a revolt from parents, moms and dads who say, you know, I was okay with this idea of taking care of people and have a social safety net and compassion and being open to immigration and stuff, but I'm not okay with them destroying my kids and propagandizing them and destroying the economy and saying America is a crappy country. I mean, I don't know why they thought that this woke politics would be popular, but there was a woke lash tonight, and I'm
very good.
Hold on, wait. Why is it?
Happy for my $5.
Hold on. Why is everybody saying 71% voting? I'm seeing tweets that they've got 71% of New Jersey in, but Politico's only showing 60%. I guess Decision Desk. How am I not following Decision Desk? How does Decision Desk have? How does Decision Desk have 10% more reports for New Jersey? Look at that map of the United States, all red. Look at the map of Virginia. Look at the map of VA. Completely red. An East Coast liberal state, completely red. Absolutely stunning to see. Wow, dude. Even when you've got freaking East Coast cities or states like Virginia going all red, that is just, I mean, it's stunning. Now CNN is talking about mayor races. Exactly, Boston. That's all the Democrats want to talk about. They want to talk about mayor races. It's like nobody cares. Since when has anybody cared about mayor races? Nobody talks about mayor races on a national scale. Give me a break. That means nothing. That means nothing.
I'm getting text messages from other states that are watching this
that all of a sudden, a candidate for Secretary of State in Nevada, others that are going to run in Wisconsin and other states that have been, quote, either blue or purple, they are energized to a point where I've not seen it in a long time, not since 2016, honestly.
Mark, what do you think? I mean, just to that point, to follow up, again, to the folks here who don't live in New Jersey and Virginia, what is this election night going to mean to to even states that are not necessarily great competitive states that as far as our ability to be able to go out and pick candidates and compete?
Shell Ghost. Thank you, Shell Ghost. Gifting a tier 1 sub. Shell Ghost gifting a tier 1 sub. Thank you, Shell Ghost. Appreciate that so much, Shell Ghost. Thank you so much. 2 more people want to get in on the sub and the bits. We'll get a hype train going. Thank you, Shell Ghost. Really appreciate that. Oh, what was I going to tweet? I was just about to tweet something. Oh, yeah, I was going to do a poll.
And,
Watch this poll.
They made sure that they had candidates running so that they were at least competitive. Now it looks like they're going to not only take the majority, but hopefully take more seats than they anticipated because people are fed up. Listen, they're tired of the dysfunction. Senator Santorum, you know it better than most. You were here. You saw it up close and personal. But they're tired of it coming home into their dining room each and every night and these crazy woke leftist policies that just don't resonate on Main Street.
You know, it's funny because, I mean, Mark, we all, at least Heather and I, and I think most of the people here, we have to live in this blue hell, is what I call it. And I selfishly out of this, I understand it's a big night for Republicans, but I have to live, under the realm of blueness my whole life. So all I hope comes out of this is that these crazy Democrats learn a lesson and say, you know what, we need to govern a little bit more moderately or else we're going to get shellacked.
Democrats never learn them. There it is. Fator Fator getting the 300 bits. Thank you, Fator. Appreciate that, Fator. One more person. We're so close, folks. One more person to get a hype train. Dude, but this guy's, he's like delusional. Democrats never learn their lesson. I think it would be great if the Democrats learned their lesson and stopped governing in an insane way. That's not going to happen. Thanks again, Fatormaphitis. Thank you so much. Yarky's in the house. What's up? You have a typo in that tweet? Oh, shoot. Too bad. Too late. Breaking. Biden just declined to take a call from Terry McAuliffe. Holy cow. There it is. Boom. Robert Ford. Thank you, Robert Ford. Massive 500 bits. Second hype train of the night, baby. Second lecture fan hype train on a wonderful, wonderful night for America. Dude, that is hilarious. If Biden actually... Plastic Gangsta. Boom. Thank you, Plastic Gangsta. Appreciate that, Plastic Gangsta. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. 88% to a level 1. Wow, folks. We actually are going to hit level 1. 88%. We're almost there. Dude, that's so bad. If Joe Biden won't even take Terry McAuliffe's call, then that means that it's over, dude. It's over. Plastic Gangsta with another 100 bits. Boom. Thank you, Plastic Gangsta. 94%. 94%. Wow, almost there already, folks. Almost there. Thank you, guys. Thank you all so much. Really appreciate that.
States to go out and be
Let's
competitive.
check back in.
Actually, Biden's probably asleep, so.
In New Jersey, who has about a 60,000 vote lead right now, Tom.
Oh, there you go.
All right.
Papa Chula won. Papa Chula, thank you, man. Appreciate that.
In Chitterelli headquarters, and for good reason. I'm here with Dominic and William. Dominic, first, you're a union guy.
Thank you, Poppy.
Why did you decide to support Jack
Boom,
Chitterelli?
there it is.
Why
Level
do you
1
think you can
complete.
pull this out tonight?
The people of New Jersey are tired of the taxes
Yep, Mike.
being taxed
Think alike.
beyond belief. But also, people of New Jersey are tired of the restrictions put on them. The 1/3 of businesses closed down for good. The 8,000 people dead in nursing homes, and they want their children back. They don't want the government telling them what they can and can't do for their children. You're a parent, you parent your child. The government doesn't parent your child, and that's what people are tired of. That's New Jersey.
All right, William. You're
Fatormaphitis. Boom.
There are a lot of young people in the
Another
crowd
100
tonight.
bits. Thank you, Fatormaphitis. Whoa. Let's go. Poppy Chulo won with another tier 1 sub gift. Thank you, Poppy. Wow, you guys, 56%. 56% to a level 2 hype train. Second hype train of the night. Thank you, guys. Poppy, Fatormaphitis, Plastic Gangsta. Thank you, guys. Oh, my goodness. Another one from Plastic Gangsta. Wow, the three of you guys. Thank you. Hell yeah. Thank you, guys.
Taxes have increased 2 times in the past year alone, astronomically.
William, are you concerned about being able to stay here? Is that one of the things that motivates you?
Absolutely. I'm a born New Jerseyan. I'm a 4th generation. And if the taxes continue, I will be forced to move out of state. Jack also supports our police and military. Me, myself, I'm a former New Jersey National Guard employed. And I support Jack as he supports the military. Murphy, I don't
love
feel
this. They got
supports
like
the
a kid
military
here.
and police. At the same time, Murphy has also caused thousands of deaths in nursing homes as incompetent and idiotic politician.
All right.
Yeah,
All right,
they sound kind of ripped.
There you have it. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
Wow, dude. That's incredible. Holy cow. Poppy Chulo 1 with another tier 1 sub gift to Yarky. Thank you, man. 89%. 89% to the way to a level 2. Thank you, guys.
That this evening. And
Crime
the
is
state of New
way
Jersey,
up in New Jersey.
47th in crime per capita, the state of New Jersey.
They've lost like a third of their
Wow,
businesses.
wow.
A third of their small
Wow,
businesses.
dude.
economy and
I didn't
public
realize
safety.
crime was that bad.
Yeah, it is something else.
And they run around and talk about climate change.
Dude, it's like, yeah.
And they talk about things that,
Yeah,
again,
they're talking about
are not
climate
what
change.
these are not kitchen table issues for Americans. And again, you're just seeing the backlash. I think Matchlab put it right. You're seeing the backlash of ordinary mom and dad America, and not just mom and dad. I mean, not just families with children, but families generally who are seeing their groceries prices going up. They're seeing inflation. They're seeing
Holy
gas
cow!
prices, and what do
Poppy
they see the
Chulo!
Democratic Party doing?
Boom!
Spending
Thank you,
more
Poppy
money.
Chulo
They
1.
spend-
Holy
they
cow!
wanna
Thank you so
spend more
much,
money.
man.
They want to worry about climate, which is going to drive their gas prices even up more, and their prices. They see ships sitting offshore because they can't get it.
And the disaster withdrawal from Afghanistan, which we have not mentioned either.
It is not, you know, the National Democrats are not looking very competent right now, and you didn't see Democrats run away from it. You saw both governors from New Jersey and Mcauliffe from Virginia ran as National Democrats.
These people that have
and embraced the National Democrats, criticizing Trump.
Nice.
and trying to tie
Anonymous.
everybody with Trump.
Thank you,
And
Anonymous.
When you nationalize an
Boom,
election,
baby. Thank you,
when
guys.
the National Party is sinking and your president is sinking, don't expect good things to happen, and that's what happened tonight.
And we haven't talked about older voters yet, but older voters are high propensity voters. They go to the polls more than anybody.
Thank you, guys. 38%.
Is a killer for older
4 minutes
people. They're
left.
living on a fixed income, and they start
That's
to
awesome,
reevaluate
Darko. Good.
how much money they have
Good.
left. And will they have to really change?
Good. We need white women to stop voting Democrat. Please, white women, stop voting Democrat. Is this the moment? Is this the moment when white women finally stop voting Democrat? Holy cow.
They can't afford the things they afforded
If they find them on the shelf.
Right.
That's the other thing. I mean, America, we're not their groceries not on the shelf right now. It's ridiculous.
Let's go.
Man, Rick Santorum is on point, dude. Rick Santorum has good point after good point. I'm really loving Rick Santorum on here.
It's a ghost town. Hey, Logan.
Are you serious, dude? Look at that place.
Well, guys, it's a much different scene here in McLean, Virginia, where Terry McAuliffe had his party tonight. Most of the crowd is cleared
Wow,
out after
look at
McAuliffe
that.
spoke about an hour ago. But he is right now. This is a close race, obviously. We know with
Dude, 94% in. 94% of the vote in. How have they not called this shit yet? 95% of the vote in.
out a surrogate in Ralph Northam, the governor of Virginia tonight. So it just continues this trend of McAuliffe being with these big name figures, something that we did not see from Glenn Youngkin. But what we do see by these results that are coming back in is that things did not work out for Terry McAuliffe. He had the strategy.
Thank you, Fatormaphitis. 200 bits. The Wokastanis will blame these losses on the candidates not being socialist enough. Can't wait to hear Milk from PA. Randy. Exactly, Fatormaphitis. That's what's hilarious. These Democrats will never learn their lesson. You're right. They will blame this on not being socialist enough. They will never get it through their thick skulls that the reason they're getting wiped out is because they're too socialist. Holy cow. Thank you so much for the bits. 48%, folks. 48% of the way to level 3. 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left. Can we make it to level 3?
Position, a packed house and an empty.
I didn't say any naughty words, Adams. Did I? Did I just say a naughty word?
I don't think people realize what a huge night this is. This is obviously we've been following it. We're not done yet, but this is This is one that's going to go down.
Rick Santorum on point.
The impact is not just going to be in Virginia and New Jersey. The impact is going to be across this country and huge in Washington, D.C.
Huge in Washington,
the
D.C.
The scramble that's going to occur, you've now empowered Republicans.
1.5 minutes left, folks. 1.5 minutes. Let's go.
Democrats, and there aren't many. I mean, there's a handful in both the House and Senate, but you've now given them the tools they need to block bad things from happening within their own party. And
let's go, Brandon.
Is,
Thank you, Poppy.
How much?
Thank you, Poppy. 71%.
Whether the
Plastic Gangsta.
Boom. Have their tail between their legs.
Thank you, Plastic Gangsta. 76%.
And come to the table and try to get something done so they can survive, or whether there's going to be an
76%, baby. Let's go.
Washington. That's what's coming out of tonight.
Nancy has to recount her vote.
1 minute left, folks. 1 minute left to try to make it to level 3 hype train. We're at 76%.
1.75.
Holy cow. There it is. Omnilux with a massive 500-bit cheer. Boom. Here it is. Level 3 complete. Thank you, Omni. Thank you so much, Omnilux. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon. Thank you, Omnilux. Holy cow. Go, Brandon. Poppy Chulo 1 with another tier 1 sub. Thank you, Poppy. Holy cow, you guys are amazing. No possible way are we going to get possibly 2 level 5 hype trains tonight. I haven't had that happen in a long, long time. 22% of the way to a level 4, pushing to level 4, 4.5 minutes left. Let's go, baby.
Want more. And so then the interesting thing is, do Republicans provide the votes for a bipartisan infrastructure bill? They provided 19 votes in the Senate to pass that bill. Now, after this election,
It's still a crappy bill, though, right? I mean, it's like 10% infrastructure and the rest of it's garbage.
Anonymous, thank you, Anonymous.
It's about a $500 million increase in infrastructure. It's not so. That if I was a Republican sitting here,
Poppy Chulo,
because a lot of these moderates.
Thank you, man. Holy cow!
And I'm not
That's
sure
amazing.
I'm participating in the suicide
Alpha
pact that the Democrats are involved in right now.
Boom! Alpha! Holy cow! 1,000 bits! 1,000 bits from Alpha! Boom! That gets us to level 4. Holy cow! Thank you, Alpha. 1,000 bits coming in hot. Thank you so much, Alpha. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Alpha. Level 4 complete. Let's push to level 5, baby. Let's push to level 5. Yeah, that makes me really nervous, dude. We're 60,000 votes apart now. Yeah, Glenn Youngkin and Terry McAuliffe for 60. Another one from Shell Ghost with the tier 1. Shell Ghost, thank you. Omni gifting one. Plastic Gangsta. Holy cow, you guys. Thank you. Holy cow. Thank you, Plastic Gangsta. Really appreciate that, guys. Really appreciate that, guys. Wow. Omni, Shell Ghost. Thank you guys so much. Holy smokes. Holy cow. We've made a lot of progress on the sub goal tonight. Thank you, guys. Plastic Gangsta. I just got the 5,000 bits badge. Oh, nice, Plastic Gangsta. That's huge, man. 5,000. Thank you so much. That's incredible, Plastic Gangsta. Appreciate that. Dude, this makes me so nervous, dude. They're only 60,000 votes apart now. Or no, hold on. This says they're like 75,000 votes apart. This says they're 60,000. Dude, I'm starting at 95% in. How can they... The New Jersey win looks bigger than Virginia now. Yeah, it does. Holy cow! Alpha 2K! 1,700 bits. Boom! There it is. Level 5 hype train complete. Oh my gosh. Thank you, guys. That's incredible. Thank you, Alpha Y2K. Woohoo, 5, baby. There it is. Level 5 complete. That's incredible, you guys. 2 level 5 hype trains in one night. Thank you, guys. There it is, level 5 complete. The second one. 2 level 5s in a win. Youngkin wins. KC Chiefs, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I'm starting to get nervous about the Youngkin win. Why aren't the networks calling it? And now it's like getting really, really close. We're getting down to the wire. We got 95% of the votes in, 60,000 votes apart, and they're not calling it. 60,000 votes is something that they could pull off. Now I'm starting to get nervous again.
Create a legacy for himself. This was what it's all about.
We're wasting our time talking about what he thinks now because his lack of mental acuity suggests that he's not really
thanks, everybody.
decisions.
We made it exactly to 100%.
I'm going to need you to repeat the name, though.
Diane Allen.
Oh, wait.
Oh,
This is the
Diane Allen.
lieutenant
Okay,
governor.
this is the lieutenant governor. Okay, let's listen in.
In New Jersey, it's the exact same difference in numbers as Chitterelli's hanging on. Well, Jack and I are more than hanging on. It's looking good, but we will be back with... Thanks so much for hanging in with us, for waiting. It could be a while longer, and I apologize for that, but it's just the numbers coming in. But we'll be back. We'll be back. Thank you.
Oh, so they're going to still be back yet tonight?
Okay, so it sounds like
Good.
Chitterelli, we don't know. Will he speak tonight? We're not sure. She just said we'll be.
All right, let's check in with Chuck Todd.
Shouldn't be holding this up, especially if you're going to end up passing this in a week. It's going to look even. It's probably going to make Terry McAuliffe even angrier.
Oh, they're complaining. They're complaining about Joe Manchin not allowing them to pass their socialist garbage.
Progressives, because they have been holding up a vote on this Senate-passed infrastructure bill, about $1 trillion for roads and bridges and public transit.
Really legendary.
Would have given Terry McAuliffe something to campaign on. It would have created the impression that Democrats are doing some work in Washington, D.C., and that the party has ideas. But progressives have a very different view of this. They say the moderates have been cutting and cutting and cutting the most popular pieces out of President Biden's safety net package, the Build Back Better agenda, and that these last few months have been wasted, that they could have passed both bills months ago if these moderates like Senator Joe Manchin, Senator Kyrsten Sinema stopped trying to cut out the tax hikes on the wealthy, the tax hikes on corporations that poll very well, Medicare negotiating prescription drug
Listen to them cry.
prices.
Oh, Joe
they've been
Manchin.
shrinking these
Oh,
policies,
Joe
and the progressives
Manchin.
will argue that it's their fault. Now, at the end of the day,
Thanks,
everyone is
Jonathan
going
Hoover.
to say the thing that I believed yesterday is proven by the results in Virginia. They're all going to say it confirms their priors, but I do get the sense that this will hasten the urgency to do something, because these two bills are the last major bills leaving the station on Capitol Hill.
Wow, yep. See, they are. They're literally taking the position that the Democrats lost because they didn't push through their socialist plans, instead of recognizing the reality that they lost because they're trying to push through socialism. These Democrats will never learn their lesson. There it is, folks. Level 5 hype train, the second one, 12 subs, 4,800 bits. Boom. There it is, hype train, baby. Thank you, guys. Everybody that contributed to that hype train, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Is McAuliffe losing, let's say by it's a point or two, that would be a shift of 11 points.
Right.
And there's about a 14-point margin.
16
that,
in
16
New
points
Jersey.
that New Jersey
Yeah.
Gets to work with on the blue side.
Right.
That Murphy
He had
gets
more
to work
margin
with.
for error.
Right.
Yeah,
So
more
he has a
margin
little
for
bit more of a
horrible national
cushion
environment. Yeah.
than McAuliffe, but still 10 points should be a good enough cushion.
These are warning signs there.
It's a big warning sign.
I mean,
And look,
especially
for
in the
all
suburbs.
especially there, but also, you know, the question we had for the last 4 years is, when Trump's not on the ballot, will his voters turn out? And they didn't turn out in 18, and they didn't turn out in the Georgia specials for the Senate. But it looks like they turned out in this race, and they turned out in bigger numbers.
Okay, but here's the riddle I'd like you guys to solve. So Ralph Northam did not look like a guy who could put together a coalition of voters of color, young voters, but he did.
Right.
Now, did he do that, or did Donald Trump do that?
Trump did
right?
that.
I think we all have come to the conclusion. Donald
I don't get it. Why have the major networks not called it yet?
passionate of a Democrat than a Ralph Northam, right? He wasn't able to put this together, and we're already starting to see the outlines of a conversation that people like, hey, would Virginia Democrats have been better off with a candidate of either a candidate of color or a younger candidate that was closer to the coalition that they have to put together? I can argue it both ways.
It doesn't help, though, when the President of the United States has a 44% approval rating in the state. And when I sit and listen to these focus groups of younger voters and voters of color, especially younger voters of color, it's the same thing that I keep hearing from them. I thought things would look different. I thought we would get more done. I thought things were going to be better. They marched in the streets for racial justice. There's not been any movement on that. Last night, listening to a group where the talk was about student loans and student loan debt. And so
Dude, Fox News hasn't even called Virginia. What the freak is going on?
exactly like this, but sort of a why does it matter?
And to your point, police reform didn't get done. Sahil, that's something that had bipartisan support.
Right. And our friend Cornell Belcher, who was here.
Okay, here's a tweet from somebody saying that CNN is desperately trying to explain away why they've not called Virginia for Youngkin. Let's see this.
I just want to explain for our viewers right now why CNN has not yet called some of these races. Here is the latest from the governor's race in the Commonwealth of Virginia. 94% of the vote is in, and Glenn Youngkin is up 51.1% to 48.1%. He has a 92,112 vote lead. We're still waiting for 6% of the vote to come in. It is still a tight race. I mean, things obviously, to state the obvious, look very positive for Glenn Youngkin and the Republicans, but we are waiting for some more votes to come in before we call it, and that is the status of that.
Jay, can I just say, it's worth noting, remember earlier in the evening, we saw an 11-point...
Well, that's fine. That's fine, Plastic Gangsta, and I agree. And yes, the reason we're pointing this out, Plastic Gangsta, is because, yeah, every other time the media always call it. The media always call it. Every other time the media calls it, the media calls it, the media calls it. And then when they do it improperly, yeah, Republicans will criticize them. And then when the shoe is on the other foot and they should be calling it, but they're not calling it, we're going to call them out for it and we're going to criticize them for it.
Before we call it, and that is the status of that.
Jay, can I just say, it's worth noting, remember earlier in the evening, we saw an 11-point lead for Glenn Youngkin, right? This is now a three-point race. You are right. It is hard to see the math from Mcauliffe right now, and Democrats will tell you that too. I'm not trying to suggest otherwise, but what I am saying is this is why you don't make a projection yet when there's still mathematical possibility of enough go out. You just want to make sure that as much of that vote gets in.
Yes, he was up by 11 percentage points. Now he's up by 3 percentage points. He was up by 200,000 votes. Now he's up by 92,000 votes. Again,
and is still having a very good night.
I think we all know where this is headed, but we're just being cautious because there's still votes to count, John King.
Yeah, see... They always are going to be cautious. There's always votes to count. They want to be cautious whenever it's a Republican winning. But when it's a Democrat winning, there's no caution, and we don't want to count the votes. We're just going to call it. Come on, we got to get Youngkin out. I'm curious to see what Youngkin is going to say. We need Youngkin to come out and say. We need Youngkin to come out and say, folks, everybody pay attention. We should win this thing. This is over unless they pull something in the middle of the night here at 3 a.m. with a huge ballot drop. They're not the media networks are not calling it, just like they didn't call it in 2020. If they pull the same kind of thing, dude, nobody is ever gonna believe another election again.
Feeling very good going into the day, but Republicans have said for weeks and weeks and weeks to anyone who would listen to them that this race was closer than the public polling has shown. And I went to some of Jack Ciattarelli's events, and they were not huge, large, 4,000-person rallies like Glenn Youngkin held last night in Virginia. But, it felt like being at the Iowa caucuses, right? These were rooms of 50, 60, up to 100 people who were all very energized, all very engaged. He clearly had a lot of support from voters who were engaged in this race. And in these off-year elections, getting folks engaged and getting them to show up is really half the battle.
Try hard enough. They didn't give away enough goodies. They didn't excite their base enough. And that's what Pelosi is going to be telling them tonight and tomorrow. And
so they'll try to spend more money. And they'll move it back from 1.75 to $3.5 trillion.
They will.
Wow.
They'll come out for prepaid parental leave. They'll come out for covering vision and.
Wow, dude, 66% in now. 66 according to Politico in New Jersey. Jack Ciattarelli up 51% to 48%. Incredible.
Because we didn't do enough.
These people are nuts.
And the problem is the moderate Democrats will be saying the opposite. They'll be saying, hey, we're getting killed here. And the problem is they have a 3-vote margin to pass a bill. And I think that it is very likely as a result of this that there will be no mega package.
Stand by.
There might not even be an infrastructure package.
Let's go to Matt Schlapp here to talk more about this. Matt, I assume you just heard what Dick Morris is talking about, that he thinks.
No, I mean, obviously Youngkin is not going to come out and say watch these people before they try to pull something. But at the same time, it's like, why won't they call the election for him? 95% reporting. He's up by, this says he's up by literally almost 100,000 votes. This one says he's up by they don't even have totals on this NBC News one. Okay, 1,587,000. Yeah, this one says he's up by 80,000. He's up by 90,000. He's up by 80,000. 95% reporting. Now Glenn Youngkin is up by 80,000, 90,000 votes. He's up by 80 or 90,000 votes, and we've got 95% reported. Like, why will they not call this? That it's like absurd. It causes any rational person to think, wait, why? Why are they doing this? What is going on here? This is too weird. This is not explainable.
Filled with so many millions of racists?
Yeah, like literally his lead is growing. Exactly, Papi Chulo 1. Glenn Youngkin's lead is growing with 95% in. Why not just call it?
Election to the U.S. Senate in Massachusetts, which took place in January of 2010.
And same with New Jersey. Yeah, this thing in New Jersey is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. There's just no possible way. You can look at what votes are left and where they're coming from, and there's just no way that they can make this up, but yet they're still refusing to call it. Any rational person would be wondering what's going on here.
Of a massive, massive, massive Republican win.
I mean, and it's not just, it's like most people have called it. Newsmax has called it. Drudge has called it. Dave Wasserman has called it. Lots of other places have called it. Like lots of respectable, reputable places have called it. But for some reason, the main news networks and stuff, are not going to call it. Like, why?
2020, the Republican Glenn Youngkin is leading. Roughly 95% of the vote is in. We are expecting to hear from Youngkin shortly.
What do you mean, Blatant? New Jersey will take a miracle. Essex is still at 0% reporting. Wait, what are you saying, Blatant? Will take a miracle for the Republican to win? Like once Essex reporting, you think that's going to wipe out the Republicans' lead? Is that what you're saying? Papi Chulo probably for ratings. That's my take. I think that's a good. I think there's some truth to that. Probably for ratings for sure.
Someone who's close to the campaign that Youngkin's kind of a by-the-book guy. And without a network call or without a call from Terry McAuliffe to officially concede, he's not likely to pull up Pete Buttigieg and
exactly,
come out
plastic
and declare
gangsta.
victory kind of on his own. Now, I was surprised to see them wait just from a sort of campaign strategy perspective. Typically, you want to come out and say something before the local news goes on at 11 o'clock. The local news is just about over. I mean, it is unusual to see a campaign keep their supporters here for so long without saying something. I can tell you over the last 30 minutes or so, this crowd, which has been boisterous all night long, has started to thin out a little bit. But the bar is still open. The music is still loud. They are trying to keep folks around and keep the energy level up, but it is certainly fading right now. And I don't know what will break the ice here. As we see sometimes in these campaigns, Chuck, I'm sure you've been on the receiving end of some of these phone calls and text messages from time to time. Campaign operatives start asking you, when is the call going to come? When are you guys going to call this thing? When are you going to end this race? And, for all of us who've covered Virginia elections before, it's starting to look like every other Virginia election we've ever covered, where we're staring at Fairfax County and those counties around Washington, D.C., waiting for them to get their votes in to make it possible to do so. So it's a staring contest right now, as something has to change, I think, before Glenn Youngkin's going to come out here and speak.
Well, look, it's interesting, and it also shows you that if you actually look back on the recent history of Virginia elections, there's a reason why. You just never know with Northern Virginia. Anyway, Garrett, I'll let you hang there with a little more Rolling Stones and see what more you can get out of our friends in the Youngkin campaign there with the Dad Rock, as we're calling it.
And look, Chuck, before we went to break.
Oh, Fator, I'm just looking at Politico. Politico's got Essex County with like not very many. It says 0%, but they've actually got some. They've actually got like 30,000, 35,000 votes reported, but.
K through 12 schools, and yet it has become such an energizing force, Sahil.
Yes, clearly Youngkin saw that as a way to thread the needle and appeal to the hardcore Trump base and also flip some of those suburban voters that might not like the former president but are open to voting for a Republican candidate.
What
And
is
it goes
wrong
back
with
to those
this guy?
numbers with white voters that I just mentioned, white women in particular. There's a reason that Youngkin had those testimonials from moms talking about what they fear their kids are learning in schools. One way or another, it seems like Democrats are going to have to come up with a response to this.
God, they're still just trying to strategize for Democrats. That's all NBC is how can we help Democrats get a better strategy?
That for you, but hopefully tonight, just seeing how some of those voters are starting to come to the realization that the woke policy of the left
Thank
is
you,
not
Papi
something
Chulo
that
one.
actually bodes well for them on Main Street. You know, earlier you were talking about how is that going to affect Congress, and I know Dick Morris and Matt Schlapp kind of weighed in on that. Let me tell you, in terms of the infrastructure bill, I've been talking to some of my Republican colleagues this evening. They're going to force 218 Democrat votes to come across and make sure that the transportation bill passes on their own. So they will get no Republican votes unless they actually get to 218. Then there may be a little bit of horse trading. I can tell you what two things will happen. Dick is right that the left will say we should have spent more, we should have done more. But at the end of the day, never underestimate a member of Congress's desire to get reelected. And those moderate Democrats, because there's only a 3-vote majority in the House, they will rise up and say, hold on just a minute. We're not going to go with any of this $2 trillion, $3 trillion bankruptcy bill and vote on that. Here's the other thing that I would suggest to all of you. You know, when we start seeing in New Jersey it being as close as it is, you know, after 11 p.m., and even if the final result ends up in Governor Murphy getting reelected, it has to actually send shockwaves to every progressive governor, member.
No, Fator Mephitis, I didn't. I was working today. I don't know. I honestly, I'm out of the loop on the Rittenhouse thing. I haven't been following the Rittenhouse story from the very beginning. So my understanding is that, for everything from I've heard, is that it's pretty clear that he's innocent. But I haven't researched it or watched it. I really don't know.
Passaic County, Essex is the biggest blue one that hadn't been in. It was at 27% in. Now it's 83% in. So it's very close to all in at this point. And you still have a 30,000, about a 30,000 vote lead for the Republican in New Jersey.
That's
so
huge.
That's
I mean,
huge.
that is huge.
It's unbelievable.
And for you to break down those numbers, your listeners need to understand that if it's that close with that percentage of votes coming in, it could be a very long night for Democrats.
Yeah.
Wow, dude. Now we're at 73% according to Politico, with Jack Ciattarelli 50% to 49%. Yeah, it's looking really good. Holy cow.
You got to vote, because sometimes it comes down to just real close, and you never see it coming, so it's something else.
Yeah. I'm just getting a sick feeling in my stomach about this Virginia thing. I'm just so nervous about Virginia all of a sudden. I don't know why. Like, all of a sudden I'm freaking out about Virginia.
Pull out the win. This is a win for Republicans.
Without a doubt, and it will. Here's what's going to happen is in those districts, in those congressional districts where typically you don't have a Republican filing to run, all of a sudden people are going to start to dust off their resume, look to qualify or look to file in some of these congressional races. And what that does is it spreads the playing field out. So where all of a sudden now what you have is you've got a number of seats that you can pick up instead of just hopefully picking up a majority in the House with an 8 to 9 seat majority. Now you're looking at possibly 30 seats. Well, what does that do? It takes more funds from some of these moderate Democrats because you're having to play in these races. And it is something that both you and I know Senator Santorum said earlier, it's going to reverberate across the country. You're going to see it in Arizona. You're going to see it in some of the...
Everybody's just waiting for Youngkin to speak. Every single channel. Every single channel is on Youngkin just waiting for him to speak.
Night where we see Glenn Youngkin pull out a win.
Well, I think that the insight here would be that this is not a Trump issue at all. That this is not an issue about Donald Trump. He's not in this race. He's not on the ticket. His issues are not being discussed. Instead, Glenn Youngkin is discussing the key issues that face the people of Virginia. Inflation, education, the radical situation that's going on in Washington. I think that these are the right issues, and it doesn't have anything to do with Donald Trump.
Yeah, still talking about Trump, and this guy's trying to talk some sense into him. This isn't about Trump. This isn't quit. All they can say is this is Trump, 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 and we don't teach CRT. We don't teach critical race theory in our schools. They've said that about 50 times tonight on their channel. It's all they can talk about. It's insane.
But I think at the local level,
this guy's great. Cash Patel is great.
Virginia and New Jersey, and that's what you're seeing today. That Americans care not just about state level politics, but about national security and the national security measures we implemented under Mark Meadows and President Trump. And I think
dude, Huffington Post just changed it. Huffington Post just changed their headline from GOP strong or something like that to Dems near disaster. Dems are near disaster. Democrats near disaster as Republicans on verge of clean sweep. Huffington Post has now changed it to a Dem disaster.
Americans first. And we have a Biden administration that evacuated Afghanistan and first told us there's only 200 American citizens left. No, wait, there's 300. Last week it was 500. Now it's 1,000. It doesn't matter if it's one or...
dude, now Politico has actually, New York Times changed from reporting 95% to now they're reporting greater than 95%. And we've got PBS reporting 96%. We've got NBC News reporting 95%. So we're over 95% in, and Glenn Youngkin leading by 90,000 votes. Literally 90,000 votes, and we're over 95% in. There is absolutely no reason this shouldn't be called at this point. What is going on here?
Trump administration guy with us, and it's good to see you again. And thank you so much for standing by there as we talked to about 1 million people in a row.
No worries at all.
You're just, you're
Thanks,
assessing
Omnilux.
all this with us out here on the desk. You're watching New Jersey close. I know you are.
New Jersey, you see the results in Virginia. I want to add on a point that Dick made. What you're seeing tonight is
true, Poppy
just
Chulo.
how out of touch
True.
the Democrats are across the board. Whether it's education, whether it's tax, whether it's southern border, whether it's immigration. All of these issues are adding up, and it's going to have a massive impact as we head into the midterms in 2022. And so this tidal wave of red tonight has been fantastic. You look at the down ballot races in Virginia as well. Looks like we're going to take back the House of Delegates. That's a major achievement, something that wasn't even being talked about, a few weeks ago. So when you compile all this together and you look at the...
Okay, so Breitbart is reporting that major news outlets have declared Terry McAuliffe the winner, but NBC hasn't, CNN hasn't, Has Fox News called it? Here, let me check Fox News.
House of Representatives in 2022. That is, a couple weeks ago, people would have thought, that's unlikely. Now it's become a lot more likely.
With the Minneapolis story, too. I mean, the people of Minneapolis, they said, you're out of your minds if we're going to defund the police and make a public safety department. They put that to bed tonight. This has been a huge repudiation of Democrat policies tonight. That's what we've learned. People do not like anything about the direction of the country right now.
Yeah.
No,
and they are gonna,
Fox News hasn't declared it.
Now. They need to.
Fox News has not called it. Fox News has not called this race, even with 96% in. 96% of the vote in, and Glenn Youngkin a 90,000 votes ahead, and Fox News hasn't called it.
We have gone from...
That's what I'm nervous about, Ride and Fence. That's what I'm so nervous about, is that they're gonna that we're gonna get a bunch of ballots all of a sudden get counted at 3 a.m. like happened in 2020.
Ineffective. Think of Jimmy Carter. Nobody thought he was senile or demented, but everybody agreed.
Now, you can argue the issue about, okay, the ballots that got dumped at 3:30 a.m. on election night, those were legal ballots. They were totally valid. You can argue that. You can 100% argue that and say, no, there was nothing shenanigans. There was nothing bad about that. It wasn't corrupt. Those were legitimate ballots. They just came in. They just counted at that time. Blah, blah. You can argue that. You cannot argue with the fact that there was a ballot dump at like 3 or 4 a.m. and that's what flipped the states. in 2020. That's what happened. You can argue that it was legit and that those were legit votes. You cannot argue with the fact that there was a ballot dump at 4 a.m. that flipped all those swing states.
Essex, and you were right on the money. That was going to come in heavy for Murphy. But right now, about 90.
About the schools has nothing to do.
Has to do with COVID.
Oh, they're still talking about schools.
Yeah, and they said
schools
they were
and
able
critical race theory.
You can just
and were you able now? They micro-targeted. They went to
Yes.
African American voters who like school choice, so they went there, and they worked this issue 7 different ways from Sunday, and micro-targeted that.
No, lion, snake, gorilla. Tell me
He
about
talks about we're going to give more money to schools.
Yes, more money to
We're gonna
schools.
raise teacher pay.
Yeah.
So if you're watching that, you're not paying attention to this race in a very detailed way, but you're just watching the ads, you're feeling all the frustration as a parent from the last year and a half.
Yeah,
and you say,
Darko,
this
that
guy
was
he
important for
doesn't
sure.
Seem like he's a Trump guy.
Yeah.
He wants to give teachers more money. He wants the schools to be better. Okay.
Yeah, critical race theory somehow became code for all kinds of everything.
Oh, all of a sudden, you guys catch that? All of a sudden, Youngkin's not a Trump guy. All of a sudden, Youngkin is not a conservative. All of a sudden, Youngkin's not. Oh, okay. So now, if Youngkin wins, no, he's not a Trump guy. He won because he was a left-winger on some issues. Give me a break. No, I listened to Youngkin's campaign speeches. He ran as a conservative.
Joshua Johnson, you got a minute here before I have a hard break.
Take it away.
Well,
What do you make?
with regards to critical race theory, Sahil is correct. It's not, and you, Kristen, also are correct. It is not being taught in Loudoun County public schools or any schools in Virginia.
There it is. How many times? Critical race theory is not taught in the schools. I swear, they have said that 1,000 times on NBC tonight. He just said it again. I mean, I was turning it into a meme and a joke, and that they're still saying it. They're still saying they're not teaching CRT in schools in Loudoun County. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh,
So
man.
it looks like they're going to go along
She wonders
with
why she's
that.
not in the Senate anymore.
Yeah, pivot and punch.
Let's not forget the tremendously negative impact of the vaccine mandate and the layoffs to
yeah.
enforce it. Because I think that the bottom fell out of the Democratic base in this election. I'm very anxious to see what happened in Essex and Passaic and some of those areas that are heavily African American, because I think that this has become the jobs issue of the day for the black community. And we finally found an issue that can really begin to pry them loose from the Democratic Party. And Joe Biden, we couldn't have done it without you.
Yeah, that's right. Van Jones over at CNN saying tonight, as talking about Democrats, how they're responding. Van Jones over at CNN saying this is a big, big wake-up call for Democrats. I'd say he's got it right on the money. Yeah, it certainly is. And McCaskill, I don't know what she's talking about.
Yeah.
Pivot and punch. Yeah, let's go
basically
deeper into the abyss.
Yeah, she's saying spend more money, go harder, and do more.
Yeah. Well, particularly in Virginia, the one word you
Fator,
talk about after tonight is education, right?
Yeah.
Because that was the ultimately litmus test, and Mcauliffe completely blew it, and that's the reason they lost, and that's exactly what they're going to be focused on moving forward.
Issues have a historic, permanent skew to them that can only change glacially and very hard to change them. So crime was always a Republican issue. When I worked for Clinton, we took it back using gun control, mandatory minimum sentences, and extra cops, and capital punishment. We took crime away from the Democrats, went back to the Republicans later. Education is a core Democratic issue. And beginning with Scott Walker, who you had on earlier, who did this in Wisconsin, and now what Youngkin has done in New Jersey, is to steal that issue away from the Democratic Party, and that is huge.
It is.
Well, Youngkin had a little help. Like Terry McAuliffe's the gift that keeps giving.
Yeah, he did. Well, I think McAuliffe really lost that race. He really did. He did
Right, Fator, right.
McAuliffe. I told you this earlier. I worked closely with him.
Right.
He's very arrogant, and he thinks you buy elections. He thinks the only important thing in an election is fundraising, or television.
She's not entirely wrong.
Come on, Youngkin. Come on, Youngkin. We want to hear from you. It's almost midnight on the East Coast. Come on, Youngkin. By the way, I flew F-16s for 25 years and worked at Advanced White House for 5 years, so I've assessed intel, and I'm an old retired guy, and Twitch is my childhood. I never had. Poppy Chulo. That's badass, man. Very cool, Poppy. Very cool. I swear, Poppy, you're the perfect lecture fan community member. Poppy Chulo, there's a lot of people in my community just like you. People in their 50s and 60s, people in their 40s and 50s and 60s that have had really successful long careers. So happy to have you here, Poppy Chulo. So happy to have you here as a member of the community, as a supporter of what I'm trying to do here on Twitch. You're going to love it here, Poppy Chulo, because everybody in this community is successful in life. Really smart people, interesting people with lots of interesting experiences, interesting things to say. You're a perfect member of the community. Welcome.
Probably a recount we'll be watching. That's a primary in the state of Florida. But as we roll back to New Jersey here real quick, just to update everybody, 86% of the vote in. There's been 2 million votes counted in the state of New Jersey. You've got over 1 million now for Jack Ciattarelli, 1,019,975 for Phil Murphy. So about 39,000 vote lead for Ciattarelli. He's holding the lead pretty good.
Yeah.
We're going to see it's going to be crazy
County
close.
Down there.
Yeah, we're still waiting on some small one smaller county to come in. We're going to go to Logan Raddick now, who is in Virginia, the race that has been called tonight, and he's still in an empty room where Terry McAuliffe once stood and probably thought he was going to win tonight. Not so.
Yeah, Rob, the Mcauliffe party is over for the night. Actually, his campaign aides are saying that he will not be making another public appearance this evening and that he's actually back home in McLean with his family. And the numbers right now, 51-48. Youngkin in the lead with about 96% of the vote counted. And Youngkin made big strides in some of the pivotal counties, including Loudoun County, where he made about a 9-point gain over the numbers Donald Trump had last year. He also won the Swing County, Chesterfield County, right outside of Richmond. That was another big pickup for Youngkin. Also
For sure,
his
Omni, for sure. That's obviously
Virginia
what they're
Beach.
wanting.
So again, 96% of the vote counted. Youngkin, I think we're still waiting on him to speak. McAuliffe has already wrapped up for the night, and it doesn't look like there's going to be a lot of ground for McAuliffe to gain up, down about 88,000 votes right now, because 99% counted in Fairfax County, and a lot of these other blue counties in Northern Virginia have already counted most of the ballots they've received. Again, they can count mail-in ballots up until Friday, but the numbers right now are not looking in the favor of Terry McAuliffe, the former governor, who again is back home tonight.
That's putting it lightly. Yeah. Absolutely. All right, Logan, thank you so much.
Come out and give his victory statement in his pajamas.
It might be going that way. Oh, and by the way, apparently
Come on, man. Come on.
Yes.
According to Heather.
That's what I'm looking at right now.
They are pro-law. Terry and Hillary Clinton are so similar.
They're now the mayors of Atlanta.
Yeah, and that's you remember Trump was at the game. What was he at Game 4 doing the thing? And, the Braves are trying to hold on to their logo and everything, with Cleveland changing the name and everybody. So,
wow.
Let's go back. Let's talk a little bit more with Jim McLaughlin here about what we're seeing tonight. Anything? I mean, we're still watching Jersey real close. It's still looking crazy.
Okay, 96% of the vote in. Glenn Youngkin up by literally 88,000, almost 90,000 votes. When you've got 96% in and you're up by 90,000 votes, just do the math. There shouldn't be a way that Terry McAuliffe can come back from this at all.
So, I mean, I'll tell you, it's getting harder and harder, and I've talked to some folks on the ground there. They think Jack Ciattarelli is going to win. And I remember when I was saying this on the air over the last couple of weeks on Newsmax, people were attacking me, saying you were crazy. And I'll tell you something else, and Dick can talk to this too, because Dick sees it all the time. There were a lot of bad media polls in this race, and it suppressed some of Jack Ciattarelli's support. It suppressed some of his turnout, probably suppressed a lot of money from him. And you talk about money. I saw some statistics recently. It looks like Jack Ciattarelli was outspent by about 7-1 in this race. In spite of being outspent 7-1, Jack Ciattarelli has a great shot at winning this race in a state where there's 1 million more Democrats than there are Republicans. It's amazing. And I think in a lot of ways, you know, Virginia is huge. You know, Glenn Youngkin's going to be the governor, ran a great campaign there. But I think looking at this right now, the first story tonight is blue New Jersey looks like it turned red for Jack Ciattarelli.
Something else. Jim, thank you so much.
It'll be a late night. I can update us on the mayor of Atlanta. It's now headed to a runoff between Felicia Moore And yes, Felicia Moore, a runoff. And I'm not sure who the other candidate will be.
They had like 16 or some crazy number in that race. So I guess it's not a big surprise. Yeah, so we'll follow.
Let's go back to NBC. Let's see if they're still talking about how they don't teach CRT in schools.
Chuck, as we await those numbers coming in, we want to go now to Brian Thompson from our NBC station in New York, who is at Murphy headquarters in Asbury Park, New Jersey.
Yeah,
Brian,
how have they
it's
not
so good
called
to
this?
see
This
you.
makes
So
zero sense.
What's the mood there as they await these results? Because obviously he went into Election Day with a pretty big lead in the polls, and Chuck just mapped out why we're waiting for some of those big Democratic areas to come in that haven't reported yet. But there are a lot of warning signs here.
That's what's so weird is it's like, there's no reason for them to do this. We know that they do ballot dumps at night, so it's very suspicious. I'm not saying that, there's some big conspiracy with the media and the Democrats to rig the election and steal the election with fraudulent vote. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that this doesn't make sense, and it's raising some very suspicious questions.
It's part of the ticket with the governor, of course, in New Jersey anyway, unlike some states like Virginia. And so what they're thinking now is, okay, we'll sleep on it. We'll wait for these returns to come in from those heavily Democratic counties that Chuck just mentioned. Essex, which is the home of Newark, the city of Newark, the largest city in the state. Hudson, right across the river from Manhattan.
Why is it always Democrats? Why is it always the Democrat counties that report late and report the next day and report in the middle of the night? Why is it always these Democrat counties that can't get their results? And so the Republican counties, the rural counties, they all report 100% they report. And then a day later or in the middle of the night later, now the Democrat counties get the report. It's so bizarre every single time. It's the same thing.
I'm sorry.
Yes,
Welcome to New
Omni.
Jersey. I mean, Brian, you've done this. How many times have we sat here going, boy, it's going to be close, and then all of a sudden these late Democratic counties come in, you're like, oh, what happened to that? Right, Brian?
Well, I've been asking around. We do have a new voting system, and this is very important because the ACLU...
I think there should be a law. I think there should be a law that says the counties cannot report their results until everybody's ready to report. I'm so sick of the Republicans reporting all of their results and then the Democrat cities saying, oh, okay, you guys are done reporting? You guys are done reporting? Well, look at this report. Boom! Democrats win.
Books. Those are brand new now because we had early voting. We had vote by mail this year, something we'd never had before until this pandemic. So the registration books, there might have been a Wi-Fi problem in some of them. Well, there was. There was a problem with some of the workers who are volunteers who are not necessarily high-tech capable of rebooting or working on the Wi-Fi or whatever. So those are issues that kind of cloud it. But in the end,
they're springing leaks on a bunch of stuff, on the SALT tax cut for the wealthy that Bernie Sanders is totally against. They're springing leaks on immigration. They're springing leaks on some environmental and healthcare issues. So
Base Left, that doesn't explain it, Base Left. Here, let me explain it to you, Base Left. Okay, say you have 10 ballots and one person counting them, and then you have another place with 100 ballots and 10 people counting them. Should the one that's 100 ballots take way longer? No, they don't, because guess what? They have more people counting them. This is not hard.
I think there's going to be a lot of bloodletting. You've already seen it tonight. Some progressives claiming they need to go even further to the left. Others, I think Mark's exactly right. The leadership in the House and Senate are going to say no. The bottom line is we've already won just by getting this close in New Jersey. I talked to Chris Christie earlier. He actually thinks Jack's got a shot. Obviously, Essex County is the key to watch out there. But to win in Virginia, up and down the ticket, not just the top, wasn't just Terry McAuliffe.
Let's go,
Lieutenant Governor, Attorney General, and it looks like
Harmony with the Tier 1 sub. Thank you, Harmony. Thank you so much, Harmony. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well, Harmony. 18 months. That's awesome. That's amazing.
Public events tomorrow. At some point, he's going to have to address this. And I've been talking to Democrats tonight and thinking about it. I don't really know what they can say. They're not going to publicly blame Terry McAuliffe, although he made mistakes. But is he going to say it's because of obstructionists? Is he going to blame Donald Trump? It's just hard to know.
It's obviously
how to-
AOC and Bernie Sanders.
Year, and the voters didn't turn
The problem
out.
is there's a soundbite from Vice President Harris from about a week ago in which she said, what happens in Virginia will will determine what happens in 2022 and 2024.
Yeah.
So it's going to be hard to say they didn't think this mattered.
And the big takeaway is don't piss off parents. I mean, that's really it. More than anything. Do not piss off parents because they'll push back no matter whether they're Republican or Democrat.
Parents care more about their kids than about party labels.
Yeah. And the race card doesn't work either because that was attempted in both New Jersey and Virginia.
Well, that's exactly. And again, you talk about parents. I don't care, the white, black, Hispanic, you name it. Do not get in the way of parents and looking out for their kids' education and their safety. Those are big issues in each of those states.
Ton of symbolic things happened in the Virginia race that people are going to talk about.
Yeah.
Terry McAuliffe on the last night of the campaign appeared with the head of the teachers union. That's not where a lot of American parents are right now in terms of how they think about education. They don't think about the teachers unions except in a negative way.
Yeah. And just to remind our viewers at home, I'm trying to do the math here, but it was about 8:45, so it's been about 3 hours since Newsmax projected and then eventually called the race in Virginia for Glenn Youngkin. And at this point, nobody else has still made that call.
But all
just,
of McAuliffe's
it's an indication.
people
But yeah,
have gone home.
McAuliffe went home. He left. They evacuated the place, and he just said, "We need to count every vote." And
I think part of the caution, and we haven't seen obviously Glenn Youngkin speak either.
Yeah, we
There's
got to
some
get Youngkin to
irregularities
speak
in the voting. Not anything that anybody thinks is going to affect the outcome.
Right.
But I think the caution is you don't want to be out there projecting a win or conceding until all that stuff gets resolved.
Right, and it is. I mean, if you're looking at the screen right now, it's a 3-point lead. It's 100,000 votes. It's 98,000 votes. So it is a pretty healthy lead. But you're right, there is some precaution there. But we just, so you know, we've called this race about 3 hours.
I hate making predictions, as you know.
Yeah.
I predict.
Oh wow, yeah. Okay, so we did get some more results in, folks. We are looking at over 95% voting. We're looking at 96%. Yeah, 100,000. He's gone up 1.6 million to 1.5 million. Glenn Youngkin's lead is getting bigger, dude. He's up by 100,000 votes. We've got a couple of votes left to count, and his lead is increasing, and these freaking psycho media organizations won't call it. He's up by 100,000 votes. There's not that many votes left to count, and the votes that they are counting, Glenn Youngkin's increasing his lead.
Park. Mike, we see you have someone with you.
We do. We have Brendan Garabrand, Heather. He's from Eatontown, New Jersey. That's in Monmouth County, where Jack Ciattarelli currently leading. Brendan, I'll say it to you quite plainly.
Oh, I bet you this lady's talking about how they don't teach CRT in Virginia schools.
Like tonight is that their school board officially now has a majority of candidates who ran on anti-CRT platforms. They now have complete control of the school board there.
I'll tear what up.
They are actually themselves not just focused on Southlake's community.
Let's go, Brandon.
Trainings, events, and conversations with potential school board candidates and politicians throughout Texas and other communities, because this is going to become a playbook. What we've seen transpire in Texas, what we've seen happen in Loudoun County, Virginia, I've reported on in Eureka, Missouri, and in all kinds of parts of Oklahoma, this is now going to really feed into the midterm elections. And in a community like the one that I'm in right now, which is Dane County, Wisconsin, this is a heavily Democratic area, a place where young progressive voters are going to be a major part of the organizing base. What we're hearing from some young people here who watch these elections is not that critical race theory has been a conflict for them, but that's sort of the flip side of that, talking more about racial justice, getting candidates who are going to talk openly and honestly about race.
Wow.
Democrats,
Now they're saying they need to do even more.
CRT has become a conflict in communities like Loudoun, are going to more aggressively dispute the fact. I mean, we've talked about it again and again tonight on air, that this is not taught in K through 12 in schools.
They're still saying it.
Young people want to see Democrats come out and say that very forcefully.
Did she really just say that? Did she seriously just say it again, that CRT is not taught in schools? Seriously, and she even admitted that they've said it over and over again. This is a meme now. I literally can't turn this station on for 5 seconds without them saying CRT is not taught. I mean, I'm joking about it, and yet every time I clip over there, they say it. And they're saying that they need to say it even more. They need to say it even more. That's how we're going to win. We're going to win elections by pushing hard and saying CRT is not taught in schools. If we just said that CRT is not taught in schools and we push back against CRT being taught in schools and we said over and over and over again that CRT is not taught in schools, then the Democrats would win. These people are insane.
Joshua Johnson with us, Andrea Mitchell. Andrea, I think Chuck makes the salient point, which is that Democrats didn't really know how to talk about this. They didn't want to talk about it.
Oh, so now the problem is Democrats didn't know how to talk about it. Yeah, Democrats didn't just explain. Democrats didn't explain good enough why we should all be using the words Latinx and birthing people and CRT's not. It's always just it's always like, oh, the Democrats didn't talk about this right, or the Democrats' messaging was wrong. It's never the truth, which is that Americans are sick of the insanity from the left.
I mean, Phil Murphy's trying to find that out too in New Jersey.
I was just going to say,
this is you can't just put this in Terry McAuliffe. Right. Phil Murphy's got the same issue.
It's not just a poorly run campaign. It's that the Democrats nationally had nothing to offer for their big victory against Donald Trump. And so it was a negative campaign.
No, they don't have anything to offer.
And negative campaigns work if you're trying to get the base riled up, if you've got, something important to say.
Omni.
But Hillary Clinton discovered the same thing. Just saying that Donald Trump is not qualified to be
president. By the way,
president.
isn't it eerie the way McAuliffe's campaign ended and the way Hillary's 2016 campaign
exactly.
ended? And who was the national campaign co-chair of Hillary Clinton?
Exactly.
It's eerie.
But you have to explain New Jersey also. Much closer than expected. The other point that...
Dude, listen to these excuses and justifications and obfuscation. Anything to admit the truth. Anything to obscure the fact that Americans have rejected this radical left agenda. Anything to hide the fact that they're coming up with excuse after excuse after explanation after explanation. It's all garbage. It's all bunk. It's all lies. They have so many excuses and justifications, and none of them are the truth. They cannot admit the truth. Listen, look at them. They're trying so hard to explain it. They're trying so hard to explain it.
Did white men in our most recent poll, Kristen?
Right, and there's always been this gender gap.
This is hilarious to
with
watch.
Male voters for Democrats, but it's getting bigger based on everything that you've been reporting tonight.
Jason Johnson, look, we now are looking at New Jersey, and it's the same story.
For sure, Amy Coney Barrett.
There's too many Democrats there for Republicans to actually pull off that upset, I think. But it's pretty clear we have a national environment problem for the National Democratic Party.
We very well may, and I think it will be interesting if you have candidates like Jack Ciattarelli in New Jersey and Glenn Youngkin in Virginia who are able to be Republican without being solidly aligned with Donald Trump. We've talked about how Youngkin kind of walked that line, and we heard Barbara Comstock talk about it, how Glenn Youngkin is nothing like Ron DeSantis. That may end up being what doomed Terry McAuliffe's efforts to align Glenn Youngkin to Donald Trump, because if you're going to do that, you've got two archetypes you have to work with. Ron DeSantis in Florida and Greg Abbott in Texas. Glenn Youngkin's not really like either of those two. So if the party has settled into this space where you can still be a Republican without being solid.
Dude, what? Now all of a sudden we've gone from 96% reported to now we're only at 94%. We're actually decreasing in our percentage reported on Virginia. I just refreshed. It was at 96%. Now it's at 94%. They're literally, we're going backwards now. We went from over 95% on this one and at 96% on this one, and to now they're both at 94%, dude. We just went backwards. We literally just went from 96% reported to 94% reported. What is going on? Glenn Youngkin still 100,000 votes ahead. Glenn Youngkin 1.6 million, Terry McAuliffe 1.5 million. But we're going backwards in terms of our percentages reported. What is going on?
That national Democrats maybe have fallen flat on. So it could be interesting to see whether or not mayors and cities
I don't know,
begin
Amy
to
Coney
create
Barrett. It's
the playbook
ridiculous.
that trickles up to national politics, especially since you got these two factions of Democrats, progressives and moderates, who are both at loggerheads about what to do, but they agree on what the issues are.
And Joshua, I'm just curious, when we started the night, you were hesitant to say that Virginia was a bellwether for the national political landscape and for the midterms coming up. And I wonder if that shifted a little bit, given what we're now witnessing. And I understand there are implications, and you can see that. But I wonder if you think this is now a bigger bellwether than when this night first started.
Oh, no, I meant that. I still feel the same way about that. Because think about it. We know historically, when one party has the White House, the House, and the Senate, the other party wins the Virginia governor's race. So in that regard, this is historical. Like, this is what we expected to see.
Weird, Adams. Decision Desk went backwards, too. Why? Why are they going backwards in our percentages here?
Rejecting a measure to blow up the police department and replace it with something else.
That's
Voters
awesome,
are telling us a lot of things on a lot of different levels, and all of those need to be taken in totality, I think, to have a sense of where the...
Runyam, what's up, Runyam? I'm here to say I was wrong. Really, Runyam? What were you? Were you predicting a big Democrat win? Is that what you were predicting, Runyam? If so, good for you for actually admitting you were wrong. But I don't remember you actually saying that.
A public health safety department that doesn't work with voters, not in urban areas and probably not in other areas. Also, I'm thinking about age, and I was watching Michelle Wu winning in Boston, declaring victory in Boston. There was an excitement about her speech. There was a passion.
Look, it's something Boston's never done, though. It was new. Right. It's different, and you don't know how much that impacted it, too.
But just watching her performance there, there was just a lot of excitement in the diversity that represents.
And I think that's important, because part of what we're picking apart with the Mcauliffe campaign, and we don't know how the night's going to turn out, but he didn't energize voters in that way. And you talked about
look at the excuses and excuses. Mcauliffe didn't energize the voters. No, it doesn't matter. Oh, wow, dude. CBS News ended it, dude. CBS called it. CBS called it, dude. CBS ended their live stream. CBS is no longer even live streaming it. Wow, dude. What is going on? Where is Youngkin at? We got to get Youngkin out. Where the freak is Youngkin at? He's leading by 100,000 votes. There are not enough votes left for him to lose. What is going on here? He's up by 100,000 votes. This is crazy, man. CBS ended their live stream.
One of my favorite broadcasts of all time, working for Right Side, wasn't.
And you're going to see, as Jim said, you're going to see some Democrats, more moderate, whose districts now look invulnerable, maybe some Senate candidates, as I think Governor Walker or Senator Santorum said. You're going to see a lot of angst about how to proceed. It's not clear how to proceed. The message of these losses is about the president's unpopularity as much as anything else. What do Democrats think will make the president more popular? They're going to be divided on that.
Get something working in any area. I mean, the economy, national security, go down the list. Immigration.
There's two bipartisan bills that have passed the Senate, one on infrastructure and one on China competitiveness.
Poppy, no, I don't think the campaigns are talking back and forth.
Else. As we look live at the Youngkin campaign headquarters, Chantilly, Virginia, and boy, there's a lot of excited people in that room. You put that next to what we saw from the Mcauliffe campaign headquarters, which is very empty right now, and you see two different stories. But even so, at this point, we're the only network that's called this election for Glenn Youngkin at this point tonight. It's been called for more than 3 hours here on Newsmax, as Jack Ciattarelli enjoys about 100,000 vote lead. Although we got Glenn Youngkin enjoys about 100,000 votes.
Yeah, I don't get it, Omni. I don't get it, Omni.
Lead at this point right now. Bringing it back out here to Dick Morris. Looking at Jersey, looking at mail-in, what are you making of these numbers? I mean, it looks good right now for the Republican, but everything looked good for Trump at some point late in the evening in November of last year.
Well, before I answer that, which I want to, let me just say that this is a paid commercial for Newsmax, but you're looking here at such a graphic illustration of the bias of the other networks against the Republican Party, against the truth. You have the three networks and CNN that have not called this race, even the Youngkin race. The guy, what are they waiting for, 110% of the vote? I mean, the guy's 3 or 4 ahead. He's been 3 or 4 ahead the whole time. That's not 3/10, that's 3 whole percent. 4 whole percent. and they're not calling it. What will they figure they'll have a nervous breakdown if they call it? I mean, this is so indicative of how crazy these networks and how crazy liberal they are. Newsmax really was started as a major force when we really correctly analyzed the situation in Arizona, and Fox did not. But now you're seeing it blatant.
Yeah.
I mean, can't get more blatant than this. Now,
Yeah,
back to your
this
question.
is
In polling,
blatant.
We always speak of
This
the
is totally
statistical
blatant.
margin of error. Well, these days you need to deal with the statistical margin of theft. You have to make sure you win the race by more than they can steal it. And I think we probably have succeeded in both of these races.
It's a lead of about 100. It's about, well, let me just check here. Let's see. Glenn Youngkin, he's got about, it's close to 100,000 votes. It's, it's 90,000 votes or so at this point, with 95% in.
Talking about the mail-in vote, so there are several news sources reporting that the mail-in votes have not been counted and that they will not be counted until tomorrow in New Jersey. So the significance of that?
Well, you don't know because of the changes in laws and the kind of culture of the two parties at this point, who that might help or not.
Wow,
but like I
Mike,
said, all
that's
the
amazing.
experts I'm looking at are saying they really don't have a good handle on where this is going. Either side could win. My sense overall is
Ridiculous,
the Democrat,
dude.
although he's
Ridiculous.
currently behind, Governor Murphy's in a slightly better position, but it could go either way, and I do think that this is going to be protracted. So if you're asking Dick and me to stay all night until Jersey's called, you better think again.
Well, what we're waiting for right now is for Glenn Youngkin
Right.
to make his remarks, for him to speak at some point in the evening here. And I suspect he's not going to claim victory. Or do you think he would?
Oh, I think he's waiting to come out so when he feels he can. That would be my,
You
just
think
based
he's
on
winning?
sort of the way campaigns operate. I think he'd
And
like to wait.
when will he feel he can?
I think they're trying to resolve some discrepancies. And I think also they're a little driven by what Dick cited, which is for some reason most news organizations, including the Associated Press, have not projected a winner in this race.
Well, they should be
something else.
watching us.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Well, also
Take
they should
our
just look at
cue.
the numbers.
Yeah, exactly.
looking at the number. I mean, I'm trying to make it up here as I sit here on the computer, and I just don't see it anywhere. I mean, I don't know where it's going to come from. I guess
Glenn Youngkin is going to have a long time in the national spotlight. He's term limited in that governor's position, but he'll be talked about as a presidential candidate. He'll be talked about as someone who's going to lead the party. So I don't think he's in a hurry. 1 or 2 hours probably not going to make a difference.
By the way, you raise a good point about the presidential race in the future. America slipped a bullet today because Terry McAuliffe was going to run for president if he won this race.
100%. Really? One of the things, I hate to say this in front of Dick, because it's got Clinton nostalgia, permanent affliction, but this is kind of symbolically the end of the Clintons.
Yeah.
Terry McAuliffe was the sort of last gasp of the Clinton dynasty, because he is he owes his career in public life to his association with them.
I was going to ask that earlier. Are we seeing an end of the political elites begin with this race?
No, but you are seeing the end of the Clinton dynasty. I think that's correct.
And just to say,
I think that you are seeing the end of a candidate winning an election simply by blowing the other one out on money. I mean, simply going to outrageous lengths to do money. Jersey was the poster boy for that when Corzine ran instead of spending the usual.
The other thing that's really weird, though, for me, is that Drudge has called it. Drudge called it, and Drudge is not a conservative website. Drudge is not a pro-Trump, pro-Republican website. Drudge is left-wing, and so you've got Drudge calling it, which kind of makes it seem like it's over. So it's like, it's just bizarre. It's just bizarre that everybody else is still refusing.
We have Democrats on the Hill saying that the White House doesn't have a clear enough legislative strategy. I mean, does the president need to take the reins and not be at the
They're
White House
still,
tomorrow?
dude, they've been on here for the last 3 hours talking about excuses and trying to blame people for this loss, all just to avoid the truth. Listen to this. Oh, Biden doesn't have a clear enough legislative agenda on Capitol Hill. That's why we lost. No, that's not why you lost.
But too little, too late?
Joshua Johnson, what does the president need to do to prevent Democrats from ripping each other's throats out over this? I mean, because we're seeing it with some groups. You know, some are really going to want to make a point because maybe they have their own agenda, right? Maybe they really want to stick it to one side or the other. What does the president need to do to prevent this from happening?
I don't know that he can. I got to be honest. I'm not sure that that's going to happen.
Come on, Youngkin.
Large number. We may not know. We may not know tonight. I do have with me the chairman of the state GOP. Bob, good to see you.
Tom,
what a night, huh?
It is a great night for Republicans, right? I don't think it's been 100 years since we've captured as many assembly seats as we're capturing tonight. We had a great candidate from Jack Ciattarelli all the way down the ticket, and Jack's ahead on the raw vote. We think Jack's going to be at the head, and we're going to bring every resource here, every lawyer we need to protect this lead.
Swags, what up, Swags?
Jack Ciattarelli. He's going to be a great governor. He's a great man, a great New Jerseyan.
Yeah, isn't that insane, Swags? Isn't that absurd that they won't call it for Youngkin? I'm not understanding it. That's what we've just been talking about here, Swag. I've been talking about it all night about how it makes no sense when you actually look at these numbers. It just doesn't make any sense why they wouldn't call this thing. I mean, he's literally ahead by like 100,000 votes. Actually, we are still getting more votes in here. Now it's 80,000. He's been 80,000 to 100,000 votes ahead all night long and going up and going down and up, going up and going down. It's like, dude, there's not enough votes left for him to come back, and yet they still refuse to call it.
Not be told by the government how we live our lives, and Jack Ciattarelli is the American dream.
Oh, for sure, Haggis. No, dude, Haggis. This entire NBC broadcast has been these Democrats really very dejected, very sad, very upset, trying to make excuses, trying to come up with explanations, trying to think about how they can do a better job.
Pelosi, Schumer, Biden. It's another era.
Yeah. It is
See,
another
listen to
era,
them. They're
and-
trying to explain
and I
it.
think that that's
This is
partly
all
why
justifications and
this generational shift
explanations.
is happening, but there are a few places where I think Democrats can focus locally and kind of build from there. We talked about Michelle Wu in Boston, the new mayor, talking about police reform. The police contract in Boston has been open for almost a year and a half. There's no contract. So maybe Boston becomes one of those places, maybe, where they build reforms in and then those get elevated on a national level. Or Minneapolis, which just rejected a measure to blow up its police department. Maybe they build it into the police department and the reforms still happen. And then Washington looks down and goes, oh, that worked. Let's try that. This might be one of those moments where the grassroots trickles up to Washington and kind of shows the Democrats what their future may look like.
Joshua, that was some terrific midnight
Cool,
lemonade
Movac.
out of some lemons tonight.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Movac. Awesome.
Analysis by all, and the fact I think that you say the Democratic leadership is of another era, that has played out.
Cool down complete. Wow, dude, the hype train cooldown is complete. We could do a third hype train. Now that has 100% never happened. I usually don't stream long enough to do one to get 3 of them anyway, but there it is.
News now.
Wow, this was fun.
This was fun.
Yeah. You can continue to follow the races now at NBCNews.com. Point your smartphone at that QR code on your screen. Download the NBC News app. Delete all the other network news apps that you have not named NBC News. And track the latest returns as they come in. And be sure.
Holy
Tune
cow!
in for complete coverage tomorrow morning.
Swags! Swags in the house! Thank you so much, Swags. Yeah, are they ending this?
For all of us at NBC News on every one of our platforms.
Holy cow, Old Gamer Mike!
Good night.
Dude, NBC has now called their broadcast. CBS has ended their thing. Oh my goodness, Old Gamer Mike, Swags. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much. Wow, Old Gamer Mike, Swags 1978. We got 2 people. We need one more person. One more person to do 100 bits or a sub, and we'll get this thing popping with another hype train. Let's go, Brandon. Thank you guys. Thank you, Swags. Thank you, Old Gamer Mike. Yeah, dude. So now CBS and NBC have both stopped their coverage, and Glenn Youngkin hasn't even spoken yet, dude. Let's go, Brandon. They're not even literally, they haven't called it. Glenn Youngkin hasn't even spoken yet. Like, what is going
2020. What did we see? Trump was winning.
What is going on?
10:30 p.m.
Holy cow!
Let's go, Brandon.
Plastic Gangsta starts the hype train. No way, dude. I did not actually expect you guys to do another hype train. Wow, Swags with the massive 10 subs. Mike with the massive 5 subs. Plastic Gangsta coming in hot with 100 bits to get the thing started. Holy cow, you guys. Thank you. Look at that. Level 3 hype train complete. 91% to a level 4 hype train. I had no idea that you guys would actually pull this off. Holy cow, dude. Almost a level 4 hype train already. Yeah, this is... You're welcome. Love your streams. Just don't get to watch live very often. Thank you, Swags. I appreciate it, man. Glad to have you here right now. Dude, why would they end their broadcast and not even show the Glenn Youngkin speech? What is going on? What is seriously happening right now?
It's primarily because of the unpopularity of Joe Biden. He is as unpopular as almost any president has ever been 1 year from election.
I have an interesting story about that. In 2018, I was a consultant for Ted Cruz.
Holy cow! Just kidding with 5 tier 1 subs. Wow, just kidding. Thank you, man.
Let's go, Brandon.
Holy smokes. This is seriously going to be the third level 5 hype train. Dude, guess. That assumes that Youngkin actually wins this thing. The fact that they're refusing to call it is what makes me kind of nervous, because you got to wonder what's happening. Holy cow, you guys. I never would have guessed. Okay, 77%. 77% to a level 5. Thank you, just kidding. Wow, you guys are incredible. Thank you guys so much for the support. That's amazing. That's close. We're at 77% to a level 5. That could actually be the third level 5 hype train in a single stream. Honestly, I've never, ever had that happen. Thank you guys so much. Man. Election night on the Lecture Fan stream is real. Let me see who else is live on YouTube. Thank you, Plastic Gangsta. Another 100 bits. Thank you, man. I just don't understand why would CBS and NBC cut their feeds, dude? Live now. Right Side Broadcasting. Fox News is... Oh, at least Fox News has got the Youngkin. At least Fox News is live streaming the Youngkin rally. NBC News is no longer live. Fox News has got that. NBC News is... Fox Business has got Glenn Youngkin. Washington Post... Oh, Washington Post has still got a stream up.
Tidewater region. And we know that it's happening in certain counties, right? Like, I warned you in advance that we were going to be watching places like Virginia Beach. Virginia Beach having...
Boom! Plastic Gangsta with 100 bits. Thank you, Plastic Gangsta. 83%. We're so close to level 5. We're so close to a third level 5. We're at 83%. 2.5 minutes left. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. 2020 election, they cut feed. Georgia Senate elections in January, they cut. Not tonight. 3 a.m. ballot dump incoming. I hope you're wrong, Vike. I hope you're wrong, Vike. Holy cow. Fator Mephitis drops a tier 1 sub to push us to a level 5 hype train. Boom. Thank you, man. Thank you, Fator Mephitis. Holy cow. Sean Hayes with 300 bits coming in hot. Sean Hayes, thank you so much, Sean. Wow. That's incredible, you guys. 3 level 5 hype trains. Thank you guys so much.
As we know, Glenn Youngkin did particularly well on the election day.
Thank you.
Absentee and early ballots. But a lot of these election day ballots are actually in Fairfax County. And this is a county in which Terry McAuliffe has done particularly well in this election. And so these two factors together are the main reason that we're not seeing this call. Now, if we take the expected votes in both of those places together, that is the outstanding absentee ballots across the Commonwealth, but particularly in Chesterfield County, and we add to that the expected election day vote that were outstanding in these 39 precincts, especially the ones in Fairfax, we don't actually get to a place where the model thinks that Terry McAuliffe can still win the race, but the model does think that this might enter recount territory. So like I mentioned earlier, recount territory would mean between 0 and 1% of the margin. So if the margin is within 0 to 1%, then there might be a recount.
So they're
Now, I say
admitting.
might, because
They're
the state
admitting they
only
should
pays
call
for
it,
this
but they're
recount
not.
If the margin is between 0 and 0.5% of the vote. If the margin is between 0.5 and 1% of the vote, that is 0.5% to 1% of the vote, then the candidate would have to pay for the recount. And it's not entirely clear to me whether that would mean, whether the Mcauliffe campaign would actually do this in that case. Libby, back to you.
Thank you so much, Lenny. Really appreciate that.
Dude, they are. This is eerie, man. This is really eerie. It's the same thing as in 2020 with them saying that there's still all these Democrat votes outstanding. Why is it? Why is it that it's always the Republicans in the lead and it's always these Democrat counties that have votes outstanding or absentees or early votes or mail votes or whatever they are, but it's always these Democrat counties. They've always got. I'm definitely having 2020 flashbacks. Dude, this is why people don't trust our elections. Who knows the truth of what's really going on, but this is suspicious as all hell. Holy cow, dude. There's another hype train, you guys. Another level 5 hype train. 21 subs and 600 bits. Thank you, guys. Wow. That's incredible, you guys. Thank you so much. That's absolutely massive. I cannot believe we got three level 5 hype trains. Really appreciate that, guys. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is very disturbing. This is very disturbing stuff with how this is going down. Oh, ABC News. Is ABC News still have its coverage going? They do, but they're not even covering the freaking elections, it looks like. What the hell? Wow. Oh, what's this? Okay, same thing. Dude, bizarre.
About the Virginia and New Jersey race is something that's, I think, really going underrated here right now, is both Glenn Youngkin and Jack Ciattarelli were significantly better candidates than the Democrats were.
Yeah.
They both connected much better with the voters than either Mcauliffe did or, whether Phil Murphy did. I mean, Phil Murphy was viewed in New Jersey as this out-of-touch, liberal elitist. And it's amazing. He was talking about, we want to keep moving New Jersey forward, yet they have the highest taxes in the country. They have one of the highest unemployment rates in the country. It's about 7.5% right now. And then you look at, he had a worse record on COVID deaths in nursing homes than what Andrew Cuomo had. So
that's amazing.
Compared that to Jack Ciattarelli, who I'm telling you, on the ground.
Oh, looks like we picked up another couple percentage points in New Jersey. New Jersey now showing as 77%. Jack Ciattarelli up 10,000. Virginia governor's race. Looks like we've got, what is that? 528 to 618. What is that, 90,000? So, yeah, it looks like, dude, we've got 95%. Now, okay, they're back to 90. They're back to saying 95%. Estimated votes remaining 170,000. We've got Glenn Youngkin way up. Glenn Youngkin ahead by 89,000. Okay, think about that. Glenn Youngkin is ahead by 90,000. There's only 170,000 votes left. The Washington Post guy, these Washington Post guys just admitted their own models do not show a possible way that Glenn Youngkin can lose. Their models, these election modeling programs, they do not show any possible way that Mcauliffe can win, and yet they're still not recalling it. Like, that's not how these predictions work. They actually call these things when it's like 80%, 90%, and now they've got a model that shows it's not possible, but they're still not calling it. And that we're being told, just like in 2020, that there's a bunch of ballots or early votes or absentees or mail-ins or whatever these are, all from Democrat counties that we're going to get dropped on us late at night. Like, really? You guys are going to do this and expect people to continue to have trust in these elections? Like, what in the world?
Impeachment of Trump, the first impeachment, and Trump came and campaigned for him. He ended up winning re-election. So there is a Republican Party apparatus in New Jersey. And the last point I'll make about New Jersey, Libby, is that Phil Murphy, former investment banker, never got along with the state Democratic establishment. He has been almost constant loggerheads over the last 4 years with the Democratic leaders of the state legislature, and the Democratic legislature has overridden him on some stuff. They've fought. The governor has called some of his fellow Democrats, basically implied that they were corrupt, which made them very angry. So there's some tension there where kind of the Democratic machine wasn't totally fully on board or excited about Phil Murphy, who sort of did his own thing. So all of that, plus the national environment, helps explain how we're in this place where it's after midnight and New Jersey is still way too close to call.
Rhonda, let's go to you to talk about some of the issues that are resonating with voters. And we're learning about this through exit polls, but also through how candidates and initiatives are faring throughout the country.
Going to Virginia, I think you might be up on the Acela Express heading up to New Jersey right now to help Phil Murphy.
At least it's a short trip. And again, let me just repeat, it's at this point, it's been a long night, obviously, but you've got a lead, a pretty good lead for Glenn Youngkin of about 5,000 votes or so in Virginia, and nobody else, including Fox News Channel, has called this race. And you've got Youngkin just waiting back there to come out, like you said. I mean, you're in this game. This is what you do. I mean, you're a pollster. You know this game. You say there's no way they can make this up.
If he waits for CNN to call it, he should come out in his pajamas.
You might miss the inauguration.
Exactly. Yeah.
There's two factors if you look at the clock. There's two factors. Think about how campaigns operate. One is a lot of these places in New Jersey and in Virginia are going to stop counting. They don't. They at some point the election workers just stop working, and so the number freezes. The other thing is, if you're young,
true plastic gangster, true.
Is he better off giving a speech at 1 a.m. or waiting till tomorrow to get a different kind of coverage? And I think that maybe we don't hear from him, and he just waits till tomorrow.
Yeah, at this point, there's not a lot of people. They're going to lose a lot of their. And you've got here we go. Phil Murphy speaking in New Jersey at a very close race.
Hey, thank you all so much for sticking around. Well, we're going to have to wait a little while longer than we had hoped. We're going to wait for every vote to be counted, and that's how our democracy works.
We don't have a democracy.
For almost 4 years now, our focus has not been on trying to do more for those who already have much, but to do much for those in the middle and at the bottom so that they have more opportunity. Our cause has not been looking out for people gathered around a corporate board table, but for the family gathered around their kitchen table, like mine growing up. Our mission has been simple: to build a state where every child, regardless of race or gender, creed or zip code, has the opportunity to live out their hopes and achieve their American dream. These are the values we've put to work. We're leading with compassion and empathy, not anger and despair. We're following science and facts, not the political winds. We may not always agree, but when we disagree, we sit down and we treat each other with respect and understanding, always seeking common ground. Our shared values are far more important than any one person. What we can already take from tonight is knowing that many of our friends and neighbors like us do not want to go backward. To Lieutenant Governor Sheila Oliver, Chairman Leroy Jones, Vice Chair Peg Schaefer, our incredible team led by Molly Bonato and Jackie Burns, the thousands of volunteers who knocked on doors and made phone calls, our friends in organized labor who stood tall in support of us and our mission. To everyone, we say thank you all so much. And most importantly for me, I thank my family, many of whom were here tonight. I hope they still are. And I especially thank the chair of our campaign, the finance chair of our campaign, and New Jersey's all-time greatest First Lady,
watching Phil Murphy speak, and Jack Ciattarelli is going to steal the podium from him on another side of that state. Let's go ahead and take a listen to the Republican who has a lead right now, but it is close in New Jersey.
You know what? I want Jack too.
Me too.
Dude, they called it. As soon as I left, they called it, dude. ABC News and NBC News just called it for Glenn Youngkin, baby. Let's go. Boom. Let's go.
You've been with me for the 22 months that I've been a candidate for governor.
As soon as I left my stream to take a bathroom break, I pulled out my phone.
Every time
Boom,
the
they
press
called
has
it.
asked me, where do you get your energy? I said, where do I get my energy? Take a look at the people showing up at these rallies.
Let's see if Fox News called it.
You're the fuel in my tank. You're the wind in my sails. You're my energy source. Keep it coming. I wanted to come out here tonight.
Look at, there it is, boys. NBC News.
One hell of a victory
Boom.
speech.
NBC News called it for Glenn Youngkin.
I wanted to come out here tonight and tell you that we had won. I'm here to tell you that we're winning. We're winning.
Dude, this is amazing. This is amazing, dude. Glenn Youngkin wins. Holy cow. Everybody's calling it now.
Marlon.
Everybody's called
The
it.
Black Caucus is in the room.
Dude, now Youngkin gets to give a speech after it was called.
We want
Boom,
every
baby.
legal vote counted. And you all know the way the VBMs work and the provisionals work. We've got to have time to make sure that every legal vote is counted. And I'm confident that when they are, I can stand before you and not say we're winning. I can stand before you and say we've won.
Wow, dude. Wow. Unbelievable, man. Oh, yeah. CNN called it for Youngkin. Everybody called
say
it.
a couple of things.
It's over, boys.
You know those polls?
Boom.
There's only one poll that matters. For 22 months, and you've been with me all the way, we've been up and down this state talking about the issues that matter. I've been recently asked repeatedly by the journalists, Jack, he's bringing in so-and-so, he's bringing in this person, he's bringing in that person. Who you bringing in? And I very simply said, I'm bringing in Jack Ciattarelli. That's who I'm bringing in. I don't need a surrogate. I don't need celebrities.
Yup, guess. We nailed it, guess. Yup.
All I need is the people of New Jersey to listen to the facts.
I'm so glad that I stayed up for this. Wow.
All I need is the people of New Jersey to listen to what it is that we're going to do. We're going to lower property taxes. We're going to make this a better place to do business. We're going to downsize state government. We're going to support our state and local police.
Incredible, man. Incredible.
And we're going to
Incredible.
get back to basics and teaching critical life skills in our schools, providing vocational training for our students that don't want or need to go to college. And we're going to leave all that other subject matter to the kitchen table between mom and dad and their kids. That's where it
Yep,
belongs.
I got all of the breaking news updates. Wow, dude. Wow.
All right, listening to Jack Ciattarelli, the Republican in the race for New Jersey in an extraordinarily close race. About 50,000 votes you see there on the screen divide him from Phil Murphy, who is the incumbent governor of the state and a Democrat. We've heard both of them speak in the last 10 or 15 minutes or so. And we're not calling this one because this one's going to be close. There's still a lot of mail-in. We don't know how much is going to come in. Ciattarelli has maintained a pretty decent lead all night, even as some very
For
blue
sure,
big
guess.
counties
For
have
sure,
dumped their
guess.
numbers in. Ciattarelli's numbers have stayed around 40,000, 50,000 votes. votes. So he's got a decent lead there. And we do want to make note of one thing. In the race for Virginia, CNN and ABC News
and
MSNBC have just finally called the Virginia race for Glenn Youngkin. We called that race nearly 4 hours ago here.
Right, Plastic Gangsta? This is one of the best days of the year.
Fox News Channel still has not called the race for Glenn Youngkin. They still
Wow,
have
dude.
not called
Fox
the race.
News still
MSNBC,
hasn't called it.
CNN have called that race. We called it at 8:45 tonight.
Wow.
We called that race.
It was definitely
along with
worth
the
it.
Freedom Desk headquarters.
This has been
called
one of
that
the
race
best
for Glenn
streams
Youngkin in
ever.
Virginia. He's got about 100,000 vote lead. As you see right there, the latest numbers is more than 100,000, about 115,000 vote lead. That extra 15-20, I think, is what put ABC and CNN and everybody else over the top, because it was about 97,000 votes when we called it hours and hours and hours ago. So Youngkin wins. It is official now, according to multiple networks, except Fox News.
Boom.
He should
Come
pointing that out.
Yeah, he should
Rob Knorr rating with the party of 44. Thank you, Rob Knorr. Appreciate the raid, my man. America made its choice. They rejected CRT, banned the police. Christmas came early. That really shows that Election Fan was right. America does disagree with the Biden agenda. Yep, I have been right. That's right. Dude, this is the greatest night of the year. This has been amazing. Rob, hope you had a great stream. I'm staying up for the Youngkin speech, dude. This is historic. I got to hear Youngkin. I can't believe you're cutting your stream short, Rob. Can't believe you're celebrating tonight. Hell yeah, Rob. It's been so exciting. I've had such a good stream and such a good time tonight, and this is so wonderful. This gives me so much hope for America and inspiration for the future. This is a great, great moment in American history. This will go down in one of the greatest times in American history tonight. Have to get up at 6 a.m. for work. Oh, that's rough, Rob. That's rough. Did great. I'll be watching. Awesome, Rob. Thank you for the stream. Appreciate that. Oh my gosh, I'm just so excited. I'm just so happy.
Let's go, Brandon.
Papa Chula with the gift. Thank you. John with the 25 bits. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Really appreciate it. Let's go, baby. Yep, this 100% shows that the American people reject critical race theory. The American people reject socialism. But the funny thing is the Democrats are going to take the exact opposite from this. The Democrats are going to think that they lost because they didn't push socialism hard enough. And NBC is reporting that Democrats lost because they didn't push CRT hard enough. NBC is reporting that they lost because the Democrats didn't do a good enough job of explaining why we should be teaching CRT. Oh, I mean, they didn't do a good enough job of telling that we're not teaching CRT. This is just, dude, this is it, man. 10 months of Biden, 10 months of Democrats. That's all the American people could take. The American people could take 10 months. Actually, the American people could probably take about 4 months or 5 months. This is just the first time they got a chance to say, dude, Republicans, and not just any Republicans, conservative Republicans are winning East Coast states now. East Coast liberal states, conservative Republicans now winning East Coast states. I mean, this is mind-blowing. This is staggering.
But we don't know that number. It could be a very small percentage of that 475 that didn't come in today. They've already started counting it, so it's maybe it could be as small as.
I love how Rob must have ended his stream and called it as soon as CNN called it. Oh, CNN called it. It's over. The race is over. Boom, baby. No, I was excited too. It was crazy. I've been sitting here for 4 hours. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I get up to take a bathroom break, only the second bathroom break in 4 hours. I get up, start to walk out, open up my phone. Boom, there it is. NBC News. Youngkin wins. Boom, CNN News.
Let's go, Brandon.
Nice. Just kidding with the tier 1 sub. Thank you, Just Kidding. Appreciate that, man. And then I got all, then the notifications just started flowing. Notification. Glenn Youngkin wins. It's over, baby.
A lot of votes out there. There's votes in the...
Oh, they're not going to, Bleezers. It doesn't sound like anybody's going to call the New Jersey race tonight. It's too close. I'll show you what the latest on New Jersey, according to Fox News, latest on New Jersey is 80% reporting. Jack Ciccarelli leading by 50% to 49%. about 20, 30,000 votes. According to Politico, 80% reporting. Jack Ciattarelli's still leading by 20,000 votes. So we're looking good, dude.
And he prepped his supporters here tonight. He said, you know how those vote by mail and provisional ballots work. We're going to have to make sure that the legal votes are counted. They feel like they are well staffed to ensure that there aren't any issues with voter integrity or ballot security here as those votes are counted. He said, I wish I could tell you that we had won, but I'm here to tell you that we are winning.
Dude, are the leftist Twitch streamers even still streaming, or did they cut it short like NBC and CBS did? Oh, it was so much fun to watch NBC tonight. Oh, it was so much fun to watch NBC tonight.
25,000, 30,000 votes, depending upon...
I agree, Appo. I agree, Appo. We need conservative Republicans. That's how we win elections, too.
Saying he wants to get back to basics in education, he wants to lower property taxes, and he wants to bring people back to New Jersey. So he said, hang in there.
Dude, where the hell is Youngkin?
Together, but how close it's going to be to the margin of victory that would allow it to be part of a recount. And that recount in Virginia is anything between
Washington Post.
Points and
Washington Post calls it.
That candidate can pay for a recount, and anything less than 0.5%
Classic Vike.
means that the state will pay for it. But still, that's nothing to dim
Nice,
what was
Blazers.
a bright night for Republicans in the state of Virginia. They overperformed in several areas across the state. And in truth, the Mcauliffe campaign did as many of the things as they could want to do. They hit many of their targets. It just was a better night for the Youngkin campaign.
Amen, Plastic
we'll keep
Gangsta.
our eyes
Amen.
out
Thank
on
you.
the other races tonight, Libby, but we finally got our race call in the big one. And for now, it's back
Right,
to you in the
Luigi?
studio.
Right,
Thank
Luigi?
you so much, Jeremy. And let's go right out to Chantilly, Virginia, where Lee Powell is standing by. Lee?
Well, Libby, I am here in this hotel lobby
Wow.
downstairs from the ballroom upstairs where Glenn Youngkin supporters are gathered. And what you may momentarily experience is kind of a delayed reaction as that news kind of works across the hotel here. There were some people down in the lobby that got word of the call and kind of let out a cheer and kind of ran upstairs just past me right before you came to me. So I'm expecting any minute now for that news to hit the ballroom and for there to be a very large cheer. In fact, I'm hearing it now. And so I don't know if you can make that out, but it's reached upstairs that, in fact, this race has been called for Glenn Youngkin.
Nobody paid attention to him except for Newsmax on occasion.
That's right.
Dude, Rick Santorum has been fire tonight. Rick Santorum has been on fire. He is so good.
Because when you're out there and you're double digits down in the polls and you're running hard and nobody's believing in you, and yet you feel something out there that nobody else is feeling and nobody in the national media is paying attention to, and you're able to continue that enthusiasm and build that energy. That was a very impressive performance by Jack Ciattarelli. So you got to give him a lot of credit. And the people of New Jersey, because again, I mean, yeah, he gets credit for mobilizing people, but the people of New Jersey,
Kion J, what's up?
Mobilized, obviously also.
Aftershock is in the house.
this
What's up,
grassroots
Aftershock?
out
How you
there,
doing, man?
And
Good to
I
see
think it's
you.
really important to
Good to
understand.
see you. Love your tweets.
He didn't get
Aftershock. Love your tweets, man. Love your Twitter account, Aftershock. You're on fire on Twitter. Keep it up, man.
Thank you. Just from looking at these numbers, that the New Jersey race actually is more consequential to Democrats than the Virginia race.
I agree.
Yes. Because Glenn had unlimited pockets
And a bigger surprise.
and a bigger surprise. But Glenn had.
Dude, I think Newsmax would be well served to have Rob Knorr and me as guest commentators on Newsmax. Why is Newsmax not asking Rob and me to come on and give commentary? Come on, baby.
And you want to talk about organic? That was an organic race, and that.
Dude,
is probably much.
this Youngkin speech is going to be incredible. This Youngkin speech could go down in history. This is a historical moment, folks. To this Glenn Youngkin speech is going to be a historical speech. This will be something that this could launch Youngkin into the presidency someday. What we're about to watch could very well launch Youngkin into the White House someday.
Chitterelli on my show. You know, we ended up giving him the first block of the show a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago, and I'm sure a lot of the viewers were like, "Who the hell is this guy?"
Who's this guy?
But we thought this
That's
was
the first
something.
time I saw him.
Yeah.
Just a week or so ago.
Yeah, I mean, nobody was paying attention. If Chitterelli had the same attention that Youngkin had, you'd have two states that would be definitively won tonight.
And this is another example how Republicans nationally don't pay attention to what's going on at the grassroots. And that is a huge problem in our party. Had the party, whether it's the Republican Governors Association, the Republican Party, had they paid attention to what was going on, I'm sure Jack was calling them and saying, listen, there's something happening here, and they just didn't pay attention.
Well, and now we may see 4 or 5 congressional districts in Jersey go Republican next year. The ones that went for Youngkin tonight.
Yeah.
For sure, Amy Coney Barrett. Yep.
But back to the Glenn Youngkin campaign here, and I'm just taking a look at all of these signs. You know, law enforcement for Glenn Youngkin. You have students for Youngkin. You had moms for Youngkin. You had veterans for Youngkin. Parents for Youngkin.
Yes.
And then also the historical win by Winsome Sears for lieutenant governor.
Yes.
Mick Linebacker. Amen, brother. Amen.
Talent.
Yes.
You will see a lot of her.
She's a dynamo.
Yes.
She was a delegate for one term down in Southeast Virginia, and then decided to take on a congressman who's still there, by the way. She did this 20-some years ago, but she ran a very credible race against Bobby Scott down in the Norfolk area, and then sort of dropped out of politics for a long time, and she came back with this effort, and she. From what I see, percentage-wise, she actually may be leading the tickets, which is interesting. Now,
that's right.
Youngkin's getting more votes, but she actually may get a higher percentage.
All right, Youngkin. All right, Youngkin. You were waiting for him to call it. They called it. Let's go.
I thought it was funny that he's running with the black lieutenant governor, and they're calling him a racist. But that's that term. Bigot, racist, you name it. It's just become.
Oh man, Aftershock. I don't know. To be honest with you, Aftershock. I don't have a preference right now on Trump or DeSantis. I've said for a long time I'm not making choices on that. We're still a long way out from 2024. If I could put somebody in the White House right now, I would choose Trump because he was such a great president. He was such a great president. Now, who do I want to be the nominee for 2024? Oh, here we go.
Hang on.
That's not him.
Oh, okay. No, that's not him.
The privilege of leading off with a word of prayer for the
Yes, dude. Leading off with prayer. Yes.
Governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Boom. Amen. This is what I love to see, dude. This is a spiritual revival. America is going through a spiritual revival. Let's pray.
Glenn and Suzanne.
Let's pray.
Glenn and Suzanne are people of faith, and they started this campaign in prayer, and we're not going to stop praying. Because Glenn understands that our unalienable rights come not from government, but from God.
Amen, dude. We're watching a great awakening and a spiritual revival before our eyes. Amen. Let's pray.
Father in heaven, we thank you for your mercy and for your grace. And we thank you for a new day in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And we give you praise and glory. You tell us in your word in Daniel 2 that you raise up kings and you depose them. And so we're thankful, Lord, that you are sovereign in the affairs of men. And we give you glory and honor. We pray your blessing over Governor-to-be Glenn Youngkin and the First Lady. And the First Lady of Virginia, Suzanne Youngkin, and their children. And we pray, God, your continued blessing on the United States of America and our great Commonwealth. In Jesus' name, and everybody said,
Amen. Amen. That's how it's done. That's how you win elections. I'm sick of hearing about moderates. We don't need moderate Republicans. We need conservatives.
All right, we had a little prayer there.
This country needs a spiritual revival.
Amen. Here he comes.
Yeah, that Glenn.
But he's still not here.
He's coming. We need to wind that shot.
Look at all the amens. Amen. Thank you, guys. Thank you all for praying with us. Heck yeah.
which is a large church there, and he was very outspoken about it, because people say, oh, he ran to the middle. Glenn was very outspoken about his faith, very outspoken about the cultural issues, whether it was abortion or the things going on in schools. So it's not that Glenn ran as some sort of rhino. I think it's important for people to understand.
Yes,
that you can win in a state like Virginia.
See, I told you, Rick Santorum has been on fire.
Walk away from who you are and what conservatives believe in. So that's one of the great gifts, and I hate to say it, but a lot of it is tone. It's not what you believe in. It's how you communicate it and how you talk to people.
Right.
And Glenn,
Rick Santorum is right on point
when it came to to dealing with those issues, and that is particularly important for
Lieutenant Governor.
Here's Winsome Sears coming out there, and perhaps she will speak.
Oh, this may be the whole ticket. Okay.
That's Winsome. I thought maybe
Wait,
it
who
was
is?
Red who walked by.
Yeah.
She went by fast, so I didn't see her.
Right.
Amen, follower. Amen, follower.
You know, let's talk for a second about how nuts it's going to drive the liberals that the guy comes out and does a prayer.
That's the lieutenant governor.
Yeah, there you go. There's the lieutenant.
There she is.
Yeah, let's pause and listen.
She is a superb speaker.
She is.
So you're out of my shadow.
Let me give you guys the full screen here.
All right, settle down, settle down. I am at a loss for words for the first time in my life. You know, I love you too.
Yeah, this is incredible. Holy smokes.
I am here. Yes. Marine Corps. Motivated, dedicated. So I'm here because of you. I'm here because you voted for me. I'm here because you put your trust in me. That's the only reason I'm here. Thank you. Thank you. Got my speech. Want to introduce to you my husband, Terrence.
What a beast. What a great guy.
He's
what a
another
badass.
Marine.
Hell yeah. Wow, this guy is a great dude.
My daughter, Katja. And my other daughter, Janelle. I'm telling you that what you are looking at is the American dream.
Yep. Hell yeah.
Dream.
Hell yeah. Yes.
When my father came to this country, August 11th of 1963, he came at the height of the civil rights movement from Jamaica. He came, and I said to him, but it was such a bad time for us. Why did you come? And he said, because America was where the jobs and the opportunities were. And he only came with $1.75. $1.75. Took any job he could find, and he put himself through school and started his American dream. And then, yes, and now he's comfortably retired. And then he came and got me when I was 6 years old. And when I stepped on that Pan Am Boeing 737 and landed at JFK, I landed in a new world.
I love it. I love this story. Fantastic.
And so let me tell you this.
Very inspiring story.
I am not even first-generation American. When I joined the Marine Corps, I was still a Jamaican. But this country had done so much for me, I was willing.
Sanji, what up?
Willing to die for this country.
Man, this is an amazing woman.
USA!
USA, USA, USA.
And so I say to you, victory indeed. But I say to you, there are some who want to divide us, and we must not let that happen. They would like us to believe we are back in 1963 when my father came. We can live where we want. We can eat where we want. We own the water fountains. We have had a black president elected not once but twice, and here I am, living proof. In case you haven't noticed, I am black, and I have been black all my life.
Oh, yeah, Dems. How much do you want to bet that Dems would attack her and say the most horrible things about her?
That's not what this is about.
Oh, Dems would say the worst things about her? Oh. It makes me sick to my stomach thinking what Democrats would say about this wonderful woman.
What we are going to do is we are going to now be about the business of the Commonwealth. We have things to tend to. We are going to fully fund our historically black colleges and universities. You're going to hear from your governor-elect, Glenn Youngkin, and he's got a day one plan that I'm already tired about. Don't know how we're going to make it to day two. But he's going to make sure we keep more of our money in our pockets because he's going to get rid of all kinds of taxes.
Oh, for sure, biking cat.
Safer neighborhoods, safer communities, and our children are going to get a good education. Because education lifted my father out of poverty, education lifted me out of poverty, education will lift us all out of poverty because we must have marketable skills so that our children can not just survive, but they will thrive. And they will create generational wealth. That's what this is about. I'm going to finish up. We love you too. It's a historic night. Yes, it is, but I didn't run to make history. I just wanted to leave it better than I found it. And with your help, we're going to do that. We're going to have transparent government. And as I used to say as we were on the trail, hold on, Virginia. Help is on the way. The cavalry has arrived. Thank you. God bless you. And finally, I want to thank my staff because I couldn't have done it without them. We were a ragtag bunch of people. We ran an impossible, improbable campaign against God was exactly with us. Otherwise, we would never have
right
made
after
it.
shock,
So
right?
I want to finish up by thanking you, Jesus. How sweet it is.
Winsome Sears there, the first.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, folks, if you guys have not submitted your email address to my email newsletter, I would appreciate going to the link in chat at www.lecturefan.live. Type in your email address. I'm not sending out a lot of emails on it, but I am trying to build an email list of my supporters in case anything ever happens to me. I'll be able to contact you. If you guys support me and you want to hear from me, if anything ever happens, type it in lecturefan.live. Also, please go ahead and join the Discord. Discord link is in chat as well. Thank you.
No doubt.
Let's just take all this in for a second. Everybody's going nuts at this rally. What a night in Virginia. Something else.
Also, I do have a YouTube channel, folks. If you guys haven't subscribed to me on YouTube, please click the link in chat and give me a sub on YouTube. Thank you guys so much.
Wow, Virginia.
That was amazing. That was a great speech. I love that. I love Winsome. Wait, who is this? Who is this?
Incredible, incredible. It has been the highest honor.
Does anybody know who this is?
Last months traveling around this Commonwealth.
Is this Glenn's wife?
And meeting Virginians. You welcomed me in your homes. You welcomed me in your parks.
Yeah, that makes sense. This is Youngkin's family.
Your houses of worship. You were the most kind, hospitable, industrious, dedicated, wise, thinking, caring, and beautiful people to me, and I am forever grateful. I do want to give a shout out to the more than 27,000 women that were part of Women for Glenn. Incredible, incredible. You inspired me and sustained me, and you girls rock. You're unbelievable. I'm so proud to be here representing our family, Glenn's family. I'm here joined with our son Grant, our beautiful daughter Anna, and Anna's little brother, John, is not here tonight because he is studying overseas, but he's with us in spirit, and our youngest son, Thomas. We also have an incredible array of extended family here that have come in from all over, including my father and Tom Schultz. And we are so honored. They bless us richly. And trust me when I tell you they bless Glenn richly too. So many of you all have heard the story about the beginning of this interesting journey that we're on. It happened on a fateful day in the summer of 2020 when Glenn came to me and he said, "Hey babe, you want to go for a walk?" And I thought, "Oh, you don't go for walks." And so we set out in our beautiful hometown.
Who doesn't go for walks?
Virginia. And he told me on that walk that he was going to retire the next day from his 30-year business career. And that ultimately,
what a beast.
He
What a
had
boss.
calling on his heart to go into public service.
What a beast. What an alpha male.
And I paused and I said, "So you're clearly having a midlife crisis."
Really,
and
Swags?
we really need to rethink this. But
I love
the more
walks.
we talked and the more we walked, I knew that when Glenn Youngkin has a call on his heart, he steps into service. So the other two things that I knew were decidedly clear on that Friday afternoon was that my adoration for and dedication to my husband of more than 27 years meant that we were going to embark on this campaign and this journey together.
What a great wife. What a great wife.
The second thing
What a great woman.
there would be no losing because I married a winner.
Heck yeah.
So, without further ado, the Youngkin family would like to introduce you to a really tall man with a really big heart. I love him very dearly. And I can tell you do too. Please welcome my husband, your next governor, Glenn Youngkin.
Let's go, baby. Here he is. Glenn Youngkin. All right, let's see what he says. It is morning in America. I agree with that guess. What's he trying to do? Get all the Twitch streamers to get DMCA takedowns? Come on, man. All right, Glenn Youngkin, don't dance too much here. Don't dance too much here. We don't need to get a bunch of videos of you dancing. So wait, is he playing the song Spirit in the Sky because he's a Christian? You have to assume, right? Dude, it's mind-blowing to me. Think about it, that a Christian conservative has just won the governorship of Virginia. Incredible. Who would have ever thought a Christian conservative would win in Virginia? This truly is something special.
Wow. Thank you. Wow. Amazing. Woo!
Dude, this is awesome.
All righty, Virginia, we won this thing. How much fun? How much fun? First of all, thank you all for waiting a few minutes longer than we thought to. Breakfast will be served shortly. Amazing. God. Well, first, let me thank Suzanne. Just, oh.
What a great husband. Right, Murder Buddy?
I have said many, many times that the Lord knew what he was doing because I need her a lot more than she needs me. When I told you on that fateful Friday afternoon that a conviction had come over my heart to go serve Virginians, you did respond. You responded with grace. You responded with support. You responded with unconditional love. Thank you.
Thank you, Omni. Thank you.
I also have to thank my amazing kids, because I'm not sure that they were all on board at the beginning. So, guys, I want to thank you, Grant, Anna, John, Thomas. John, thank you over in Dublin. I love you guys.
Yeah, this guy's
I
great.
love you guys.
This guy's a great speaker.
And I want to thank my beloved Commonwealth of Virginia.
Wow. I can't imagine how good he feels right now. Can you imagine how good he must feel?
My fellow Virginians.
we stand here this morning at this defining moment, a defining moment that
Loco.
yes,
What's up,
started
Loco?
with two people on a walk. And a defining moment that is now millions of Virginians walking together.
Amen. Love it. Dude, congrats, Loco. Congratulations, Loco.
Walking together, sharing dreams and hopes, just like the ones that have always been planted on my own heart. Dreams and hopes for a Virginia that soars, a Virginia that never settles, a Virginia where the Virginia promise comes alive for everyone that calls this Virginia home. Together, we will change the trajectory of this Commonwealth. And friends, we are going to start that transformation on day one. There is no time to waste. Our kids can't wait. We work in real people time, not government time. And so on day one, we're going to work. We're going to restore excellence in our schools.
Not familiar, Movak.
We will invest the largest education budget in the history of the Commonwealth. We're going to invest in teachers, new facilities, special education. We're going to introduce choice within our public school system.
Choice, baby. School choice. Hell yeah.
How about that? Choice within the public school system. We're going to start with 20 charter schools, and we are going to make a down payment and close the gap on giving parents an opportunity to select where their kids go to school.
Yes,
Friends,
baby. School choice,
we're
baby.
Gonna embrace
That's
our
huge.
parents, not ignore them.
Embrace the parents. Hell yeah.
We're going to press forward with a curriculum that includes listening to parents' input, a curriculum that allows our children to run as fast as they can, teaching them how to think, enabling their dreams to soar. Friends, we are going to reestablish excellence in our schools.
Love it. Great message. Love it.
We are fighting for parents and students and teachers and our schools. Friends, we will reduce our cost of living. On day one, we will declare the largest tax refund in the history of Virginia. We're going to eliminate the grocery tax, suspend the most recent hike in the gas tax, double everybody's standard deduction. And we are going to cut taxes on the retirement income of our veterans. All in, we're going to save Virginia families $1,500 year one. We are going to keep our communities safe. We're going to comprehensively fund law enforcement because they stand up for us, and we are going to stand up for them. Higher salaries, better equipment, more training, programs like Unity in the community to work to build trust between law enforcement and those they protect and serve. We're going to protect qualified immunity, invest in our behavioral health system. And finally, we will replace the entire parole board on day one.
Wow, protecting qualified immunity. Holy cow. Wow.
And on day one, we're going to jumpstart our jobs and reinvigorate this economy so it lifts up all Virginians. We're going to get this economy moving again, growing 400,000 new jobs, fostering 10,000 startup businesses. Friends, Virginia will be open for business. It's time for Virginia to be the place where everyone wants to live, not leave. A place where the relentless pursuit for a better life, for prosperity, is not burdened or blocked by self-interested politicians who are more focused on their futures than those they were elected to serve. Over 100,000 miles on the campaign trail. I heard stories that were unique and powerful. But the reality is the challenge of overcoming a culture where the state overwhelms self-empowerment is all too common. For too long, we've been expected to shelve our dreams, to shelve our hope, to settle for low expectations. We will not be a commonwealth of low expectations. We'll be a commonwealth of high expectations.
Nice.
And friends, all of that has changed tonight. A campaign that came from nowhere. But we were joined by neighbors and friends of all races, of all religions, of all ages, of all political ideologies. And it turned into a movement. This stopped being a campaign long ago. This is the spirit of Virginia coming together like never before. The spirit of Washington and Jefferson and Madison and Monroe and Patrick Henry, of Virginians standing up and taking our Commonwealth back.
Nice.
My fellow Virginians, this is our moment. It's our moment for parents, for grandparents, for aunts, for uncles, for neighbors, to change the future of Virginia's children's lives, to change their Virginia journey. It's our time to turn that vision into a reality. It's a vision where Virginians' power, the power that has historically resided in the marbled halls in Richmond, is spread out to the kitchen tables that are held together with the bond of spirit, of liberty, and freedom.
Folks, if you're new, don't forget to hit that follow.
Especially those kitchen tables where breakfast is eaten after a midnight shift.
Thank you,
Friends,
Loco. Thank you,
this
Info
is
Warrior.
where
Thank you, guys.
Our government will go. We will go to the people, for the people. It will be of the people. From the farms of the Shenandoah Valley to the docks and shipyards of Hampton Roads, to the coal fields in Southwest Virginia, to the banks of the James River, to the memorials in Arlington National Cemetery. This is our Virginia to build together, and we are going to go to work on day one. There are always those. There's those that say that that hill is too steep to climb. But we are empowered. We're empowered by a conviction, a righteous conviction and our children's future were strengthened by our collective belief in the Virginia promise. So let's climb that hill together. Let's reinvigorate our future. Let's reinvigorate this amazing Commonwealth of Virginia.
Thank you, Biking.
Together, 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 we can build a new day. A new day for Virginians where, yes, we soar and we never settle. A new day where all Virginians, all of us, can deserve to look forward to grabbing, to aspiring, to dreaming, and then achieving that great Virginia promise. God bless you all. God bless the Commonwealth of Virginia. And let's go.
Let's go.
So it's interesting. Yeah, definitely kitchen table politics, definitely practical solutions, not a conservative ideologue. And so what I was thinking during that is like, okay, he's not making the conservative ideological talking points, really. He's talking about practical solutions and stuff. But what I really liked, this is my big takeaway, guys. This is my big takeaway. He's not talking about socialism. He's not talking about racial equity. He's not talking about how we need to do lockdowns and mask mandates and everything else. And so that's what's so empowering about him, is he's not a leftist. He's not one of these radical leftists. He's not wanting to have the government take all these things. So that alone is so powerful for him to not be a leftist Democrat. And so then it's like, okay, so then he's not saying all of those things. He's not pushing critical race theory. He's not pushing racial grievances. He's not pushing government authoritarianism and lockdowns. He's not pushing massive taxes and massive government spending and stuff. Holy cow, dude. Cool down complete. Hype train just cooled down again. Could we go for 4 hype trains in a single night? But so that's my big takeaway, is like, I think it's so awesome to hear somebody like that pushing or like giving a speech like that and not pushing all of this garbage we hear from the radical left Democrats. Exactly, Aftershock. And so that's what's so powerful about him. And it's like, yeah, he's not a conservative ideologue like I would consider myself. He wasn't pushing some of the real conservative red meat stuff. But you know what? Dude, at this point, I will take somebody who's just a regular American, who is not super ideological, who is not super philosophical, but they believe in America. They believe in the Constitution. They believe in freedom. They have practical solutions, and they're not this radical left, insane left stuff. So, I mean, the thing is he kind of, I think to win in Virginia, you can't be like a red meat conservative. You know what I mean? That is not the speech we wanted. It was the speech we needed nationally. Right, guess. That's kind of what I'm thinking. It's like, man, that isn't really the speech that I would have loved to hear. But it's the thing that, like, it's so powerful, and I love it, and I really liked it. I thought it was great. I think it really, he did a really good job. Family, God, country, that is what conservatives stand for, and what is what Youngkin push. Right. And he didn't bring up God, actually. He didn't talk about God a lot. But he did open his speech with a prayer. So, like, you can tell, actually. Dude, here's the thing. You can actually tell that he actually is very conservative, I think. I actually think he's very, very conservative. But he's in Virginia, so he has to be smart about it. So he can't go out there and say, like, the red meat stuff that us conservatives love to hear. But I think he is, dude. I think he's a conservative. You can't be as smart as he is and have such and believe in God and be a Christian and have a traditional family and stuff like that without and pushing back against the radical left You can't be doing that kind of stuff like he was doing without being a more of a doctrinaire, ideological conservative. But he's smart because, you know, your independents, your moderates, your Democrats. I mean, he had a lot of Democrats that voted for him. A lot of Democrats voted for him. So you're not going to get the Democrats and the moderates and the independents to vote for you by pushing sort of the, I don't know how to say it, red meat conservatism, whatever you want to call it. But you can get those people to vote for you by not being a leftist, not being I mean, that's my big takeaway is like, oh my gosh, it's so nice to hear a new governor in Virginia. He's not a socialist. He's not pushing Marxism. He's not one of these progressive leftists. He's not a global warming freak. He didn't say one thing about global warming. He's not into racial equity, all this garbage. And so that's amazing. That's what we need. We need as Americans to push to elect people that are not that. And dude, he's, you know, had a lot of practical solutions, school choice, things that actually fix stuff, tax cuts, you know, all things I love. I love school choice. I love tax cuts. I love being friendly to business. I love support for law enforcement, supporting law enforcement, trying to cut crime. Like, I love all of those things, you know. Yeah, he's a governor for all sane people. Exactly, Amy Coney Barrett. He seemed very sane. He seemed very down to earth. He seemed very practical. Lots of people are saying that's the Republican, you know, that's the Republican platform. That's how you do it. What Glenn Youngkin has done here, this is the stamp for Republicans going forward. And the great thing is that we can still have very, very conservative Republicans. We can have very, very conservative Republicans, but they don't have to go out there and say the most doctrinaire, ideological types of things that, you know, I say on this stream, things that I believe, things that I'd like to hear. Like, we live, like, if we can win by, but here's the thing, dude, he had to have, I think, here's the thing though, even though he was not saying that stuff, like, everybody knew, the conservatives in Virginia knew who he was deep down and knew that he would be a good conservative that would push back. And it's the same like with me. Like, for example, I won't talk about certain issues on my stream, but you guys know how I feel. I don't have to say it. And it's the same thing with Youngkin. Like, he doesn't have to say certain things, and we know what he feels. We know what he says, you know. And so he ran a very smart campaign. He did a very good job of getting Democrats and independents and moderates and Republicans to vote for him. He did a good job of rallying the base. I mean, what he proved is that you can actually get Democrats and moderates to vote for you, and you can rally up the base. You can rally up the GOP base, the conservative base. You know? But yeah, you're right, Guess. This should be a wake-up call to rhinos. Dude, he's not a rhino. He was not trying to be a Democrat. That's exactly right, Guess. And that's what I was trying to say, and I didn't put it that way. But when I was saying it's so nice to hear somebody that's not pushing critical race theory, that's not pushing global warming, extinction type stuff, that's not pushing racial equity, that's not pushing all the stuff. That's what rhinos do. Rhinos get up there and they do push that stuff that you hear from the Democrats, but it's just not as blatant. It's a little bit more tamped down. It's a little bit, but they still are kind of pushing it and thinking it. That's what's so great about Glenn Youngkin. Not a single word from him that made you think that he's a Democrat light, like the rhinos. When the rhinos give speeches, you do think that they're Democrat light. You know, you think of them as Democrat light. All right, folks, it is 11:30 p.m. If you guys would put your email into the form on my website at lecturefan.live, that way I'll have your email. If anything ever happens to me, I'll be able to contact you. Also, join the Discord server, guys. We have a lot of fun on Discord. We've got a meme channel. If you guys like memes, conservative memes, join my Discord server. People are posting in the meme channel all the time, a bunch of hilarious conservative memes and stuff. So definitely join the Discord by clicking the link in chat there. Really appreciate it. We have a lot of fun there. And I'm going to be on Bible study tomorrow night, guys. We're doing Bible study tomorrow night. Don't miss it. Bible study tomorrow night. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you, everybody that subbed and cheered and sent me bits and everything. I really support all of that. It was a great stream. Hope you guys enjoyed it so much. Thank you, guys.